Hello everyone, my name is Shubham Sagar and today we will be doing marathon, ancient history marathon of UPSC PYQs from 2011 to 2025. So last 15 years PYQ. See, history is more or less what more or less. It's predominantly static, right? So the more questions you solve, the PYQs you solve, the more, the idea you get. So what are the repeated areas, repeated questions, repeated topics? So it becomes very important. So without wasting any time, let's start. So we'll do ancient, we'll do medieval, we'll do modern, and then we'll do all of them. So yeah, my name is Shubham Sagar. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. This is my Telegram channel. I do Hindu analysis every day at 9 a.m. and I share that particular PDF by 9 p.m. every day. So you can join this Telegram channel to get those PDFs and to be, you know, acquainted with current affairs, because current affairs is also important apart from history. So ancient history, art and culture, let's start the discussion. Let's try to go chronologically as much as possible. Indus Valley civilization, mature. When we say Indus Valley civilization, we're talking about the mature phase, 2600 to 1900 BC, guys, when it was actually a urban civilization. So based on that, 2011, have a look at this particular question. Predominantly a secular civilization, and the religious element, though present, did not dominate the scene. During this period, cotton was used for manufacturing textiles in India. Whenever you're seeing these kind of questions, pause me, try to solve this question, and then unpause me and see whether the question is correct or not. Yes, it was predominantly a secular civilization. We see a phenomena which is known as animism, worship of trees, stones, etc., associated with Indus Valley civilization. You have, bronze dancing girl. You have figures related to male and female figurines. You have, so you cannot associate any religious element or a predominant element to that. It's basically a secular civilization, more confirming with animism, worship of trees, stones, etc. Yes, cotton was also used. In fact, even before Indus Valley civilization, there was a site which is known as Mehergarh. In Mehergarh, you find earliest evidence of agriculture or Neolithic period in Indian subcontinent. So there, they used to grow cotton and wheat. So Mehergarh is an early Harappan site, and then around 17 kilometers away from Mehergarh, you see Naushado, which is a mature Harappan site. So there was cotton cultivation there. So cotton was known to them. They grew cotton. So the answer is C, both 1 and 2. Whoa, guys, please be serious. So yes, as I've told you, animism, worship of trees and stone. Remember this particular word. These terms are important. Animism, monotheism, believe in one god. Polytheism, believe in multiple gods. Then you have cathenotheism. So what is cathenotheism? It's a form of polytheism given by, I think, Max Muller. It's a form of polytheism, but on different occasions, different gods will become supreme. Like we talk in Diwali, Lakshmi Mata will become supreme. So, and again, in different Durga Puja, Kali Mata will become supreme. So that is cathenotheism, a form of polytheism, but on different occasions, different gods are becoming supreme. Oh my God, look at that God, guys. So yeah, this is important. Remember these terms: monotheism, polytheism, cathenotheism. More importantly, animism. Next question: which of the following characterizes or characterize the people of Indus civilization 2013? And again, use option elimination. See these questions, use option elimination at the end. You can write in the comment section how many of your ancient history plus art and culture questions were correct, how many we solved and how many were correct. See, when we talk about greater palaces and temples especially, so earliest evidence of temple construction, we find it in Gupta period, 4th century AD, and that style is known as Panchayatan style. UPSC has already asked PYQ on that. Panchayatan style means there is one Garbhagriha and five sanctum sanctorum Garbhagriha, one main shrine and four subsidiary shrine. So that is Panchayatan style. So temples are not there in Indus Valley. Remove it. You're left with B and D. Just check second. Forget about third. Worship both male and female deities. I have told you. Both male and female figurines have been found at Indus Valley. So the answer is B, two only. Wow, very good. Cool. Now, which of the following group of plants was domesticated in New World and introduced in Old World? Whenever, I see this question, I have seen in many books, many big institutions, they have kept it in world history. That, oh my God, this question came from world history. Now you also have to read world history for UPSC prelims. No, you don't. You can do option elimination and you can easily solve this question. What we have just discussed, cotton, wheat cultivation was done in Indus Valley civilization, before Indus Valley civilization. So it was known so when we talk about old world, we are talking about Asia, Africa, Europe, etc. And when we are talking about New World, we are talking about Americas. North America, South America, Latin America. So if these cotton and wheat, they are already known in IVC, that means they're already known in Asia, that means they're already known in old world. So why will it be introduced from new world to old world when it is already there? So just remove all options which is containing cotton and wheat. So you're left with A only: tobacco, cocoa, and rubber. Hope you're understanding how we did the option elimination here. So it's not like you need to know world history to solve these kind of questions. No, sir. You can solve it based on the knowledge you have about Indus Valley. You can solve this question. Next question, sir, asked in 2021. Consider the places Bujahom, Chandraketugad, Ganeshwar, and try to match them. Which of the following are correctly matched? Oh my god. So, see, when you read, like when Indus Valley civilization was going on, just before that and during that period also, there was another culture, Chalcolithic culture, because they were using copper tools. So it was a rural civilization. So we talk about Chalcolithic culture, Ahar, Banas, Jodhpur Ganesh, or Ganeshwar Jodhpur culture, Inam Gaon, all these are Chalcolithic culture, copper artifacts. If you have read Chalcolithic culture, you may have read or you should have known about Ganeshwar. I will show you. There is one map which most of the people forget about the answer right now. So this is a map which is the most common map related to IVC. Most common map. You have seen it anywhere and everywhere. You see mature Harappan, but at the same time, see, these are contemporary Chalcolithic culture. Jodhpura Ganeshwar, we are talking about that Ganeshwar. Ahar Banas, Kaitha culture. So that's what we are discussing here. If you pay attention to these map, etc., you can eliminate question. So Ganeshwar copper artifacts, that is correct. Ganeshwar Jodhpura culture, we have just seen. Chalcolithic using copper. So third is correct. If third is correct, two options gone, 50% probability left, right? So now Burja home. When you read Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic period, you read about Burja home. You read about Neolithic period Burja home, and it was known for pit dwelling, Kashmir pit dwelling, because it was very cold. So people used to dig pits and they used to live inside those pits because it was some comparatively warmer. They're not known for rock cut shrine per se. So first is wrong. If first is wrong, it anyway is wrong. You don't need to even check it. Just check the second one. Chandraketugad, it is in West Bengal. It is known for terracotta. Terracotta is fired clay. Using that, arts were made. Yes. So second is correct. So the answer here is D, 2 and 3. So even if you, let's say you don't have any idea about Chandraketugad, you should have an idea about it, because you will see even in 2024 or 2025, we'll see that question. Chandraketugad has been asked. So the options which has been asked by UPSC multiple times, you have to revise those options, guys. It's not only about the answer here, that D, 2 and 3 is correct, this and that. No, it's more than that. You have to focus on the other aspects also, like Bhujaon, Chandraketugad, research on them. So the answer is D, 2 and 3. Locate Chandraketugad. Where is Chandraketugad? See this question. Which one of the following ancient town is well known for its elaborate system of water harvesting and management by building a series of dams and channelizing water into connected reservoirs? Please don't undermine PYQs. They are very important. So the answer here is Dholavira. Mainly most of the Harappan towns, they have upper, like Citadel, the upper town and the lower town. But in Dholavira, you have three stages. Middletown is also there. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So all these things makes Dholavira very important. So is our work complete just by saying Dholavira? No. You have to also read about Kali Bangan, Black Bangals, Rajasthan, transition zone between eastern and western Harappan sites, Rakhi Garhi, Ropar, Roopnagar. So all these are important. Research on those other sites as well. This is your work. But yes, now you cannot Dhalavira, anything and everything related to Dhalavira is important. I will also tell you, since I do current affairs, I teach current affairs. Lothal, Harappan town, port town. If you see the map again, if we go back here only, you see Lothal. Lothal is continuously in news from last 2 years because government is making something known as Ancient Maritime Heritage Complex. They want to replicate the old Lothal. So they are making this AMSC, Ancient Maritime Heritage Complex. Modi sir inaugurated it. So now questions can come on Lothal. So revise these mature Harappan sites. They are really important. How important? Really, really, guys. Please be serious. Don't act like a kid, okay? We're good boys and girls. You people are. Chepandis? Chepu తెలుసు లేదు Kadu. Just give me a second. So let's start and let's have a discussion on this particular question. With reference to the difference between culture of Rigvedic Aryans and Indus Valley people, which of the following statements is or are correct? Have a look at this. You can pause me. You can unpause me. You can try to solve this question. So don't get flustered by too many statements. Oh my God, this is such a tricky question. No, just use option elimination. Try to eliminate those statements which you feel is totally wrong. Like we know Indus Valley people, like we're talking about chalcolithic culture, there is a chronology for metals which you need to remember. CBI, copper, bronze, and iron. So iron came at the end around 1000 BC. It is believed that Indus Valley people, they did not have idea about iron, they had idea about copper and bronze. In fact, dancing girl, there's a female dancing girl, she's made of bronze. Bronze and brass, remember these terms. Brass and bronze, they are alloy of copper. So brass is copper plus zinc, and bronze is copper plus tin. So all these things you have to remember. This will help you even in science and tech. Copper plus tin. So Indus Valley, they did not know about iron. So if you eliminate second, you're left with A and C. Just check the third one. You don't need to check the first one. They have domesticated horse now. According to UPSC PYQs and all, there is a dispute related to horse. So there is no evidence of horse. Third is correct, and the answer is C, 1 and 3. But there is a dispute related to horse, guys, whether horse was actually there or not. So it's a disputed question, and that's why this man, who's one of my best friend, who's a good girl, this tattoo man. So she's saying that it is definitely debatable, guys. 2012, religion of early Vedic Aryans was primarily of what? So we talk about mature, means Harappan phase or IBC 2600 to 1900 BC. And after that, there's a time lag. And according to Upinder Singh Ma'am, 1500 to 600 BC, you have something known as Vedic period. This Vedic period, 1500 to 1000 BC, you have early Vedic period. 1000 to 600 BC, you have later Vedic period. Early Vedic Aryans, they're talking about 1500 to 1000 BC, basically. And the dates sometimes vary because this is ancient India, but the dates which we are quoting here is from Upinder Singh Ma'am's book. Upinder Singh, Ancient and Early Medieval India, which is one of the most trusted source right now for history optional, guys. Also, we're preparing for history optional. Upinder Singh Ma'am, she is the daughter of Manmohan Singh, our former Prime Minister, sir. So, religion of early Vedic Aryans was worship of nature and yajnas. They were very terrified of nature, and that's why you see Agni, Varun and all, they used to worship it, and yajnas, sacrifices, they used to do that. So the best option is C, worship of natures and yajnas. Later on, these yajnas and sacrifice, they assume different forms: Ashwamedha, Vajapeya Yajna, or Vajapeya sacrifice, Rajasuya, all these things. So the answer here is worship of nature and Yajna, Yaju. National. Now, let me tell you, when you talk about Vedic period, the major source here is Vedas. There is a difference in between Indus Valley civilization and Vedic period. When we talk about Indus Valley civilization, maximum information we are getting from archaeological sources, excavation. It means archaeological. And in the case of Vedic period, maximum information you're getting from Vedas. If I say each Veda has how many parts, or Veda has how many parts, people will start saying Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sham Veda, Athar Veda. No, just remember one thing: each Veda has 4 parts: Samhita, Brahmana, Aranyaka, and Upanishad. And since Upanishad is the last part, that's why it is also known as Vedanta. That means end of Veda, or Ved plus Anta. So remember these facts and figures, they're important. Samhita, Brahmana, Aranyaka, Upanishad. Vedanta, end of Vedas. And so please remember, so if you see any Upanishad, it has to be part of some Veda. So like Satyamev Jayate, it has been taken from Mundak Upanishad, let's say. So you have to find out Mundak Upanishad is a part of which Veda, Atharveda, and the work is not done. Kat Upanishad, Chandogya, this is not Chandogra, Chandogya, Aitareya, find out it is a part of which Veda. All these things are actually very, very, very important. Hope you understood why Upanishad is known as Vedanta, Ved plus Anta. Let's talk about questions on Buddhism. They are actually very important. So Lord Buddha's image is sometimes shown with the hand gesture known as Bhumi Sparsh Mudra. So what is the basic meaning of this Bhumi Sparsh Mudra? So Bhumi Sparsh Mudra is like Buddha's calling of the earth to witness his purity and chastity despite the temptation of Mara. So there was a demon Mara who was trying to entice Buddha. This demon Mara you can associate with your life. In your life there are desires, there are temptations, which is deviating you from the path of UPSC preparation. So you can imagine Mara. There is no one Mara, so to say. Mara is interpreted in different ways in Buddhism. So she is basically temptation, or goddess of temptation, desires, and all. And Buddha, he resisted those temptation and desire, and then he touched earth to tell God Sthavara, that see mother goddess, earth goddess, that I was not tempted by Mara. So that is Bhumi Sparsh Mudra. That tells you don't get tempted by different things. Focus on your goal, whatever is your goal. There are different mudras in Buddhism. Sthavara, earth goddess Sthavara. Touching the earth, more commonly known as earth witness, symbolizes Buddha's enlightenment under the Bodhi tree. Sakyamuni overcame the obstruction of Mara while meditating. Remember these words. So Buddha is also known as Sakyamuni. He is also known as Tathagat. So these words, UPSC has asked PYQs in them, I think in 2025 or 2024. We'll see that. So these words are important. This is Bhumi's first mudra. Then there are other mudras also. This mudra, you see this is known as Dharma Chakra mudra. So he gave the first sermon at Sarnath. There are different terms which we talk about: nirvana, mahabhinishkamana, Dharma Chakra Vartan, setting the wheel of dharma in motion. So he got enlightenment, and then he gave his first sermon at Sarnath, thereby setting the motion of wheel of teaching of dharma, and that is reflected like this. Dharma Chakra mudra, guys, wheel of dharma. Then there is Varada mudra, which shows compassion and all. Dharma Chakra mudra. Then there is Varada Mudra. Oh my God, like hand is open. And these symbols, or these fingers rather, they depict different kind of things: generosity, morality, patience, effort, meditative, concentration. When you people will grow up and you'll become 18 plus and all, you'll read ethics, GS paper 4. There also you read about these things: empathy, sympathy, compassion, and all terms. Just remember Varada Mudra: charity, compassion, and boon granting. Bhumi, Dharma, like we have just talked about different other mudras. All these three mudras, Dharma Chakra mudra, Bhumispash mudra, remember it, they can ask you the basic meaning as they have done. Because history is more or less static. Whoa, guys. So we have not skipped anything, right? Some Buddhist rock cut caves are called chaityas, where others are called viharas. What is the difference between the two? And it's not only about doing PYQs, it's about delineating them, trying to see, just I've told you, not only PYQs are important, the options are also very important. Delineation of these options are also really, guys, where has my mouse gone? Really important. So yeah. Oh my God, okay. Let's assume you have not seen anything. There will be some other stuff I will tell you. So chaityas, they are place of worship, vihara, dwelling place of the monk. Sometimes in some examination, I have seen this particular place, they contain more chaityas or viharas. See, understand, out of chaitya and vihara, if somebody asks you which is more, chaitya or vihara. So chaitya is a place of worship, right? If there is a place of worship, inside that place, 100 people, 50 people, they can stand together and they can do worshipping, right? But if they have to rest in one room, you cannot keep 100 people, right? So in more often than not, in different kind of caves, viharas will always be, or mostly 99% viharas will be more than chaityas. Hope you're understanding. In prayer halls can be 2 and 3, but resting halls they have to be more if people have to rest. So viharas, dwelling place, resting place. So B. And this is one deduction thing which we have done. Keep it in mind. Will help you in option elimination. Cool. Which of the following describes best the concept of nirvana in Buddhism? We keep on talking about this nirvana thing. What do you understand, or what do we understand by nirvana? What is the basic meaning of nirvana? Nirvana is existence or extinction of flame of desire. You people clear UPSC, you will get a particular cadre, and then you will want something more, and then you will want something more. This desire never ends. You got into UPSC, maybe you got IPS, so you're like, I want IAS, I want foreign service. If you got IAS, I want a particular cadre. So the desire never ends. Extinction of flame of desire is nirvana in Buddhism. There's Dada J.P. Vashwani, sir. He's a spiritual teacher. See, he's saying the same thing. Desire is never satisfied by the enjoyment of the objects of desire. It goes from more to more, as does the fire to which fuel is added. Oh my God. Which of the following kingdoms? See, this particular question has been repeated by UPSC in 2014 and then 2015. So this is interesting. And that's why I'm telling you, you have to do your PYQs. The more you solve PYQs, the better you are. It's not like I have solved PYQs, remember. No, solve it again as many times as possible. If you make mistakes in questions similar to PYQs, it's a big harakiri. Kingdoms associated with the life of Buddha. Buddha is Sakya Muni. Sakya Muni. Yeah? Born in Sakya clan. The Sakya kingdom very close to Kaushal. If you see, I will show you the map. There's a map. I forget about the answer. So you see Shakya kingdom here. Kaushal is very close to here, and it is said that Buddha's mother, she was from Kaushala. She was a princess of Kaushal kingdom. So obviously he will go to his nani ghar, maternal grandmother's house, and nani ghar. So hope you are understanding where we are going with this. And then he went to Magad and all. But if you see the options which has been asked in this question, forget about the answer for the time being. They're asking during the life of Buddha. See the option Gandhara. Gandhara is very far. At that time, there is no bike, two-wheeler, four-wheeler that Buddha will drive it and go to Gandhara. So if you eliminate Gandhara, you're left with C and D, right? So now you have to check Avanti. Avanti again, if you see, it's far away. It's far away from where the things are happening. And it's not like they're asking Buddhism influence, then everything will be included. They're asking during the life of Buddha. So he was here, he went to Kaushal, his mother is from Kaushal, he went to Magadha, Nirvana, he went to Kashi, this particular region. But do you ever see him going to Avanti and all? We don't find it during the life of Buddha. So the answer is Kaushal and Magadha. See, 3 and 4. Remember these questions which UPSC has asked multiple times. There is a reason why they have asked it, and you have to dig deep into these kind of questions. And this map, guys, this map, before we talk about questions, this is very important. These 16 Mahajanpads, according to Anguttara Nikaya, just like we have talked about Vedas, each Veda has 4 parts: Samhita, Brahmana, Aranyaka, Upanishad. Similarly, these Buddhist texts, they are also divided into Pitaks: Sutta Pitak, Vinaya Pitak, Abhidhamma Pitak, and these Pitaks are further divided to Nikayas. Now your homework is find out Anguttara Nikaya is a part of which Pitak. Is it a part of Sutta Pitak, Vinaya Pitak, or Abhidhamma Pitak? Anguttara Nikaya. I forgot I have to tell you something. So yes, sir. According to Anguttara Nikaya, there were 16 Mahajanpads. Have a look at all these Mahajanpad. Avanti Mahajanpad. It was divided into 2 parts by Vitravati River, which is known as Betwa River. Then you have Ashmaka Mahajanpad located on Godavari River. Then you have Kaushal Mahajanpad on Saryu River. Saryu River divided into 2 parts. So all these things they become very important. The property is related to these 16 Mahajanpads. Cool kingdom associated with Buddha. Kaushala, Shakya. See this. With reference to religious history of India, consider the following statement. The concept of Bodhisattva is central to Hinayana sector Buddhism. Bodhisattva is a compassionate one on his way to enlightenment. Bodhisattva delays achieving its own salvation to help all sentient beings on the way to it. What do you think is the answer? So, concept of Bodhisattva central to Mahayana school. Mahayana. So initially, they belong to Hinayana is the original school, Theravada we call it. So they used to represent Buddha in symbolic form, this symbolic form, like people tree will represent Nirvana and all. And there's so many things like stupas will represent Mahaparinirvana or death. Symbolic form. Horse will represent Dharma, like Mahabhinishkramana, great departure, he left his house. But then Mahayana school came later on, and they started representing Buddha in anthropomorphic form, human-like form. And there the concept of bodhisattva came, that before achieving our own salvation, we'll help others attain salvation. So second and third statement is saying the same thing. Bodhisattva, compassionate one, delays achieving his own salvation to help all sentient beings on their path to it. So the answer is B, 2 and 3 only. Cool. Bodhisattva. Do remember Mahayana set. Cool. Which reference to Indian history, who among the following is a future Buddha yet to come to save the world? Like in Hinduism, we have this incarnation, Lord Vishnu Avatara, Krishna, Ram, Lord Ram. Same way, there are Avatara concept in Buddhism also. Future Buddha. Gautama was the present Buddha. There will be a future Buddha, which will be Maitreya. And between this whole time lag, when Gautama has gone and Maitreya has not arrived, there will be someone who will be known as Chhattisgarba, who will be maintaining this whole world, saving the world. Then this Avalokiteshwar, Lokeshwar, and Padmapani, they are different bodhisattvas, as we have discussed the concept, Mahayana school. Avalokiteshwar, or also known as Padmapani, his paintings you will find in Ajanta. So he is the one bodhisattva associated with compassion. Before you read this, I will show you this. This is more interesting. So great bodhisattvas, Avalokiteshwar, Padmapani, Lokeshwar, they're all the same guys. In 1 year, UPSC gave these 3 options in Buddhism, like based on which bodhisattva we're talking about. So there is only one option which can be correct. Let's say if A, B, C, D option is there. In one they have written Avalokiteshwar, second they have written Padmapani, third they have written Lokeshwar, and in fourth they have written some other. Obviously, these 3 cannot be the answer because they are all the same. So obviously D will be the answer. So keep these points in mind. Avalokiteshwar, Padmapani, Lokeshwar, they are bodhisattva of infinite compassion. Then you have Vajrapani, bodhisattva that represents power and forceful energy. And Maitreya, future Buddha. That's what UPSC asked in this question. Chhattisgarba, when Gautama, present Buddha, has gone and Maitreya has not come, between Buddha's death and age of Maitreya, he is the Bodhisattva Chhattisgarba who will save the souls of all, save the world. So remember these terms, Manjushri, Bodhisattva of wisdom. So all these they can directly ask you because UPSC loves to ask questions on these Bodhisattvas. Avalokiteshwar, Lokeshwar, Maitreya, Padmapani, Manjushri, they can ask you the meaning also. What is the meaning of different bodhisattvas? What do they stand for? And what do they depict? All these things. Mahayana Buddhism. You can see how many questions UPSC has asked on Mahayana, Hinayana, Buddhism. I have already told you certain terms, certain things, concepts. See this. Consider the following statement: deification of Buddha, trading the path of bodhisattvas, image worship, and rituals. Which of the following is or are features of Mahayana Buddhism? They were representing Buddha in anthropomorphic form, deification, correct? Trading the path of bodhisattva, we have just discussed, that is Mahayana Buddhism concept. Not actually third one, image worship and rituals. Yes, they started doing that. So this concept which Buddhism, like during the 6th century BC, more than 60 plus heterodox sects emerged. Heterodox sects means they challenged the authority of Hinduism, and this not exactly Hinduism, Brahmanical supremacy, so to say, and the rituals and all. And see what is happening. This rituals, etc. Like Ashwamedha, Vajapaya, Rajashvi, and other rituals, they are known only to certain Brahmins. They do it for months, sometimes years, and because of that, what is happening? There is something called as Brahmanical supremacy. If I don't have money to do these rituals and sacrifices, I cannot attain nirvana, moksha, whatever you want to call it. And that's why Buddhism, Jainism, and other heterodox sects emerged, Charvaka, Ajivika, and all. And now they are doing the same rituals and all. So the whole thing has come to a full circle. If you see, I hope you're understanding what I'm saying. So the answer is D, 1, 2, and 3. Revise Mahayana. You are understanding there are certain things which UPSC loves to ask questions on. So these things have to be studied, like Buddhism, Jainism, Bhakti movement, Sufi movement. You will see a pattern. So read anything and everything and go as deep as possible in Buddhism and Jainism. Doesn't mean you do PhD on them, but yes, certain amount. Paramitas, there is a term, paramita. What is paramita? So make a note of these terms. These are perfections. If you do certain stuff, that will lead you to bodhisattva path. Like you have Amir Khan. He do a lot of stuff, or certain stuffs. He's known as perfectionist, Mr. Perfectionist. So you have to do certain stuff if you want to become bodhisattva. So those perfections, those stuff which you have to do, you have to be compassionate, etc., etc. Those comes under paramitas. So remember this word. That's it. You don't have to do PhD because you have so much things to study. It's not like you're only studying ancient history, medieval history, or only history. With reference to cultural history of India, consider the following pairs: Parivrajaka, Shramana, Upasak. Meanings they have given, and they're asking you which of the following are correctly matched. Whoa, guys, have a look at it. Parivrajaka, renunciant or wanderer. Shramana. Just give me a second, guys. So yes, sir. Parivrajaka, they are wanderers. So first is correct. Shramana is also wanderer only. Parivrajaka and Shramana, Parivrajaka or Shramana, sometimes we use them synonymously. So it's not a priest with a high status. So second is wrong. If you eliminate second, you will get the answer B1 and 3. Upasak, lay follower of Buddhism, male. Upasika, lay follower of Buddhism, female. So the answer is B1 and 3. Remember these terms, just like we have discussed. Paramita, Parivrajaka, Shramana, Upasak, all these words are very important. Not impotent, important. So you can have a look at all the meanings and all. Let's go to Jainism. 2023. Souls are not only the property of animal and plant life, but also of rocks, running water, and many other natural objects, not looked on as living by other religious sects. The above statement reflects the core belief. So, Jainism, they believe that every object, inanimate, animate, has soul, be it rocks, etc. Every. So, don't hurt them. Like that's why in farming community you don't see many Jain people, because farmers, if they are doing agriculture, they're killing some insects while plowing and all. And Jainism said, no, you cannot even kill those insects. They also have a soul. Soul is there anywhere and everywhere. So that's why they become a little bit too extreme in nature, Jainism. And it did not have any like as many followers as, let's say, Buddhism. So the answer here is B, Jainism. If you're making mistakes in these kind of questions, then that should not happen. That is actually wrong. I love you now, Piriya Lipoina. I love you na pranam poina. In our time, there was a singer, guys, or there was an actor. Allu Arjun. Allu, Allu, Allu. Jaina philosophy. Now, this is a very interesting question. If you got this question correct, you can write in the comment section that, sir, I got that Jaina philosophy question correct without cheating. I will love it. Please, you can do two things. First, how many questions you got correct out of all these questions, and second, whether you got this question on your own correct without looking at the answer and all. So Jaina philosophy, initially people asked Jainism, Jaina followers and Jaina teachers, early teachers, what is your view on God? They were very ambivalent about it. Initially they rejected it, later on they were ambivalent about it because they believe that world is created and maintained by universal law. Like, even when you read about orthodox schools of philosophy, there is a school called Samkhya school. Samkhya school, Yoga school, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Purimansha, Uttarimansha, and Vedanta school. So Samkhya school talks about Purush and Prakriti. There are two concepts, Purush and Prakriti. Prakriti is nature, Purush is soul. Nature and Purush is soul. So different permutation and combination of Purush and Prakriti creates entities, individual beings. So let's say, I mean, my soul is in New Zealand. So New Zealand is the Prakriti, soul is my Purush. They will combine and they will create permutation and combination based on the nature of the soul. So Samkhya school says that this is the nature of, like, this is nature. Creation and destruction is a law of nature. Similar kind of philosophy you can see in Jainism. Universal law. You don't need a god to create and maintain world. It is maintained and created by a universal law, creation and destruction. You may have heard this Hindi quote, you know, something is vidhi ka vidhan hai and all those stuff. So this is universal law. They believe world is created and maintained by created and maintained by universal law. You don't need a god for it, and that's why initially they rejected the concept of god. Later on, they became ambivalent about it when it became a contentious issue, so to say. It's very similar to the Samkhya school of Indian philosophy, guys. And there is one more thing which you people have to do when you're reading Samkhya school. Do parallel study. Read yoga school at the same time. When you're reading Nyaya school, read Vaisheshika school at the same time. You know, Vaisheshika. When you're reading Purmansha school, read Uttarimansha or Vedanta school at the same time. They're parallel. They're very similar. Samkhya school, they talk about Purush and Prakriti. And they are silent about God. They reject God. But Nyaya Yoga school is Samkhya plus God. They believe in this Purush and Prakriti phenomena, but at the same time they say there is a God. Yoga believes in God. And then they talk about Yam and Niyam. What are the things which you have to do? What are the things which you don't have to do? And that's why you see people doing this and that. So yeah, Nyaya, Vaisheshika. Here, Nyaya and Vaisheshika school, they focus on epistemology. Epistemology means way of acquiring knowledge, how you're acquiring knowledge. And then there comes different kind of pramanas, how we are acquiring knowledge, on whom you can believe, whom you cannot believe, etc. etc. Purimansha, Uttarimansha, that is basically about, we have talked about Vedas. Each Veda has four parts, Samhita, Brahmana, Aranyaka, and Upanishad. So this Purimansha, they're basically studying the Samhita, Brahmana, Aranyaka part. Vedanta is mainly focused on the Upanishad part. And this Purimansha school is basically focusing on the, there are two Kants in Vedas, Gyan Kand and Karm Kand. So Karm Kand, Samhita, Brahmana and Aranyaka, they focus on the Karm Kand. That means rituals, etc. They're very important. Purimansha focus on that. Vedanta talks about Upanishad, and they talk about Gyan Kand, knowledge. And this Upanishad was added later on in Vedas because of this whole, reaction against Brahmanical supremacy and rituals and all. So they wanted, and that's why they introduced this whole Upanishad and the Gyan Kand concept, so to say, to counter Buddhist and Jaina followers. So we are understanding. So do research on Samkhya Yoga, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Purvansha, and Vedanta. If you have any issues related to these topics, you have queries, etc., you can compile your doubts. You can schedule doubt sessions also with me. That's totally fine. But yes, these are important terms and terminologies, which you have to keep in mind. Oh my God. Technologies. So yeah, let's have a look at this particular question, guys. Chepandis, Chepandis, Chepo. So with reference to the history of ancient India, which of the following were common to both Buddhism and Jainism? Have a look at this particular question. Try to solve it. Avoidance of extremities of penas and enjoyment, indifference to the authority of Vedas, denial of efficacy. See, common they're asking. Jainism we have just discussed. Jainism is too extreme, right? So avoidance, this is wrong. Jainism is doing extremities, Buddhism is not. Buddhism talks about middle path. I love, who period the point, guys. Middle path, Ashtangika Mar. They talk about middle path, Ashtangika Mar. And here the talks is about visa lane, eightfold path. What is visa lane, guys? Right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, or right meditation, or right concentration. So middle path. So first is wrong. Eliminate first, we'll get the answer B, 2 and 3. Indifference to the authority of Vedas, they rejected. Like they're Gnostic school. These Buddhism, Jainism, they're called as Gnostic school. They rejected the authority of Vedas. Gnostic does not mean here exactly, do not believe in God and all. Gnostic basically means rejected the authority of Vedas, denial of efficacy of rituals. And see the irony, later on Mahayana school of Buddhism, they themselves started doing rituals and all. As somebody said, hypocrisy ki bhi seema hoti hai. There is a limit to hypocrisy. Guys, let's focus. So the answer here is B, 2 and 3. And similar question was asked in 1996, one more option added. And that's why we are doing this research. And that's why we are reading these things in detail. These are very important topics, guys. You cannot ignore them. Which of the following statement is are applicable to Jaina doctrine? Surest way of annihilating karma is to practice pinas. Every object, even the smallest particle, has a soul. Karma is the bane of the soul and must be ended. So yes, surest way. Everything. You want to end your karmas and all, good or bad. Do pinas. Pinas in Hindi called praschit. So first is correct. We have discussed. Second question, object, a second statement, 2023 PYQ we have solved. Every object, even the smallest particle, has a soul. So second is correct. You're left with D, and so just check the second is correct, right? Where is gone? So second is correct. So that means D is the answer. 1, 2, and 3. Karma is the bane of the soul and must be ended. Yes. D, 1, 2, and 3. Everything, whatever is written here, is correct. Which reference to religious practices in India, Sthanakvasi sect belongs to what? Jainism. So Buddhism and like Jainism. If you talk about Buddhism, you have Theravadas, and then later on Mahayana, Hinayana came. There were other divisions also. Stharviravadins, Mahasangikas. On the other hand, Jainism, they got divided into two parts: Svetambar, Digambar, and later on within them also there were divisions. Bispanthi, Terapanthi, Sthanakvasis, Murti Pujaks. So Murti Pujaks, they are, again, as the name suggests, they are making idols of their Jaina teachers and all. On the other hand, there are Sthanakvasis who do not believe in this idol worshipping and all. They don't have temples. They have prayer halls, which are known as Sthanakas. And they are known as Dhundhyas because they're trying to find the purpose of life. I very much associate with these Sthanakvasis. I am also like Sthanakvasis only. So Sthanakvasis, Jainism. Remember this chronology, guys. Don't remember the exact chronology. You don't have to do PhD here. They are basically this Javed Akhtar's quote. Why to fear what will happen in life? If nothing happens, you will have experience. Jain, Shwetambar, Digambar. Shwetambar, wearing white clothes. Digambar, nude, no clothes, because there is a concept of aparigraha, non-possession in Jainism. You should not have anything which you don't need. You don't need clothes. You came nude, and most probably you will go nude. Why wear clothes then? Shwetambar, white clothes. So Shwetambar Mandir Margi, Murti Puja, if we call it. Sthanakvasis, they have sthanakas, prayer halls. They sit there, they do meditate, they try to find out the purpose of life. Sthanakvasi, Jainism. Digambar, Bishpanthi, Terapanthi, here there are basic differences. Who will sit, who will stand, who will adore their teachers, who will have problems with their teachers, and in between, like Bish is 20, right? Tera is 13, and then there was an average called Totapanthi. So Totapanthi, they are following some points of Bishpanthi, some point of Terapanthi. Tota is 20 plus 13 by 2. 33 by 2, 16.5. We are reading, doing CSAT here. Please, guys, you don't have to do Tara Gacha, Anal Gacha, Lopa Gacha. No, just remember Mandir Margi, Sthanakvasi, Bishpanthi, Terapanthi, they are associated with which particular religion? Jainism. Shwetambar subsets, Mandir Margi, Sthanakvasi. Murti Pujaks or Mandir Margi, they are the same, worship idols. Again, you can see a dichotomy, right? These are the things which they were initially Jainism were criticizing against Hinduism. And now they also, or Brahmanical supremacy, they're also doing the same thing. Sthanakvasis do not believe in idol worship and do not have temples. They have prayer halls, Sthanakas. And their word Dhundya is associated with them, which means searchers trying to find out the purpose of life. Chepadis. Chepu chepu. Like, share, and subscribe, guys. Spread the word. If I'm adding to your knowledge base, you can donate at this number. If you want this particular PDF, again, you can send me a message at this particular number only. Let's move on to the next question asked in 2022 with reference to Indian history. Oh my god, just give me a second here. So with reference to Indian history, consider the following text. Niti Prakarna Parishtha Parvan Avdana Shataka Trishashti Lakshana Mahapurana. Which of the above are Jaina texts? When you see these kind of questions, you feel like, oh my god, I have to read so many things, I have to learn so many things, What you have to understand here is just remember one term, that is Avadana. Avadana. Avadana are Buddhist text. Divya, Vadana, etc. It can come at the start, it can come at the end also. Avadana. Be on the lookout for these words. So Avadana, anything ending or starting with prefix or suffix with Avadana, they are Buddhist text. So if you eliminate third, If you just knew that particular information, you got the answer. B. Parishta Parvan, Trishashti Lakshana, Mahapurana. Now, do research on these four books, but don't do PhD on them. Keep in mind the keyword which I told you. Avadana, they are Buddhist texts. Like we have discussed Pitak Nik and Nikayas and all. So Avadanas, they're also Buddhist texts. Jatakas, stories of previous life of Buddha in different forms, human, animal forms. So remember these words, Avadana, etc. That will help you in eliminating option and solving questions, because there are so many Buddhist texts, Jaina texts. How many will you remember, guys? The only thing is focus on the keywords. Now, if any question comes on Avadana text, these are Buddhist texts. So just eliminate option, you will get the answer. Darshanas, this is what I was saying, that whenever you are reading Samkhya school, read Yoga school at the same time. Samkhya and Yoga has to be read at the same time. When you're reading Nyaya school, read Vaisheshika school at the same time, Samkhya and Yoga. And when you're reading Vedanta, read Vedanta, means Purvansha, and then you read Uttaravancha Vedanta school at the same time. These are all Astic schools. Astic school means they accepted the authority of Vedas. Buddhism, Jainism, Charvaka, Lokayats and all, they are Ajivikas and all, they are Gnostic school, rejected the authority of Vedas. So six systems of Indian philosophy. They are basically asking which of the following not is part of the Astic school. So have a look at it and try to solve it. So Lokayat and Kapalika, no. Mimamsha, Vedanta, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Samkhya, Yoga are there. So the answer is C, Lokayat and Kapalika, because they're asking not. Sometimes they will make this not bold, sometimes they will not make it bold. So you have to keep that in mind. Mauryan Empire, if you go and talk about Mauryan Empire, 2023, concept of stupa. You may feel like, sir, why is stupa kept here? Why not in Buddhism? We can keep it anywhere and everywhere. That's totally fine. Why we have kept it here? Because maximum stupas were built during the period of Mauryan Empire, during the period of Ashokas. Basically, maximum stupas, Ashoka, modern ruler. So keep that point in mind. That is also important. So, concept of stupa, Buddhist in origin. Stupa is generally a repository of relics, votive and commemorative structure in Buddhist tradition. So statement correct. No, it's not Buddhism in origin. Even in Vedic texts, you find the concept of these mounds, you know, relics, remains in mounds and all. So this has Hinduism, or it has Vedic origin and all. So it's not Buddhist in origin. Eliminate that. Rest second and third statements are correct. Stupas containing the remains of Buddha or his immediate followers, and it's a way of worshipping or remembering Buddha. So it's a votive commemorative structure as well. So second and third is correct. The answer is B. Only two. Good question. Goody goody goody. Good question. Who among the following rulers advised his subjects through his inscription? Whosoever praises his religious sect or blames other sects, it is sect, guys. Don't read it something else. Out of excessive devotion to his own sect, with the view of glorifying his own sect, he rather injures his own sect very severely. The answer is Ashoka. Let me show you the source here. अशोका रोशनी से भरे 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 नैना से तेरे. So what I'm doing this history through NCRT series, where I'm covering all history chapters from NCRT class 6 to NCRT class 12 chapter wise. Basically class 6 is about ancient history, class 7 medieval history, class 8 modern history, class 9 most of the portion world history, like that. So if you want to revise certain stuff, let's say your ancient history is poor, revise class 6. See this: if one praises one's own religion while criticizing another's, one is actually doing greater harm to one's own religion. Ashoka. Class 6, Chapter 7. Revise it on your own, guys, or you can join my History Through NCRT series. If you need any more message, you can send me a WhatsApp message at. I've shared the number with you, 9650303257. Wow. See? So don't undermine NCRTs. They are the building blocks for both pre as well as mains. Major rock edict 12 of Ashoka, they are also containing these information and all. So when you talk about these rock edicts, so see, understand one thing. Ashoka, so there are four types of edicts, or we see major rock edicts, major rock, minor rock, they also, and then major pillar, minor pillar. So what is the basic meaning of these terms? Major rock edict means they are inscribed on rocks and they have significant amount of inscription is there. Minor rock edict means they're inscribed on rock, less inscription is there. Again, major pillar, inscribed on pillar, a lot of inscription is there. Minor pillar, inscribed on pillar, less amount of inscription is there. So keep these points in mind. They're really, really, really important. And what is important from exam perspective, these major rock edicts. UPSC asks about their location, so you have to revise all the location. Kalsi, Dholi, Jogada, Eragudi, all these places, they become important wherever the major rock edicts of Ashoka is there. Ashoka. Who among the following had first deciphered the edicts of Emperor Ashoka? 2016 question. These are basic questions. If you make mistakes in these questions, then it's a bad thing. You should not do that. Oh my god. So the answer is James Prinsep. James Prinsep deciphered the edicts of Emperor Ashoka. 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 See this. This is what I was saying. Major rock edicts location in the site. Dholi, Eragudi, Jogada, Kalsi. How many pairs are correctly matched? 2022 question. So all the major rock edicts location, they become really important. How important? Very, 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 very important. So if you see this question, Dholi, it is in Odisha. Jogada is also in Odisha. So Jogada is in Odisha. Eragudi is Andhra Pradesh, correct. Kalsi is in Uttarakhand. So that means 1 and 2 they are correct. Third and fourth they are wrong. So the answer is only two pairs, right? Right. Kandahar, Sahabaz, Gadi, Manchera, Kalsi. Before you see this thing, see this map and you see major rock edicts, pillar edicts, minor rock edicts, blah blah blah. Out of this, first focus on these guys, the square ones. Major rock edicts, Eragudi, UPSC asked it. Then Sannati, they have not asked it. So Para, Dholi, Jogada, both are in Odisha. They have already asked it in this question. Kalsi they asked, Uttarakhand, Shahbaz Garhi, Manchera, Kandhar. Kandhar everybody knows. Once you are done with the major rock edicts location, then focus on the pillar edicts. But yes, major rock edicts are really important. And once you have done these rock edicts, then these 14 rock edicts, etc., special rock edicts in Odisha or you know, Kalinga, you can look at what they were talking about. They talk about Dhamma Hamattas. Ashoka focused on victory by Dhamma rather than victory by war. So he talks about Dhamma Ghosha, Bheri Ghosha. So these terms becomes very important. Dhamma Ghosha, Bheri Ghosha. Dhamma Ghosha is victory by Dhamma. You know, Bheri Ghosha is victory by war. All these terms very important. Dhamma Hamattas, who are propounding these philosophies of Dhamma in different portions of the terrain of modern empire. Modern empire, guys. And then you can read all these things. These terms, Pradeshikas, Rajukas, Yuktas, they're basically the officers at the district level. Rajukas are keeping track of the land records. Yuktas, a subordinate officer. UPSC has already asked this question in 2025. Who are these Pradeshikas, Yuktas, and Rajukas? So they are important, guys. Don't take things lightly or these terms lightly. Oh my god, Dhamma Ghosha, I've already told you, Bheri Ghosha, they can ask you the meaning of these terms. What do these terms actually Chepandis. Chepandis means what do these terms actually mean? Whoa. Then, in which one of the following regions was Dhanyakataka, which flourished as prominent Buddhist center under the Mahasanghikas, located? Have a look at this. So, Dhanyakataka. So, when you people, read about post-modern period, during post-modern period, you read about a particular kingdom known as Satavahanas. Satavahanas. So these Satavahanas, they ruled in southern India and their region was, let's say, this. So first, initially their capital was Pratisthana or Paithan, which was there in Maharashtra. Then for a certain period, their capital was Dhanyakataka, which was near Dhanyakataka, near Amaravati, Andhra Pradesh, so Andhra. So this particular region. And they also, this Satavahanas and then later on, Ichhuakus, they patronized this Amaravati school of art. So it was a Buddhist center under the Mahasanghikas, Dhanyakataka, Andhra region. Guys, do remember it was a capital of Satavahanas for a brief period. Satavahanas, they're very important because their king's name, Gautamiputra Satkarni, etc. It led people to believe that it's very matriarchal in nature. They are named after their mother, Gautamiputra Satkarni, Gautami's son. But more or less, sons were only becoming the ruler and all. So it's not like it's matriarchal. It's just names are coming from mother. Satavahanas, Pratisthana, Paithan, their capital. Amaravati, near Amaravati, here you have Dhanyakataka. Dhanyakataka. This Pratisthana or Paithan, it is currently in Maharashtra. This Dhanyakataka, Andhra Pradesh. So Pratisthana, Maharashtra. Cool. Satavahanas, they used to fight with the Shakas, Western Kshatrap Shakas a lot. So yeah. Questions on Sangam Age. UPSC love to ask questions on Sangam Age. According to Upanishad Ancient means early medieval India book, Sangam is 300 BC to 300 AD. So when modern period was going on, 324 BC say, or 322 BC to 187, 185 BC, and then post-modern period, 2nd century BC to 3rd century AD. During some part of modern period and some part of post-modern period, in southern India, Sangam Age was going on, 300 BC to 300 AD. And here you see about three kingdoms, Chola, Chera, and Pandyas. Pandya, Hardik Pandya. No, it's different Pandya. So Cheras, their capital Vanjis and all, very near to Mujiris. Then Cholas, their capital was Urayur. Later on, it became Puhar, Kaveri Pattinam. Pandyas, their capital was Madurai. Their capital means port town was Korkai. Remember these times they used to fight a lot, and that's why they used to talk about Akkam song, love song, Puram song, war song, Pyar kar, ho, pyar kar. That means love, love, akam, akam. And then some people started saying war kar, ho, war kar. That means Puram, 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 Puram. So akam, Puram, remember the Sangam text. Shila Papadikaram, Mani Mekalai, Pattu Pattu, Tolka PM, these are Sangam text. And you will see a major element of Buddhism and Jainism in those texts, which shows the influence of Buddhism and Jainism in this particular period in the southern India. Chola, Chera, Pandyas, Chula, Chula. Sangam age. And now let's try to solve this question based on the current knowledge which you have. I love you. Now, Piriyadi, Poina. I love you, na Pranam. Poina. Guys, please be serious na. So Sangam, see, unlike the like Sangam age, when Sangam age was going on, in northern India, you have this vertical division of society. You know, you have Brahman, you have Kshatriya, you have Vaishya, you have Shudras, this kind of division. On the other hand, in South India, horizontal division of society was going on based on which land you're living in. Kurinji, Mulai, Marudam, Niyadal, Palai. These are the lands. Like Marudam is agricultural tax or tracts rather, agricultural lands. Cholas, they had a lot of agricultural tracts, Kaveri, Delta, and all. So that's why Chola became one of the victorious part. Like many of the battles between Chola, Chera, and Pandyas, Chola became victorious because they have a lot of Marudam. Remember these words, you know, Kurinji, Mulai, Marudam, Niyadal, Palai. And now this is your homework. Find out what does Kurinji means, Mulai means, Niyadal means, Palai means. Marudam, agricultural tracts. So Sangamish, they were knowing about the social classification of Varnas in northern India. This vertical division, they had horizontal division. Later on, they also got divided into this vertical division, Brahmanas and non-Brahmanas, which led to this whole Justice Party movement and then self-respect movement and the current emergence of Dravidian politics, DMK, AIDMK parties, which talk about representation of non-Brahmanas and how Brahmanas are dominating different positions, educational posts, jobs and all. So hope you're understanding where we're going with this. So yes, the answer is social classification was known. Even if you don't know, they're devoid of any reference. Can it happen? They don't talk about anything related to material culture. No reference to warrior ethic. I've just told you Puram song. War, they did believe in magical forces irrational. No, they did believe in these things. Even today, people believe in these things. They're not irrational completely again. So B is the best option here. Social classification, no. But they had a horizontal division, so to say. Later on, vertical. Brahmanas, non-Brahmanas. With reference to ancient South India, Korka, Pumpuhar, Mujiris were well known as what? Revised Sangam age. Sangam age is very important. UPSC loves to ask questions on Sangam age, guys. I love you know Piriyadi Poina. So Kukorkai, Pumpuhar, Mujiris were ports. Ports. So best thing whenever you are solving these, focus. Like we have talked about Cheras. Their capital was Vanji, Tondi, Mujiris their port towns, and again the Pandyas, capital Madurai, Korka is a port town. Cholas, their initial capital was Urayur, later on Kaveri Patana, which is also known as Puhar. Puhar, same. So you can see all of them are port towns. Maybe later some of them became capitals, but the commonality here is port towns. All of them are port towns. Cheras, capital, capital Vanji. We don't exactly know the location of Vanji and Mujiris. Historians are still speculating. Oh my God, speculating about it. Their emblem is bow and arrow, or their importance to trade with Romans. So during this period, Sangam age, post-modern period, what happened during first century AD? Monsoon winds was discovered first century AD by Hippalus. Monsoon wind was discovered by Hippalus. So using these monsoon winds, what they used to do, these people, these Romans and all, they used to come to India during the rainy season using the south west monsoon winds, and in winter they used to during using the northeast monsoon winds, they used to go from India. So yes, all these things facilitated Indo-Roman trade. Roman ruler Temple Augustus or Temple of Augustus is built here. He is a Roman ruler, but we have not yet found it. It is mentioned in books. Whoa, guys, please be serious, okay? So now, Cholas, their capital, Puhar, capital is Urayu, then Puhar, Pumpuhar, Kaveri Pattinam, and emblem is tiger. Remember these emblem, like what is the emblem of Cheras, what is the emblem of Cholas and Pandyas, all these things become very important. Pandya's capital, Madurai, Port Korkai. So you can see all these are port towns. Sati, idol worship, common, important king, Nedun Chelian. They can ask you, Nedun Chelian was a Pandya king or what? So you have to remember that. Which of the following explains the concept of Vata Kirutal as mentioned in Sangam poem? So again, you can see how important Sangam age is. Solve all PYQs on Sangam age. Revise Sangam age minutely as much as possible. That is important, guys. So Vata Kirutal. Vata Kirutal is, as we have seen in during that period, they used to do Nadu Kal, hero stones. They used to worship warriors because they used to fight a lot because they were very close together. So Vata Kirutal is whenever a king used to get a back wound, he used to commit suicide or starve himself to death. Why? Because back wound is considered dishonorable. It felt like he was running away from the you know field, and that's why he got that particular injury. So king defeated in a battle, committing ritual suicide by starving himself to death. That is known as Vata Kirutal. Remember these terms; they are very important. Let's come to Gupta Empire. Which one of the following book of ancient India has the love story of son of the founder of Sunga dynasty? So you can have a look at these terms, these names. So the answer is Malvika Agnimitra. Malvika and Agnivitra's love story. Sunga dynasty, Pushyamitra Sunga founder, established after the, you know, like they killed last ruler of Mauryan Empire. Sunga came and then Kanvas came. So when Sunga and Kanvas were ruling in the northern India, post-modern period, Satavahanas were ruling in the central India, Shakas were there in the western India, Parthians were there in the western India, and in southern India you have the Sangami, Cholachera Pandyas. Malvika Agnimitra. Agnimitra. So Malvika and Agnimitra. And Kalidas, remember his books and all. Vikramavashya, Abhigyan, Shakuntalam, all these are important text plays which you have to keep in mind. Now this is a good question. With reference to scholars of ancient India, see this. Pushyamitra Sunga, Panini. Panini wrote a Sanskrit text known as Ashtadhyayi. Very important. Ashtadhyayi. And basically dates are hazy about Panini, but he is associated with 5th, 6th century BC. Pushyamitra Sunga came after Mauryans. Obviously, he's not there in 5th, 6th century BC. He's much later than that, right? So first has to be wrong. You're left with B and C. He's around 2nd century BC. So you're left with B and C. Check the second one. Third is correct. You don't need to check. Amar Simha is associated with Chandragupta II only, Vikramaditya. So he's not associated with Harshvardhana, who came much later, 606 to 647 AD. But on the other hand, Chandragupta II, if I'm not wrong, he's around 385 to 414 AD, something similar to this 385, 380. Dates somewhat varies here, or something like that. So yeah, Chandragupta II. Amar Simha as well as Kalidas. So second is wrong. The answer is C, 3 only. These are important factual questions. If you have done it, you will be able to do it. Kalidas, Abhigyan, Shakuntalam, Malvika, Agnimitram, Raghuvansha, Kumar Sambhava. Remember these things. And again, Amar Simha also. Like we have talked about Panini, he has written a Sanskrit grammar text, Ashtadhyayi. Amar Simha has also written a Sanskrit grammar text later on, Amar Kosh. So remember these things. But Amar Kosh came later than Ashtadhyayi because Panini is there in 5th, 6th century BCE and Amar Simha is there in the Gupta period, 4th, 5th century AD. So yeah. With reference to forced labor, which is known as Vishti, they can directly ask you this. They can make a separate question from this question only. Vishti is what? It's a forced labor practiced during Gupta period. What is the meaning of this particular thing? You see what statement is correct. Have a look at this. Try to do option elimination. So it was considered a source of income for the state, a sort of tax paid by the people. So remember these facts and figures. They are very important. Just give me a second, guys. Vishti, forced labor. It was believed that people have to work. In a way, you are paying to the state if you're doing this forced labor or Vishti, 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 Vishti. Whoa, 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 guys, please be serious. So when you talk about, if you see this particular question, so Gupta period, according to Al-Baruni, there's a guy, his name is Al-Baruni. He has written a book which is known as Kitabul Hind. Kitabul Hind or Tahqiq Hind. According to his book, Kitabul Hind or Tahqiq Hind, the starting period of Guptas is 318 to 320 AD and ended by 550 AD. So they are saying that, decline of Gupta 550 AD, rise of Harshvardhana. Harshvardhana, his time period is 606 to 647 AD. So between this period, like 550 to 606, who were the powers who were ruling here? So use like focus. Harsha is a ruler of Pushyabhuti, so he cannot come all of a sudden. Pushyabhutis must be ruling, so third has to be there. Eliminate this, you're left with B and C. Now you have to check Pushyabhutis, and they were working. Initially, they were feudatories of Mokris of Kannauj. Mokri ruler Grahavarman, he was married to the sister of Harshvardhan, Rajeshri. So yeah, so Mokris, Pushbhutis were working under Mokri. So Mokri has to be the four, has to be the four is there in both. Then what else is left? Guptas of Magadha, they are known as later Gupta rulers. So they were also there. So first has to be this. So the answers B 1, 3, 4, and 6. This Yadava of Devgiri for 12th, 13th century AD. We are talking of Pushbhuti, of Paramaras of Malwa. They are also 9th, 10th century. So the answer is B 1, 3, 4, and 6. Here it may look like a tough question, but it is not. This is 590 AD map, guys. Have a look at this. This is lying between that time period which we discussed. Gupta period declined by 550 AD. Harsha will come in 606 AD. Between that period, these are the kingdoms, late Guptas. They displaced the earlier Guptas. Mokris, Grahavarman, Pushyabhutis initially working under as feudatories of Mokris. Their capital is Thaneshwara. Thaneshwar we call it in Haryana. Then you have Maitrakas of Vallabhi. Jaina Council happened in Vallabhi. All these places are important. Bhrigu Kacha or Bharu Kacha. It is also known as Bharu. Very important port town. Why it is called Kacha? I am not going there. Chalukyas, which style we talk about. Pallavas, Kanchipuram. So Pallavas were there during the time of Samudragupta also. There was a ruler called Vishnu Gopa, who was the ruler of Pallavas during the time of Samudragupta. So these are the facts. The more you see these maps, the better you will become in these things. So yes, revise it. Study history in a chronological manner. Things will become much easier for you. Have a look at this Chepandi's question, Chibu Jibu, with reference to cultural history of India. The term Panchayatan refers to what? What is the basic meaning of? Just give me a second. Panchayatan. Assembly of village elders. I've told you at the starting only when we were talking about these things. I have told you what is Panchayatan style. What is the basic meaning? So Panchayatan style of temple construction. It is the earliest, early form of Nagara style of temple architecture. So Nagara style evolved from Panchayatan style. You have to understand it this way. So I have told you, Panchayatan style, there will be one main shrine, Garbhagriha, and there will be 4 subsidiary shrines. It's like, in the when you people will be kid, your mother will be taking you to a temple. So first she will go to maybe subsidiary shrines. So first maybe she is going to main shrine, and then she will go to subsidiary shrines. So main shrine, Garbhagriha, Sanctum Sanctorum. Remember these terms. Garbhagriha is also known as Sanctum Sanctorum. And then it's not like you will directly enter into Garbhagriha. There is something called as Mandapa. You travel through Mandapa and then you reach Garbhagriha. Mandapa, they are known as Jagmohana in Odisha. Jagmohana in Odisha. So these things you have to understand. And then there is, Shikhara and Vimanas above them in northern and southern India. So these are some terms which you have to keep in mind. Style of temple construction. What happened? Why I am. Yeah. Questions on caves of India. The painting of Bodhisattva Padmpani. Padmpani we have discussed, guys. We were talking about it. Compassion. Bodhisattva of compassion and all. When we're talking about future Bodhisattva Maitreya, he will come and all. So his painting there also, I've told you where is it painting? Ajanta. Ajanta, mostly Buddhism influence. Like you talk about Eloras, here you will have different caves depicting Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism. Ajanta, totally Buddhist. Remember these facts and figures, they're important. Ellora, Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism, everything. Same way, research on Badami and Bagh caves. Whoa! But it's Ajanta and Ellora, they are much, much more important. Ajanta is most important, and then you have Ellora. So, Elephanta caves. So, this is Padmpani painting in Ajanta caves, predominantly Buddhism. Question on traveler. Yuan Chang, 2013 they asked it, 2025 they have asked, and Fahian. So, they ask questions. And that's why we have to solve these PYQs. They give you an idea what is important, what is not, what to focus on, what to skip, and all. And there is a chronology also here, guys. Chronology means you can people like Yuan Zhang went to San. Fahian, his other name is Fazian. So how will you remember Fahian came first or Yuan San? So see this F and H. So in F and H, what comes first? F come first. So Fahian came first. He came during the period of Chandragupta II. We have discussed 380, 414 AD. When the sun came during the period of Harsha, 606 to 647 AD. So remember the chronology, this is important. And after Fahian Yuan the Sun, there was another guy who came, his name was Ising. So all these names are important. Ising, he came around 671 AD. So during the period of Yuan the Sun, he came during the period of Harsha. He's saying the roads and river routes were completely immune. Can it happen any period, even right now in Modi sir's period where everything is happening in such an awesome manner? We are in Amrit Kal and all. Are we completely immune from robbery? When we are not completely immune from robbery in this Amrit Kal, God, guys, please don't laugh. So this is an extreme statement. Eliminate it. If you eliminate one, you directly get the answer B 2 and 3. Regards punishment, yes, mutilation of limbs and all this used to happen. Tradesmen had to pay duties at ferries and various stations. So in these kind of questions, you can use your common sense. But the problem is, common sense is not that common. It's easy for me to sit in an AC room and say about all these stuff, but in exam there is pressure cooker like situation, so you have to take a lot of decisions. So yeah, miscellaneous plus art and culture question. Have a look at this particular question related to guilds, shrenis of ancient India. You can pause me, you can unpause me, have a look at this and try to solve it. The questions which we'll be discussing in ancient, medieval, and modern, including art and culture, if you're making mistakes in them in exam, I will kill you all. Please don't make mistakes in them, guys. Just give me a second. Every guild was registered. See, what are guilds and shrenis? These are democratic setups of traders, merchants, artisans who are making rules, how wages will happen, when they will work, where they will go. There were different kinds of shrenis and guilds and shrenis, Ayavadle, Manigramam. Some went as far as Southeast Asia for trade. Sometimes kings find these trades or guilds or shrenis profitable. So he used to invest in them. Sometimes they were democratic. Not every time. Every guild was registered, king was chief. So if every guild is registered, the central authority, king is chief administrative authority, where is the democracy? Where is the autonomy, decision making power? Nowhere, right? So first is wrong. Remember, these are many people believe these are one of the earliest democratic institutions in ancient India. When you talk about guild shrenis, they existed as early as 4th century BC. Maybe some even existed earlier than that. Very, very old phenomena, and you can see wages, rules, all these things were done by them. First is wrong, and second and third, they are correct. Ayavadle, Manigram, they can directly ask you what they are. So they are guilds and shrenis. Keep these points in mind. They are really important. Now let's have a look at PYQ 2024. Means 2024 questions. Oh my God, what happened? So which has been asked. Whoa, 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 whoa. With reference to ancient India, Gautam Buddha was generally known by which of the following epithets? We have discussed this at the starting only when we're talking about Buddha, Bhumishwas Mudra and all. So Shakyamuni, he is from Shakyatyan. Second has to be there, right? So, like second, Tathagat is also called. Hey Tathagat, what are you doing, Tathagat? Nayaputta is associated with Mahavira. So we have discussed Bhumishwas Mudra, there we discussed Shakyamuni attained this and that. So second is correct. If second is correct, you have only one option B, so you can go with it. Tathagat is also known as Nayaputta Jainism, like Mahavira. Cool, cool, cool. This question, PYQ 2024. Consider the following information. Now, Chandraketugarh again came. This is not the first time you're seeing Chandraketugarh. That's how you understand what places are important, what places you cannot miss upon, So Chandraketugarh, it is not in Odisha, guys. It is in West Bengal. So first eliminated. You're left with second, third, fourth. Inamgaon is in Maharashtra. It's a very famous Chalcolithic site. Second is correct, so that means the answer has to be B2 and 3. Mangadu, Kerala, Shalihundam is in Andhra Pradesh, but it is not a rock cut cave shrine. It is a Buddhist, you know, famous for Buddhist architecture, basically, Salihundam. So the answer is B2 and 3 only. PYQ 2024, again, we have done this. Shanghabhuti, Indian Buddhist monk. This is a factual question. If you get this question wrong, don't worry about these kind of questions. It's not like these questions will make or break things for you. It's fine. Everybody will get these kind of questions wrong. These questions will not decide your prelims, UPSC prelims. Shanghabhuti, Indian Buddhist monk who traveled to China at the end of 4th century AD, author of a commentary on Sarvastivadi Vinaya. And this particular information is given in a book which is known as Ancient and Early Medieval. This is what I'm saying. Upinder Singh. I had history option, like went through it, but this is for history option. This is not for you people, GS people. If you start reading history optional books, when will you read your other subjects? It's not like you have to read only history. History and all. Upinder Singh ma'am, daughter of Manmohan Singh. Very good book, awesome book. Will give you so much conceptual clarity. If you have history optional, you can go through this particular book. It will help you a lot. So UPSC Prelims 2025, let's have a look at some questions. I personally feel in 2025, the questions were much easier than what they were in 2024. 2024 Prelims questions were comparatively somewhat tougher compared to 2025. Famous female figurine dancing girl found at Mohenjo-daro was made of bronze. CB, I have told you the name only, copper, bronze, iron. So bronze girl, bronze dancing girl. Whenever you read, we also take crash course and all those stuff. We keep on talking about this thing. So it's a common thing, bronze dancing girl. And bronze is an alloy of copper, brass, copper plus zinc. Bronze is copper plus tin. Remember these facts. They are important. I've told you this, right? Mohenjo-daro. Mohenjo-daro, Ladki Parvat ki yaro. No, it's not. Kilimanjaro. Now, this is based on 16 Mahajanpads. Angutar Nikaya text, where they are located. So, Ashika Mahajanpad. Only Janpad, Mahajanpad lying south of Vindhyas, completely south of Vindhyas, Ashika. So, so they are located in Godavari. I told you when I was telling you these facts and figures. Vipasha is not Vipasha Bashu. Vipasha is Vyas River, current Vyas River. It's southward. Kamboja is much more northward. So second is wrong. First is correct. Avanti, not Mahanadi. Avanti is located on Vitravati River, which is known as the current name of Betwa River. Betwa. And then Kaushal is, yes, Kaushal Kingdom, also associated with Lord Ram, located on Saryu River. Saryu River divided to North Kaushal and South Kaushal. So fourth is correct. So first and fourth are correct. So the answer is only two. Wow, this is a good question actually. If you're getting this question wrong, that's fine. Fine, but once I teach 16 Mahajanpad, I teach people about these things. Ashmaka Mahajanpad, only Mahajanpad completely lying south of Vindhyas and located on the banks of river Godavari. This is not the first time you're seeing it. Are you seeing it for the first time? I don't know. Potana Podali, it is there in Maharashtra. This Podanyapura which you're seeing, it is the name of Potana Podali. It is in Maharashtra. Ashmaka. Avanti, Vitravati River, Betwa, Matsya River, Virat Nagar. Then you have so many Gandhara, Kamboja, you see. And this whole Vyas River is somewhat south. Kamboja is far north. So that's why that option is wrong. Avanti, Vitravati River is dividing into two parts. This is Betwa, not what they're saying. What river UPSC was asking? If you see this, so they're saying Avanti Mahanadi, not Mahanadi. It is Betwa River, Vitravati River, Betwa River. You can have a look at this Avanti, important center of Buddhism. This is not same as it is associated with life of Buddha, which we have discussed earlier. Life of Buddha means during the period of Buddha, what are the places you associate? Later on, everything became important center of Buddhism. Almost. Kaushal Kingdom, Saryu River, divided into two parts, north and south. Sravasti, northern capital, Kushavati, southern capital. Famous king Prasenjit ultimately merged with Magadha. They also, I think, they captured Kashi kingdom. Kashi, capital Varanasi. Varun and Asi river. They used to flow around this region, Kashi, and that's why Varanasi, you see, Varun plus Asi, Varanasi. UPSC Prelims 2025. This Pradeshika Rajuka Yukta, you have seen it when we were talking about major rock edicts of Ashoka. There we have talked about Ashokan inscription and this facts, right? So have a look at this and try to solve this particular question. So Ashoka inscription suggests that Pradeshika Rajuka Nukta, they were district level administration. You can go back to that slide, you will see that. So Pradeshika, the four provinces, major provinces: Uttarpat capital Takshila, Avantipat Ujjain, Dakshinpat Suvarnagiri, Kalinga, Toshali. Districts under the charge of Pradeshikas. Then your Yuktas, your subordinate officers, Rajukas. Some people say rulers, some people say they also kept a track of the land records. Fahian, we have talked about Yuan Xuanzang. He came during the period of Harshvardhana. Fahian, I have told you when I was telling you about Yuan or Xuanzang, he came during the period of Chandragupta II. Cool, cool, cool. Iron pillar inscription at Mehrauli. He maintained 9 Navratnas, Kali Dasha, and Chinese pilgrim. Fahian visited. He is also written as Fazian. So keep these points in mind. They are really important. UPSC Prelims 2025. Who among the following rulers in ancient India had assumed the title Mattavilasa, Vichitra Chitta, Gunabhara? Have a look at this, try to solve this. So again, this is a factual question. The answer is Mahendravarman, Pallava ruler Mahendravarman. He is very famous for rock cut architecture. His son Narsimhavarman now. So his time period is coinciding with when Harsha was ruling in northern India. You know, in the central India, some portion you have Pulakesin too, Chalukya ruler who defeated Harsha, which we know from Ahiol inscription. This Pulakesin too, he also defeated Mahendravarman I, which is known as Vilasa, etc. You see, decent of Ganges temple, Mahabalipuram, Kachipuram and all, rock cut architecture, Mahendravarman. And then Mahendravarman I was defeated by Pulakesin II, who also defeated Harsha. And then later on, Pulakesin II was defeated by Mahendravarman's son, Narsimhavarman. So Mahendravarman I, Narsimhavarman I, Narsimhavarman II, famous Pallava rulers, important for rock cut architecture and important for the whole fight which they were having among themselves. NCRT reference about Pallava king Mahendravarman I. And he's then came Narsimhavarman, Mamallapuram, Mahabalipuram. They made rock cut architecture, descent of Ganges and all. Arjuna's Pinas, freestanding monolith rathas. What are these monolith architecture? Monolith means generally what happens when you make any architecture, you start from bottom and you go to top, right? Bottom to top approach you follow, right? But in monolithic architecture, it's exactly opposite. Monolith, you go from top to bottom. So you have a big rock and you are carving it, and then you're making different architecture. So that is monolithic rathas. Even in Ellora's caves, you have monolithic architecture, Kailash temple and all. So monolithic rathas, that's how you make it. This is the basic difference between normal architecture and monolithic architecture. Bottom to top normal, and monolithics top to bottom. Kutter, 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 they do it. Kutter, kutter, kutter. Intikamlunga is basically associated with I will take revenge. Narsim Varman I is saying this, about Pallava ruler, Pallava Chalukya ruler Pulakesin too, because he has defeated Mahinda Varman I, his father. So yes, sir. So yes, sir. We have done a lot of questions. You people will tell me how many questions you are getting correct. Revise all this, whatever we have done up until now. Now next we will do medieval. Like here it was ancient plus art and culture, then we'll do medieval plus art and culture, and then we'll do modern plus art and culture. You revise these PYQs as number of times, as many times as you want to, because you will realize once you give 2026 prelims what I'm saying. So many questions in some form or the other will come from these questions, PYQs which we have discussed, and the concepts which we have discussed. We have discussed a lot of concepts. Plus, do remember this fact: you are not competing with anybody else. You are competing with yourself only, and you just try to be better than what you were yesterday. The rest everything will take care of itself. If I'm adding to your knowledge base, you can donate at this number. You can also, if you want PDF, you can also send me a message at the same number. That's it from me, guys. All the best from my side. Take care, be blessed. I will see you soon.
Hello everyone, my name is Shubham Sagar and today we have to do Medieval History Marathon PYQs from 2011 to 2025. So we'll be doing, art and culture will be included here in the medieval section as well. So before we talk about all these things, Chippandies, so first of all, let's start without wasting any time. Every second, every minute of yours is very, very precious. 2011 to 2025. I have already done ancient history plus art and culture PYQs from 2011 to 2025. You can have a look at it. My name is Shubham Sagar. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. This is my Telegram channel. I share, I do Hindu analysis every day, Monday to Saturday at 9 a.m. So I share those PDFs that will, so you can join this Telegram group, if you have, like if you want to follow current affairs. Cool, cool, cool. So let's start the discussion without wasting any time. Medieval history. Now, before we talk about medieval history, one thing which I should have talked about even in ancient history is the timeline part. See, guys, if I ask you right now, if you pause me right now, if I ask you, like, what is the timeline of ancient history, medieval history, modern history, most of you will be confused. Most of you would not be giving me the correct answer. So this is medieval history only. So, and here the reference frame which we are using is Upinder Singh. Upinder Singh ma'am, she wrote a book called Ancient and Early Medieval India. So she is telling the timeline, because timeline varies from scholars to scholar. So again, ancient scholars to scholar. So ancient history, Stone Age to 750 AD. According to Upinder Singh ma'am. Upinder Singh ma'am is the daughter of Manmohan Singh, our former PM. Awesome Delhi University professor. Stone Age to 750 AD is ancient history. Medieval age. Now, medieval history is divided into two parts: early medieval India, and then you have medieval India. So early medieval India is 750 AD to 1200 AD, or just before Delhi Sultanate. So you can talk about 1206, and then you have medieval India from 1200 AD to 1757 AD. Now here there is a discussion whether it is 1757 or 1707. 1707 is the year when death of Aurangzeb happened. You know, so it varies. Some people believe after the death of Aurangzeb, modern history arrived. Some people believe after Battle of Plassey, 1757, modern history arrived. 1757 AD to 1947 AD, that is modern history, modern India, and after that you have post-independent India. Remember it, this is important. The chronology part is actually very important. If you read things in a chronological manner, things become much more easier for you to understand. Similarly, when you're reading about ancient history, Chipandis, I like that word, guys, Chipandis. So ancient history, you will start from you will start from Stone Age, Paleolithic, Mesolithic, Neolithic period, and then Neolithic period, Mehergarh. After that you have Chalcolithic age, then you have Harappan civilization, 2600 to 1900 BC. Then you have Vedic period, 1500 BC to 600 BC, early Vedic period, later Vedic period. Then you have emergence of Mahajanpadas. Then you have Mauryan period around 324 BC. Some will write 322, 321 BC to 185, 187 BC Mauryan period. Then you have post-Mauryan period, 2nd century BC to 3rd century AD, when post-Mauryan period and some amount of Mauryan period was going on in northern India. Sangam age was going on in southern India, 300 BC to 300 AD. And then after that you come to Gupta period, 320 AD to 550 AD. Dates sometimes vary according to different historians. The date of Gupta period, we know it from Al-Baruni's Kitabul Hind or Tahqiq-e-Hind. Remember this. After Gupta period, you have Harsha, 606 to 647 AD. Then you have this early medieval period, 750 AD to 1200 AD. In the southern part, you will see Chola kingdoms, Pallavas, they are there. Pallavas were there even before 750 AD. Mahabalipuram, Mamallapuram, all these rock cut architecture they made. So when Cholas were ruling in southern India during this early medieval period, emergence of Rajputs happened in northern India in early medieval period. And then from 1200 AD, you talk about Delhi Sultanate, 1206 to 1526 AD, and then Mughals came. So always keep things in mind. And whenever like this Delhi Sultanate and Mughals are going on, at the same time in southern India and central India, you have Vijayanagar, you have Bahmani Kingdom, then Deccan Sultanate. So have an idea about all these things in chronological manner. Cool, cool, cool. With reference to Indian history, which of the following are the essential elements of a feudal system? So you have this particular question. So let's start. And let's start the discussion without wasting any time. And when we're talking about early medieval period, 750 to 1200 AD, 1200 AD rather, at that particular point of time, there was this concept of feudalism. Concept of feudalism was there earlier also, but this concept became very prominent during this early medieval period, guys, early medieval India. What is feudalism? So you have king, you know, you have king, and then you have, let's say, subjects. So if between king and subjects more and more intermediaries arise, they are known as feudal lords. More intermediaries, more weaker the king, because more people are dealing with these subjects. So these are feudal lords, and when king became weaker, these feudal lords became stronger and stronger. So feudalism can never be a feature of a very strong centralized political authority, because if the king is strong and like he has centralized his power, he will not allow these many feudal lords to flourish. So first is wrong. If you eliminate first, you're left with, always do option elimination, guys. Do smart work. So now you're left with 2 and 3, 3 only. Emergence of administrative structure based on control and possession of land. Yes, that's what happened a lot in early medieval period, because in early medieval period, Roman Empire, like it was said that decline of Guptas, the major reason for was that decline of Indo-Roman trade happened because of the emergence of Hunas in Central Asia. So this decline in trade happened. Because of decline in trade, cash transaction reduced, and then people started transacting in land. Feudal lords, they had a lot of lands. People who used to work on those feudal lots, they were the tenants. Sometimes they were the farmers, and that's how this administrative structure based on control and possession of land emerged. So second is correct. And lord vassal relationship. So this feudal lords, they were you know uh, acting as a lord of the subjects or the tenants, and in turn king was the lord of these feudal lords. So yes, lord vassal relationship was also there. The answer is B, 2 and 3. Wow, guys, please be serious. With reference to Indian history, now one thing which you have to understand when you will have a look at questions and medieval history questions, you will realize UPSC loves Mongols. They have asked a lot of questions on Mongols. Genghis Khan came from Central Asia, Mongolian region, grassland region. They did not have any much there. Grassland region, devoid of resources, and that's why they used to run here, there, everywhere, and they massacred a lot of people. First Mongol invasion in India happened during the reign of. So when you talk about Delhi Sultanate, so you have slave dynasty, which is also known as Mamluk, 1206 to 1290 AD. Then you have Khalji, 1290 to 1320 AD. These guys, they're important guys. Khalji, then you have Tughlaqs, 1320 to 1414 AD. Then you have Sayyid, 1414 to 1451 AD. And then you have Lodhis, 1451 to 1526 AD. So during the period of this, they can even ask you, Mongolian invasion happened, first Mongolian invasion happened during which dynasty's rule? So in slave dynasty, there was a real, like the founder is Kutubuddin Aibak, but the real founder is said to be Iltutmish, who ruled from, because Kutubuddin Aibak died within 4 years of his reign. Iltutmish reigned from 1211 to 1236 AD, 25 years. And during his period, in 1221, first Mongol invasion happened. So first statement is wrong, right? So if you eliminate first statement, you're left with B and D. 2 only, 3 only. So now, Alauddin Khalji, he was there from 1296 to around 1316 AD. And during his period, Mongol assault happened. They attacked a lot of times in Gilji, Battle of Gilji, and so many things happened. So yes, second is correct. If second is correct, you can only choose 2 only or 3 only. So B is the answer. Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he was the ruler who was ruling from 1325 to 1351 AD. Sometimes it will be written 1326 to 1351. And during his period, there was a guy who came, Ibn Battuta, bagal mein juta. So Ibn Battuta came and he wrote Ibn Battuta. It's not Ibn Battuta, and he wrote a book called Rihla. So remember these facts, guys, they're important. Muhammad bin Tughlaq and Ibn Battuta, they had a love-hate relationship. They used to say, as Allu Arjun used to say in, there's a movie which in our time, you were not born at that time, Arya 2, I love you na, Piriya Dipoina. So Ibn Battuta, Rihla. So Muhammad bin Tughlaq, so he was like, in current day and age also, there are some leaders of different parts of the world who implement things and then they think, or who announce stuff and then they think how it will be implemented. Tughlaq was like that. So he was of the opinion that rather than allowing Mongols to come to us, we should go to their territory and ransack them. And for that, he gave 1 year advance salary to his soldiers, but then he realized that the idea is faulty. So no, Muhammad bin Tughlaq did not lose his territory, although there are debates and all those stuff, but it is said that he was more aggressive compared to other rulers. So the third statement is actually wrong, and the answer is B, 2 only. You see how many, like this, I showed you this particular question was asked in 2022, which we just solved, right? And then UPSC asked this question again in 2001. So history is more or less static, guys. And the more you solve these PYQs, the better you will be in solving questions in exam also. So Mongols under Genghis Khan invaded India during the reign of Iltutmish. Wow, very good. So that's what is written here. You can have a look at it. Then again, You see, 2021. So 2022 again they asked questions on Mongol. 21 also they asked. 2001 also they asked. If I start searching more, I will get more questions. It was during the reign of Iltutmish that Genghis Khan reached the Indus. Yes, Genghis Khan in the pursuit of fugitive Khwarizm prince. He was the ruler of Central Asia, Khwarizm Shah. So that is correct. First is correct. So if first is correct, eliminate option. You don't need to check for third. Just check the second one. It was during the reign of Muhammad bin Tughlaq. We have just discussed Muhammad bin Tughlaq, 1325 to 1351 AD. Timur occupied Multan. Timur. So Timur occupied or invaded India during a period of 1398 AD. So almost there is a gap, 47 years gap between the death of Muhammad bin Tughlaq and the coming of Timur. So second has to be wrong, right? So the answer is A, one only. And there is one kingdom, guys, which UPSC loves to ask questions on. What is that kingdom? The kingdom's name is Chepandis Cheputilsu Ledu Kadu. No. The kingdom's name is Vijayanagar Empire. UPSC loves to ask questions on Vijayanagar Empire. So one of the best source of Vijayanagar Empire is NCRT class 12 chapter 7. So revise that class 12 chapter 7 NCRT. It will help you a lot. Vijayanagar Empire. Sangam Saluva Tuluva Aravidu dynasty. Dev Roy II. He was a ruler of Sangam dynasty. And again, he died around 1446 AD. Vasco da Gama came in 1498 AD. So the answer, obviously, third is wrong. We don't need to check for third. We know that is wrong. But still, we are checking it because we are good boys or good girls, right? Oh, I'm a good boy. So I forgot what I was telling you. So yes, sir. Chepandi, sir. So it was during the reign of Dev Roy II. So third is wrong. And let me show you something. I will show you. So the answer is A1 only. And Dev Roy II died in 1446. Vasco da Gama arrived in 1498. All these rulers, whoever you will see, like Harihar and Bukka, they are the founders of Vijayanagar Empire. Sangam dynasty. Again, what people do, guys, because you have to understand this. One thing which I also used to see in my time was people used to read them in silos. These things, these rulers, they used to read them in silos. Don't do that. Club them together. Club them together means, like, think when this thing, Sangam dynasty is going on, Vijayanagar Empire was established. Who was ruling in the north? The answer is Tughlaq. Who else? MBT. 1325 to 1351. I told you. Muhammad bin Tughlaq. So because of the policies of Muhammad bin Tughlaq, you will see Vijayanagar Empire getting established in 1336 by Harihar and Bukka. And not only this, in 1347, Hassan Gangu, Bahman, he will establish Bahmani kingdom. 13 again during the reign of MBT. So you can see people were frustrated by MBT's rule, just like some people are frustrated today due to some ruler's rule who will announce stuff and then they will realize, oh, this is not feasible. Okay, guys. So Harihar too. Now you see these rulers. Dev Roy one, he is also a very important ruler. 1406 to 1422 because he made a lot of tanks and canals. Tungabhadra River. This particular Vijayanagar Empire was based on Tungabhadra River. Hampi was the capital. Hampi was named after Pampa Devi, Devi Parvati. Pampa Devi is the name of Parvati. So Hampi. Initially, Vijayanagar rulers were Shaivites. Later on, they became Vaishnavite. So all these things happened. There was a tussle between Shaivites and Vaishnavites, Alvas and Nanas. All these things used to happen. So Prapanna Amritam is a book which tells you about all these stuff. So Dev Roy one, very important. He built tanks and canals. UPSC has asked PYQs. Now we have seen Dev Roy two. These are important rulers. Don't just focus on Krishna Dev Roy of Tuluva dynasty. You have to focus on Tuluva Narsanaika, who was his father, Veera Narasimha Roy, who was his elder brother, Achyut Dev Roy, who was his younger brother, Alia Rama Roy, who was the son-in-law? I think so. So Alia Rama Roy of Krishna Dev Roy. Son-in-law or brother-in-law? Do tell me in the comment section. So Alia Rama Roy, he is the one who is responsible for Battle of Talikota, which happened, in which these Deccan Sultanate, they ransacked Vijayanagar Empire. So all these things are very important. These rulers, they are very important. You have to go through them multiple number of times. They are very important. Vijayanagar, UPSC loves to ask questions on Vijayanagar. Kulha Daran, with reference to Indian history, which of the following were known as Kulha Daran? Sayyids. So we have talked about the chronology of Delhi Sultanate rulers. Sayyids 1414 to 1451. It is said that they were associated with Prophet Muhammad's daughter. And that's why even when Timur, he invaded in 1398, Sayyids were there. They were working under different dynasties and he did not kill them and this and that. So he also left them because he felt like they were the descendants of Prophet. They used to wear pointed caps, which are known as kulha. So that's why they're called as Kulha Daran. Kulha Daran. Pointed cap Kulha, and they were known as Kulha Daran during Delhi Sultanate. So remember these facts and figures and become a very good boy or very good girl. So you see Mamluk dynasty, which is also known as slave dynasty. Founder Kutubuddin Aibak 1206 to 1210. Then you have Iltutmish 1211 to 1236, then you have Razia Sultan, 1236 to 1240, and then a period of anarchy between 1240 to 46. Then you have Nasiruddin Mahmud, who was the son of Iltutmish, who became the ruler from 1246 to 1266. But in reality, Balban was the one who was calling the shot. He was a part of Corps of 40, Turkane Chehelgani, and then he became, he married his daughter to Nasiruddin Mahmud, and then he was virtually ruling, and then he started directly ruling from 1266 to 1287 AD. So remember these facts and figures and become a really good boy, guys. Guys. So, see, the thing is, we cannot be too serious. We have to keep it light-hearted, and that's what I'm trying to do. So Balban, and then Balban daughters, like son and grandson, they were killed, and then Khalji dynasty was established by Jalaluddin Khalji, and then Jalaluddin Khilji was killed by Alauddin Khilji. He ruled for 20 years, and then till 1316, and then some, again, these things, intrigues used to happen. By 1320 the reign ended, and then Tughlaqs came into picture, and then you have your Muhammad bin Tughlaq, 1325 to 51. Firoz Shah Tughlaq after that, 1351 to around 1389. After the reign of Firoz Shah Tughlaq, the Tughlaq dynasty also declined. Then see here, there is one dynasty which is missing here, and that's why this dynasty is crying, and they're saying that this is humiliation, we cannot tolerate it. I love you now, Piryadi Poina. No. So who is facing demoralization here? Sayyids, 1414 to 1451. And then you have Lodi, Behlol Lodi, Sikandar Lodi, Ibrahim Lodi, Behlol Sikandar Ibrahim, BSI. Remember this, important. Cool. When you solve these PYQs, you realize which are the kingdoms, which are the dynasties which are actually important, which are the dynasties which you have to focus a lot on, guys. So yeah, now let's focus on Nagara style, Dravida style, Vishra style. Nagara, Dravida and Vishra are three main styles of Indian temple architecture. Nagara style, and they had variants also. You have Shikhra, Vimana, all these are fine things, but Vishra is a combination of Nagara and Dravida. And then in Nagara, like, you have Kalinga style of architecture, right? And it's like when you talk about Nagara architecture, so let's say you enter into a temple. So before you enter, let's say you are entering from here, so there'll be something called as Mandapa. When you enter into Mandapa, you may have multiple Mandapas, Ardha Mandapa, Mukhya Mandapa, and then you will come into Garbhagriha. Garbhagriha is known as Sanctum Sanctorum. Sanctum Sanctorum, where your main deity is kept. So remember these terms, they're important. Garbhagriha, and here above it you have Shikhra and Dravida, Vimana, etc. So Mandapa, Garbhagriha, what these terms are. And then in Kalinga style of architecture, these Mandapas, they are known as Jagmohanas. Jagmohanas. And they had this Duela architecture, Pietra Duela, etc. Duela architecture, Shikhras were basically known as Duelas. So remember these facts and figures. It varied. Nagara style, they had different components. In UP region, etc., they were using sandstone. When it comes to West Bengal, etc., they were using clay there. So it varied. And in West Bengal, you have this hut-like architecture, a variant of Nagara. And similarly, in Dravida style, you have Vimanas, you have tank architecture, you have Gopurams, that is tanks they used to have in the temples, because southern India, peninsular region, little bit water scarcity. And then in Dravida, you have Gopurams, very large Gopurams, which are known as gateways. So all these things are really important. And then Visera is a combination of both Nagara and Dravida. So you have Chalukyas, who were the proponents of Vishra style. You have Ahiol, Badami. These regions you can see Vishra style. Guys. So C is the answer. Next question with reference to 64 Yogini temple. 64 in Hindi means 64. Chepandi, Chepudu, Chepudu. So with reference to 64 Yogini temple situated near Morena, it is a circular temple built during the reign of Kachapa Ghata dynasty. You may feel like, so there are so many temples, how we will remember all these facts and figures? The point is, you don't have to do that. You just have to follow current affairs, guys. When you follow current affairs, you realize which dynasties are important, which are not, and which temples are in use. Like currently I'm making 50 most important current affairs. There I'm covering art and culture society, 50 most. So there you will see there are certain things which are in news. Like I will tell you, Hool Divas is in news, Santhal rebellion, Hool Divas is in news. So you have to do that. Then Rath Yatra happened in West Bengal, like Odisha. People died there. So Rath Yatra became, it came, it is in news, so you have to read about it. Then Bhakti movement was in news. Varkari Dharkari tradition in Maharashtra, it was in news. So you have to read about it. You can go through my 50 most important current affairs on art and culture and society. You will understand. So Chaucer Yogini Temple, why UPSC asked questions in 2021? Because at that time, Indian Parliament building, those news were in, like, it was in news. New Indian Parliament building was getting built, and they got inspired from Chaucer Yogini Temple. It is a circular temple, but it is not the only circular temple. Let me show you. So you see, this is Chaucer Yogini Temple. And generally, when you talk about, evolution of Nagara style and all, the the precursor of Nagara style is Panchayatan style. Panchayatan style also UPSC has already asked PYQs, guys. So Panchayatan style means what? You have one main shrine and you have four subsidiary shrines. Like when you people were kid, when if you're still kids, so first of all, your mother will take you. If she's taking you to a temple, she will go to the main shrine, and then she will take you to these subsidiary shrines, and then she's like, wear your sandals and let's go home. Wear your sandals, let's do party. Okay, so guys, give me a shine, let's play holy, guys. So yeah. So yeah. So there is a concept. Monotheism, believe in one god. In India, like, in what India, Islam, Christianity, etc., monotheist religion. Polytheism, believe in multiple gods, Hinduism. And then you have Cathenotheism, Cathenotheism, which was given by Max Muller. Cathenotheism concept means believe in multiple gods, but at different times, different gods will become supreme. Like in Diwali, your, Lakshmi Mata is supreme. In Durga Puja, your Kali Mata is supreme. So that is Cathenotheism. Because, so Hinduism is both polytheism as well as Cathenotheism. You can see this. Panchayatan style is a reflection of that Cathenotheism. This main shrine is the main god. These are the subsidiary gods at different occasions. So you have these Panchayatan style before Nagara style came into picture. And the earliest evidence of temple construction in India, you find it during Gupta period. Before Gupta period, there's no temple construction evidence, guys. So keep it in mind. We have already done it in ancient history marathon, where we have discussed all the PYQs of ancient history. They said that during Harappan period, you had these temples. No, you did not. So that is actually wrong. So keep these points in mind and become a very good boy or very good. Okay. So what we were discussing. So in this Chaucer Yogini temple, so we were talking about Panchayatan style, precursor of Nagara style. And then when these Nagara style, etc., they emerged, so their base was generally rectangular or square. Circular was very rare. So that's why circular temples become very rare. But it's not like this Chaucer Yogini temple, which is located near Morena. It is the only circular temple. There are other circular temples, but they are very rare. So second is wrong. If you eliminate second, you will directly get the answer. 1 and 4. It has given rise to the inspiration behind Indian Parliament building. That is actually correct. But then many people also ask this particular question. Why you have these parliament, you spend so much money on these parliament buildings when all the time you have adjournment, sign die, prorogation, dissolution. They don't meet enough. It does. I hope you're understanding where I'm going with this. Although Modi sir is here, Modi hai to mumkin hai, and many people believe he's the incarnation of Vishnu. So I will not say anything on that. C is the answer, guys. This is Chaucer Yogini temple, and it is in Morena district. 40 kilometers from Gwalior, built during 14th century AD. Now, when we say 14th century AD, people are like, what is 14th century AD? 13012 to 1400 AD. That is 14th century AD. People get confused in these things, guys. Kachapa Ghata King Devapala. And here it's not about Vaishnav cult, it's about Parvati Mata, it's about Shaivism. So it is not promoting Vaishnava cult, Shaiva cult. And remember this, like, you people talk about, when you read ancient history, you talk about Brahmanical supremacy, and you talk about that 6th century BC, Buddhism, Jainism, etc. emerged as reaction to Brahmanical supremacy. It's not like Hinduism was facing competition from Buddhism, Jainism, etc. Around 64 heterodox sects emerged during 600 BC. That's fine. The point here is competition is not only between Buddhism, or was not only between Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism. Within Hinduism also, there was a competition between Shaivites and Vaishnavites, Alvars and Nayanas. So remember these facts, they're actually important. And that's why when we talk about Vijayanagar Empire, we say that initially, they were Shaivites, Virupaksha temple. Later on, they became Vaishnavites, Vitthal temple. So remember these terms and these temples and the whole thing, which we know about it in a text called Prapanamritam. So competition was happening anywhere and everywhere. How will you remember Alvars and Nayanas, which are Shaivites, which are Vaishnavite. There is a easy trick also here. Nayan asked. Nayan means eyes. Which of the gods shows third eye? Shiva's, right? Lord Shiva. So Shaivites. Nayan asked Shaivites. Alvas, Vishnu. So hope you are understanding, Vishnu worshippers. So hope you are understanding how you will remember. This is just a cheat code. You can use it if you want to. You use it. Cool. Che pandis. Che putel sule dukkadu. Now let's do another discussion. See, I'm not Shankar Mahadevan, so sometimes I do take pause, and I'm doing that right now. Questions on Bhakti and Sufi movement. So the concept of Bhakti is very old, guys. Very old concept, and it is there in Bhagavad Gita, the concept of Bhagavatism. So what does that concept of Bhagavatism means? That your bhaga, whatever is, like, the basic concept there is, the bhaga of your god will become your bhaga. Whatever is the faith of your god, whatever god you believe in, that will become your faith. So the concept is very old, but this Bhakti movement, it became very popular during early medieval India. Shankaracharya, he popularized it. Shankaracharya, he popularized it because at that time, during early medieval period, Buddhism, Jainism were getting foothold in southern India. There is a series which I always tell people to watch, which is known as Bharatik Khoj. You can watch it in your free time if time permits. Bharatik Khoj, awesome series, guys. So there, it's based on Discovery of India by Jawaharlal Nehru. It's chronological. When you watch series videos in a chronological order, you remember stuff in a much better manner. So there, they have talked about a Bhakti Sant Appar and how he was facing competition from Buddhist and Jaina scholars and priests and all. So yeah, Shankaracharya, he is the one who popularized Bhakti movement by philosophy known as Advaita Vedanta. Advaita Vedanta, non-duality. So there are basically two concepts which you hear a lot in Bhakti movement: Atman and Brahman. Atman is my soul, Atman is individual soul, Brahman is universal soul. Individual soul, universal soul. So basically, he's saying that Atman is a part of Brahman. That means Atman is my soul, Brahman is universal soul or your God's soul. So when I say that Atman is a part of Brahman, I say that I am a part of God. That means God resides in each one of us. So this concept became very popular. And that's why Swami Vivekananda sir, who is a great proponent of Advaita Vedanta, he says that service of Jiva is worship of Shiva, Advaita Vedanta. Then there is Dvaita Vedanta, that no, Atman and Brahman, they are distinct. Vishishta Advaita, there are different types of philosophies which are there. You can revise them. And then this emerged in early medieval India. Sufism came later on, and the emergence of Delhi Sultanate played a crucial role in the emergence of Sufism. So just like Bhakti movement is trying to address competition or is trying to revive Hinduism, it is also reaction against Brahmanical supremacy. It is saying that God is available to all. Same way, Sufism is also a reaction against different kind of practices which emerge within Islam, orthodox practices, and they are saying that there are different ways of approaching Allah. Don't mix, don't, yes, in Sufi Dargah, Hindu people, all of us go, but don't mix it and don't get uh, confused by that fact. Sufism is a part of Islam. You have to remember it, but it's not a very orthodox type of Islam, just like you have Wahhabi Islam. No. So Sufism, they say that there are certain things which are sometimes forbidden in certain sects of Islam. You cannot sing this and that. Sufism is like sing Qawwali, do this. There are different ways of reaching Allah or speaking to Allah. So meditation, control of birth, severe ascetic exercises, recitation of holy song, everything they believed in. And the answer here is D1, 2, and 3. They became very popular during the time of Delhi Sultanate. There are different types of silsilas in Sufism. Chistis, like according to Abul Fazl Aini Akbari, he said there were around more than like 10, 15 plus silsilas, but the silsilas which became very famous in India, again, within Sufism also, there were different branches which are known as silsilas. Like ye silsila hai pyar ka, silsilas. So out of those silsilas, Chishti silsila, Suhrawardi silsila, they became very popular. Chishti, Moinuddin Chishti and all. Cool. So D is the answer for this particular question, guys. Now, if you see this particular question, consider the following Bhakti saints: Dadu Dayal, Guru Nanak, Tyagaraj. So whenever you're seeing these questions, but in Bhakti movement, there are two concepts, guys. One is Nirguna Bhakti. There are many concepts, like two very famous concepts we are talking about. Chepades. Two very and again, guys, now one thing I want to tell you. Sometimes what happens, you may feel like, oh my god, the voice is less when we are watching it on, like without earphone and all. You can use earphone. In earphone, the voice will be awesome. I'm using Boya microphone. The quality is awesome. So sometimes that can happen. But yes, if you're using earphone, there will be no issue whatsoever in any video, whatever you're watching. Cool, 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 cool. I'm just taking a pause because I sometimes become like Shankar Mahadevan. Just give me a second, guys. So here you see, who among the following was preaching when Lodi dynasty fell and Dadu and Babur took over? So when you talk about Bhakti movement, there are two concepts, very prominent concept: Nirguna Bhakti and Shaguna Bhakti. Nirguna and Shaguna. So Nirguna Bhakti is God without attributes. God without attributes. And then you have Shaguna Bhakti, God with attributes. So these facts, keep it in mind, like God with attributes when we are representing Vishnu, God, Lord Vishnu, Lord Shiva, in anthropomorphic form, in human form. So this is Sagun Bhakti, God with attributes. What is Nirgun Bhakti? God without attributes. Like when we talk about Guru Nanak Ji, when you see how Guru Nanak Ji is represented, he is represented like a Prakash Punj. What is Prakash Punj? A row of light, or a bright flame of light. You won't see him in any human form, right? So that he promotes Nirgun Bhakti, God without attributes. So remember these facts. Dadu Dayal is also a proponent of Nirgun Bhakti. They're asking, when Lodi dynasty failed, Lodi dynasty failed in 1526 AD. That happened when Babur defeated Ibrahim Lodi in first BOB battle of Panipat. 1526, Babur defeated Ibrahim Lodi. But he was very much mesmerized by the valor of Ibrahim Lodi, and that's why he buried him in Panipat only. Although Ibrahim Lodi was a very, a guy who had so much temper issues and all. You can watch Bharatik Coach, you will thank me later. So, Babur's reign is 1526 to 1530. When we talk about Guru Nanak Ji, so his period is 1469 to 1539 AD. So yes, he was a contemporary. It is said that Baba even met Guru Nanak Ji once. So Guru Nanak Ji will be there. So if Guru Nanak Ji will be there, you eliminate one. You're left with BCD. Still the question is tough. Dadu Dayal, his time period approximately is from 1544 AD to 1603, approximate. So again, Babur is already dead in 1530. So obviously when Babur took over, Dadu Dayal was not there. He came 14 years after Babur died. So first is wrong. So if you eliminate first, you're left with B and C. Two only, 2 and 3. Tyagaraja, he's a Carnatic music proponent, and he also like, but of 18th or 19th century, Tyagaraja. So he came much later. So third is wrong. So the answer is B, 2 only. This is the answer. Tough question, guys. This is not at all an easy question. Dadu Dayal, Nirgun Bhakti proponent, and again, he believed in something called as Japana. Even today, you see, our older parents, grandparents, they do Naam Japna, something like that. Dadu Dayal ji, he talked about that Naam Japna, and he believed that that was a good way of, again, rituals and sacrifices are not the only way of reaching or praying. There are different ways. Naam Japna is one. So and he was, I think, we'll talk about it. He was born in Gujarat, but he spent most of his time in Rajasthan. Dadu Dayal, Dadu Panth, his followers are known as Dadu Panth. He's very much inspired by the teachings of Kabir. Guru Nanak Ji, Kabir is not Kabir Singh of Shahid Kapoor. So Guru Nanak Ji, born 1469, Babur defeated, you can see all these things. Babur once met Guru Nanak Ji during one of his travel. Remember all 10 Sikh Gurus, guys? So the teachings of first 5 Sikh Gurus, it is there in Adi Granth Sahib. First 5 Sikh Gurus. Guru Granth Sahib is teaching of all 10 Gurus. You have to understand the difference between Adi Granth Sahib, Guru Granth Sahib. Pardon my doctor-like handwriting. Guru Granth Sahib, all 10 Sikh Gurus. And then the 11th Sikh Guru is also Guru Granth Sahib, because Guru Gobind Singh Ji, who was the 10th Sikh Guru, he ended the Pratah of Guru. He felt like it could be misused. So 10 Sikh Guru's teachings. So Guru Granth Sahib became the 11th Sikh Guru, the last Sikh Guru. So remember these facts and figures, they're important. Dadu Dayal, his teachings you will see in Sikhism text. And again, he inspired a lot of people. Dadu Dayal, 1544 to 1603. So he is contemporaneous with Humayun and Akbar. Remember this fact, that is actually important. So Babur we have already seen, 1526 to 1530. And Humayun is 1530 to 1540, and then 1555 to 15 56. Remember these dates and facts and figures, they're actually very important. Akbar is from 1556 to 1605 AD. Cool, cool, cool. Dadu Dayal, contemporary of Humayun Akbar, you can see here. Compassionate one. He believed in, they can give you, he believed in Nirgun Bhakti or Shagun Bhakti, cotton cleaner, born in Ahmedabad and spent most of his time in Rajasthan. Remember this. If UPSC has asked questions, so on him, so he becomes important. Like he is anyway important, but we are saying from exam perspective, he's very, very, very important. So why we are seeing Simba here? Because his, Thamba. So you see, his ashrams, the ashrams which were set up by the followers of Dadu Dayal, who were known as Dadu Panthis, it was known as Thambas. So how you can remember Thamba with Simba? So Dadu rejected the Vedas and all, caste division and all, and he's like, do the focus on jap, Naam Japna, Ram Naam Japna Paraya Mal Apna. That means I will do the jap of my God and I will take other people's money. No, don't do that. People, they do all kind of sins and then they take dip in holy water, which is not at all holy these days. Ganga is very polluted and they feel like the all sins have been cleansed. Don't do that. Why are you doing sins? Why do you need cleansing? Don't do sins, man. So yes, Thambas, ashrams of Dadu Dayal followers abstain from drinking and follow vegetarianism. This is stuff. I also eat chicken. Oh my god, but what can I do? Guys, let's focus. Tyagaraja, he was one of the options. He is a composer of Carnatic music, devotional compositions in Telugu, praise of Lord Rama. Telugu, Arya 2. Mr. Perfect, perfect, Mr. Perfect. Allu Arjun. Indesi Udduku Rani. Telugu, there is other song. Nunte Nizamega Satyam, Nunte Nizamaga Satyam. Then, I love you now, Piryadi Poina, I love you, Pranam Poina. And again, Pancharatna Kritis, 5 of his compositions, which are often sung in programs in his honor. So, have a look at these images. The more you see them, you have to look at them. These images, Tyagaraja, Dadu Dayal, like you look at the images of Monica Bellucci, Angelina Jolie, Chepandis, no Chepandis. Question on caves of India. So again, when you talk about caves, revise all the important caves. Barabar caves, one of the oldest caves. I don't know how much you can see it here. You know, all the, like, go in a chronological manner. Barabar caves during the period of Ashoka, he built it for Ajivika sect, I think. And then again, Ajanta caves started in Shatwana period, built during, most of them built during Vakataka period. Very important, Ajanta. Then you have Ellora, Ajanta, mostly Buddhism. Ellora caves, all three phase, Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism. Elephanta caves, this Elephanta name given by Portuguese. Badami caves. Then you have, like, these are important caves, guys, which you have to keep in mind, which you have to revise a lot. Guys, let's focus. So with reference to history of Indian rock cut architecture, consider the following statement. Caves at Badami are the oldest surviving rock cut caves. Barabar rock cut caves were originally made for Ajivikas by Emperor Chandragupta Maurya. At Ellora, caves were made for different faiths. So when you're seeing this question, you have to revise. What is the answer, guys? Chepandes? Cheputalsu ledu? Kadu. Kadu, kadu, kadu. Just give me a second. So if you see this, Badami caves are not the oldest surviving rock caves. Barabar Nagarjuni rocket caves, they are the oldest. So first is wrong. So you're left with B and C. So third, you don't need to check. At Ellora, yes, there are caves for different faiths. Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism. Kailashnath temple at Ellora, rock cut architecture, monolithic rock cut architecture. Monolithic. What have I written? Oh my god, look at that handwriting. And as Nicki Minaj would say, but you people don't have to watch Nicki Minaj. Those are for adult people, you have less than 18. So monolithic rock cut architecture. How is monolithic rock cut architecture, Kailashnath temple at Ellora, is different from normal architecture? See, when you make any temple, normal temple, so you do, you start from top to bottom. Top to bottom. You do construction like this. But in the case of rock cut architecture, monolithic rock cut architecture, you have a big rock and you do cutting from like top, oh my god, top to bottom. You go here. So you have a big rock and you do kutur, 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 kutur. So you will do kutur, 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 and then you will keep on carving things on that particular rock, and that's how you make monolithic rock cut architecture. So unlike normal temple construction, etc., which happens like, what have I written here? So bottom to top, On the other hand, monolithic rock cut architecture, they're made top to bottom. Remember these facts. So you have Kailashnath Temple, Hinduism, which is a monolithic rock cut architecture. So first is wrong. Barabar caves, so first is wrong. Barabar caves were not made for Ajivikas by Chandragupta Maurya, Ashoka. Ashoka was the one predominantly who made these caves, so that is wrong. Second is wrong, so the answer is C3 only at Ellora. Yeah. So Chandragupta Maurya, Jainism, follower of Jainism, his son Bindusara. I love you, Bindusara. He is a follower, I think, Ajivikas. Ajivikas, and then Ashoka. He was a follower of Buddhism. You see, so grandfather of Ashoka, who was Chandragupta Maurya, he was following Jainism. Father was following Ajivika, and the son is following Buddhism. Wow, what a great example of secularism in our country, guys. Chepandis, guys. Chepodazu ledu. Kadu, guys. Guys, let's be serious. So what are we saying? What was I saying? I forgot. So, yes, sir. I'm becoming old, guys. Taking long. You people may realize that, so you look like Keanu Reeves. I don't, but yeah, I look like we should have some fun. Why should other people have all the fun? So yes, sir. Let's focus. Let's focus. Enough of the jibber jabber. So the answer here is C3 only. And also remember these facts and figures. Buddhism, Jainism, we always read about them. Ajivikas, Charvaka. Charvaka school is also known as Lokayat. What are their philosophy, Charvaka or Lokayat? So Charvaka and Lokayat, their philosophy is like very materialistic. They believe that the purpose of life is enjoyment. For that, even if even if you have to take loan and enjoy life. That is what Charvaka school says. Ajivika school, they say that everything is preordained. Niyati, we call it. Preordained means everything is already written. If it is written that you will become an IS officer, you will become an IS officer. So you don't have to worry too much about it. If it is in your faith, you will become an IS officer, guys. Blah, blah, blah. So yeah, everything is preordained. That is what Ajivika school believed it. You may feel like this philosophy is so it can, like, if you think from your perspective, if I have to become an IS officer, I will become an IS officer, then you will not study. No, think from this perspective. Let's say somebody has to go to war tomorrow and he can die, he may die, he may not die. Now if he feels too much about, or if he's too afraid about death, he may not go. But if he's a follower of Ajivika philosophy, he will feel that everything is preordained. If I have to die, I will die on the war field. If I have to die tomorrow, I will die on the war field. If I'm here, I will die, or maybe some truck will run over me. I'm just saying. So that is the benefit of Ajivika school. You don't think too much about the consequences or the result. You just focus on doing your duty honestly. That's what Ajivika school says. Everything is preordained. This helps people who are warriors. This helps people who are entrepreneurs. So entrepreneurs, they may feel like, oh my God, whether this big business will become successful, I will lose money or what. Now, Ajivika school, according to this preordained theory, if you have to lose money tomorrow, you will lose money tomorrow. Maybe you will lose money by investing in business, or you will lose some other way. So just do your duty. You see, what is the benefit of Ajivika school? So it's not like many people like it promotes laziness. Everything is already written, preordained. Everything. Let's say it is written, you will become an IS officer, but if you don't study at all, you will not become an IS officer, right? So yes, you have to study. It's just that they tell you don't to focus on the consequences. Like, let's say me, I'm working on my channel, etc. So again, initially I did not thought how many subscribers I will get, 500, 600. I was happy with that. So you keep on doing things. Now this channel has more than, I don't know, more than 5 lakh views and all, whatever. And small channel, I'm working on my own, I'm doing my own things. So things happen. If you don't think too much about consequences, you do your own stuff, so many things happen. So basically that is the benefit of Ajivika school. You don't think about the consequences, you do your duty. And something, if it has to happen tomorrow, it will happen by one way or the other. Let's solve this particular question. And when you solve these questions, ancient, medieval, modern, you must be getting a particular trend. What are the things which are important? What are the things which you have to focus on? Like if you see this question, Ajanta. If you remember, Ajanta, we talked about even in the ancient history. When we're talking about ancient history, there also we have talked about Padmapani. We have solved that question. You can revise that ancient history marathon thing also. So, grand image of Buddha's Mahaparinirvana with numerous celestial musicians ever went the sorrowful figures of his followers below. So, yes, that image is there. It's Buddhism is predominant like theme in Ajanta caves. Started during Satvahana period. Most of the caves were built during Vakataka. Please remember, they can even give you that most of the Ajanta caves were built during Vakataka period. That is actually correct. Vakatakas. Huge image of Varaha Avtara. I was doing this. I think people. This Varaha Avatar, Bor Avatar is there in Udayagiri caves. Now people not Mount Abu, Udayagiri caves. So second is wrong. If second is wrong, you eliminate second. You're left with B and C. Now this Udayagiri caves is different from Udayagiri Khandagiri caves. There is Udayagiri Khandagiri caves, which is there in Odisha. That Udayagiri Khandagiri caves associated with Khadavela and who was a Kalinga ruler, and Jainism is the predominant element there. Udayagiri caves, Hinduism. So you hope you can understand. Don't compare Udayagiri caves where Varaha Avatar is there with Udayagiri Khandagiri caves of Odisha. They are two different things. So second is wrong. Arjuna Pinna's descent of Ganga, Mamallapuram, Mahabalipuram, and they are known for rock cut architecture. Pallava rulers, Narsimvarman 1, Narsimvarman 2, all these rulers, they were the ones who played a crucial role in this rock cut architecture. So UPSC, when you see these questions, you get an idea that okay, these are the areas, these are the things which are actually important, and I have to focus on this. So what I was saying, I forgot. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So the answer is second is wrong, right? Second eliminated. Third is correct. So the answer is C, 1 and 3 only. Whoa, Chepandis. What is our common to the two historic? See, Ajanta, Mahabalipuram. You are getting a trend, guys. What are the areas which you have to focus on? What are the places which are actually very important from exam perspective? Chepandis. Wah, wah, wah. So, again, just give me a second. I'm just taking a pause. You see this question, you try to solve this question. This should be a pattern that when you're seeing these questions, you should pause me and you should try to solve it on your own and then unpause me. Ajanta. We talked about Satvahanas, Vakatakas. So Satvahanas were there in, before like Christ. So Ajanta is much older than Mahabalipuram, Mamallapuram, Pallava architecture, which happened, after 5th, 6th century AD. So they were not both built in the same period. First is got option elimination worked. Now you're left with B and D. Just check the third one. Both have rock cut monuments. That is correct. So the answer is B3 only. Both belongs to same religious denomination. No, Ajanta predominantly Buddhism. And this Mahabalipuram, descent of Ganges and all, predominantly Hinduism. So remember these facts and figures. So the answer is B3 only. Generic questions. With reference to economic history of medieval India, the term Araghatta refers to, it has been mentioned in NCERT also, so you can have a look at NCERTs as well and become a very good boy, a very good girl. These are water wheels which you supposed to be, which were used in the irrigation of land. Just give me a second. Let me show you how Araghatta, and UPSC has asked questions on Araghatta in 2025, and that's why you should solve questions. You should revise these. This is Araghatta. This is water wheel. So it used to rotate. You see these? When it rotates, so these things go down, they get filled with water, and then they come up. Araghatta. So water wheel used in the irrigation of land, that is Araghatta. So if you have solved this question, then you'll be able to solve. Otherwise, there's so many irrigation devices. This is the prelims 2025 question, guys. The irrigation device called Araghatta was what it was. It was a large wheel with earthen pot tied to the outer end of its spokes. Again, let's have a look at Araghatta. Large wheel with these, things which are pots which are tied to the outer end. So the answer is B. Like, share, and subscribe, guys. Spread the word. If I'm adding something to your knowledge base, you can always donate at this particular number. If you want this particular PDF, you can send me a message at the same number. Cool, cool, cool. Let's see some questions on Mughal Empire. I have already told you. Remember the chronology. We have talked about Babur, 1526 to 1530. We have talked about, the chronology part. Initial rulers, the great Mughal rulers, they are called. Those rulers are actually very important. You have to focus on them a bit. So chronology is important. We have talked about Babur, 1526 to 1530 AD. We have talked about Humayun, 1530 to 1540 AD, and then 1555 to 1556 AD. We have talked about Akbar, 1556 to 1605. There's a very interesting coincidence. Then you have Jahangir. Jahu Jahu. Don't say Jahu Jahu. He's not your friend. 1605 to 1627 AD. Then you have Shah Jahan, 1627 to 1658. Dates, little bit variation can be there, but not all. Like Shah Jahan. Like I'm mostly correct. I don't have a like encyclopedic memory, but I'm good. So, Jahangir, Aurangzeb. Till Aurangzeb, you have to remember 1658. My handwriting, oh my god, to 1707 AD. So you see the thing here, Akbar. So these six rulers, they are important. After that, you have later Mughal rulers from 1707 to 1857. What was I saying? So Akbar, 49 years, and you have Aurangzeb. Both are names are also starting with A. 49 years. Interesting coincidence, guys. So remember them, and after that, the other rulers you can forget, but their chronology, it's very important. At the same time, keep things in mind, like what is happening, who is ruling in southern India when or central India when these rulers are there. So all these things are very important. People these days, there are debates going on related to Mughals, the invaders, barbaric, so and so. When you read about them in detail, you will realize that it is said that these people, they kept us safe from foreign invasions, like these Afghani invasions, so to say, for 200 years. I will tell you, I will make you understand. See, if you see Aurangzeb 1707, from 1526 to 1707, this period, 1739, Nadir Shah invaded. You know, Nadir Shah invaded. At that time, there was a ruler. His name was Muhammad Shah Rangila, and he defeated Rangila. There was a battle of Karnal which happened. Remember these facts. You see what happened when the Mughal rulers became weak. These people, they came and they plundered us. Mughal rulers, they made India a home, Indian subcontinent a home, and this is the point which you have to keep in mind, because you people are very good boys and very good girls. Battle of Karnal. Karnal, Gurnal, Gurnal, Ishq Mita ho ho. So, 1739, this guy. And then from 1749 to 1761, Ahmad Shah Abdali, he came again and again, almost 8, 9 times to India, ransacked India. So these Mughal rulers, they prevented us from these kind of invasions where they were all about plundering, made India a home. But when the Mughal rulers became weaker, later Mughal rulers were not able to stop these plundering. So remember these facts. Remember Battle of Karnal, Gurunal, Ishq Mitha, just like Battle of Karnal. Ibadat Khan Khana at Fatehpur Sikri was, what was it? Was it Chepandis or was it Cheputelsu Ledu? Kadu. I love you na upiriyadi poina. I love you na pranam poina. Itikuntadi prem ki. Itikunta behito bhusleni bhai ki bhase induko. Why you people sing these songs? So Ibadat Khan, see, when you talk about Akbar's period, like there are different things which you read in related to Akbar, Akbar's religious policy, this and that. Chepandis, Chepu. No, not Chepandi, Chepu. You read, there are different phases, guys. I will roughly give you his phases. Like there is a phase from 1556 to 1573. Initial period, he was consolidating his empire, so he abolished jizya. He was having good relations with Rajputs. This period, and then so consolidating, and he had his own rules to follow in private life, following different things in public life. Then 1573 to 80. During this period in 1575, he made Fatehpur Sikri, Chepandis, where he was having discussions. He was illiterate, so he used to have discussions with scholars related to what is the purpose here. So, me everyone, 1575 Fatehpur Sikri. And then 1581 to 1605, he was like, okay, now I have to talk about Sulh Khul, peace with all these things. Deen-e Ilahi, when he has conquered most of the territories. So this was the three phase of his religious policies, which you have to keep in mind. Ibadat Khana Hall, in which Akbar held discussions with scholars of various religion. Chepandi, Chepandi. So religious and social outlook, first phase. Although Akbar was under the influence of orthodox ulema, so you see, he abolished pilgrimage tax, jizya, prohibited conversion of prisoners of war to Islam, matrimonial relations with Rajput. So he is somewhat, like he's concerned with what is happening, but at the same time, he is somewhat, he's not going all berserk here, but he has his own beliefs in personal life, and he is doing certain stuff in public life. And then he became more and more inquisitive. What is life? What is the purpose of life? Like this cutie pie, why are we here? So he established this ibadat khana where people used to have, he used to have discussions with different rulers, and that also happened because he won a lot of territories. He had a lot of free time to think about these stuff, and when he was like, okay, I got what I needed to, so this is ibadat khana. So then the third phase started, where he started talking about monotheism, Tawhid Ilahi. Now, there are different interpretations of Akbar's Deen Ilahi, Sulah Kul, peace with all, and there's a historian, Rumilla Thapa. She compares this whole thing, Akbar's Deen Ilahi, Tawhid Ilahi, with Ashoka's Dhamma. You know, Ashoka's Dhamma, his pillar edicts, we have talked about in ancient history. So just like Ashoka's Dhamma was according to Rumila Thapar ma'am, it was an ideological tool used by him to consolidate his far-flung empire. Same way this monotheism or Tawhid Ilahi or Deen Ilahi, it was not like a religion. He just wanted to unite people. And his kingdom was diverse in so many different ways. So he just wanted to unite them, and that's why he came up with this monotheism or Tawhid Ilahi. So keep these facts in mind. 2019 question with reference to Mia Tansen, which one of the following statement is not correct? Sometimes UPSC will make not bold, sometimes they won't. So it's your duty to keep these facts in mind and to solve these questions in a proper manner. Chepandis. Let's have a look. Give me a lowly little, let's play holy. I say anything and everything, guys. It's just that because oh, 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 oh. So Mia Tansen, title again, he composed Dhupad of Hindu gods and goddesses. Sarigama Padhanisa, Sanidapa Magaresa. He composed songs. Yes, it is correct. Composed songs on his patterns, invented many ragas. Swar. Sarigama Padhanisa. So Tansen was a title given to him by Emperor Akbar. No, Akbar gave him the title of Mia. This Mia. Hey Mia, Mia, Mia. Like, Muhammad Siraj. You people were not born in our time. There was a baller. His name was Muhammad Siraj. Many people say Mia, 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 Mia. He's a very cute guy, Siraj. So same way like we have given Mia title to Muhammad Siraj, Akbar gave the Mia title to Tansen. Many people say Tansen was his name. It was not the title. Many people say no. He used to work under a Rajput ruler. He gave him that particular title, Tansen. That Rajput ruler was Raja Vikramjit of Gwalior. So maybe this Tansen title was given by him. But Akbar did not give him Tansen title. He gave him Mia. Just like we have given Mia title to Siraj sir. Siraju. He's very cute. I love you now. Oh, Piriyadipoina. Where was I? I forgot, guys. So yes, sir. So you can see he was one of the 9 jewels of Emperor Akbar's court. Again, this is a factual question. If you make mistakes in these kind of questions, it's fine. It's not like, it will not be the end of the world. But if you're making question mistakes in, like, let's say questions on Ajanta, Mahabalipuram, I will kill you all and eat you alive. I can't do that. I'm not a cannibal, but don't make mistakes in those things. Ajanta, Mahabalipuram, Ellora. There are themes which you're seeing. Who among the following Mughal emperors shifted emphasis from illustrated manuscripts to album and individual pottery? So earlier they used to make, like, Babar Nama, big gardens they will make, and their photos they will make. Akbar was very good in that. Tuti Nama, Hamza Nama. But then album and individual portrait shift happened during the period of Jahangir. He was the awesome guy when it comes to painting. The most awesome guy, the most awesome Mughal ruler when it comes to paintings. Shah Jahan started copying European style. So, but yeah, Jahangir was the one. Akbar, he was more about manuscripts and all. Like Tuti Nama, Hamza Nama. You will see portraits related to that. So what is Tuti Nama? What is Hamza Nama? Tuti Nama is like there's a parrot. This parrot is singing or telling stories to a girl every night so that that girl does not go to his lover when the husband is not home. This looks scandalous. This whole thing, but yes, that is Tuti Nama. Hamza is the uncle of Prophet Muhammad. It's about his travels, expeditions. So Akbar focused a lot on these manuscripts, Tuti Nama, Hamza Nama. Jahangir was like more on individual portrait. How am I looking from sideshow, this and that. So that is Jahangir for you, rather. So yes, Jahangir is the answer. He is the one who had like many people say there were many paintings which were made by Jahangir, which we have lost. He was a guy who had a lot of knowledge of these individual portrait. So the answer is C. Jahangir, guys. Chepandis. Now, again, this is a question which is Important, not impotent, important, Chepandes. Why you people do Chepandes? I will kill you all. With reference to medieval India, which one of the following is the correct sequence in ascending order? Increasing order. Chipu chipu. So you read about Pargana a lot. Santhal Pargana Tenancy Act. When you read modern India, we'll talk about after this marathon, we'll do modern India. Santhal Pargana, Santhal Rebellion. Santhal Pargana Tenancy Act. You may have heard about that. Munda Rebellion. There also there is means Pargana. Pargana, then Sarkar, then Suba. This is the order. So Pargana is basically, groups of villages, then you have Sarkar, then you have Suba. This is the order of like administrative divisions of Mughal Empire or medieval India, which was there. Pargana smallest, then Sarkar, then Suba. So yes, keep it in mind. Again, a factual information. If you know it, you know it. If you don't, you don't. Santhal Rebellion, Santhal Pargana Tenancy Act. What it was like earlier, tribal lands, their lands were taken by non-tribal people, whom tribal people many they used to call them Dikus or outsiders or Ravanas. So via this Santhal Pargana Tenancy Act, Chota Nagpur Pargana Tenancy Act, it was there was a rule which was made that the tribal people land will not be diverted to non-tribal peoples. These were those acts. Again, UPSC has asked PYQs on them. We will have a discussion on them. Guys, keep it in mind. Let's focus what we were discussing. So yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. So Pargana Sarkar, Suba is the answer. Factual question. If you know it, you know it. If you don't, you don't. Sher Shah Suri, na Akbar. Sher Shah Shuri. 1540 to 1545, if I'm not wrong. Grand Trunk Road he made. Like many people are like this, there is like when you read in ancient Indian history, you read about Uttar Path, Dakshin Path. So Uttar Path, route leading to the north. Then you have Dakshin Path, route leading to the south. This Uttar Path later on became Grand Trunk Road. It was not like he made all Grand Trunk. He reorganized. The path was already there. It was followed in ancient India also. He just refurbished it, whatever you want to call it, made it better. Grand Trunk Road, Sher Shah Suri. His tomb is in Sasaram. Sasaram is in Bihar. And when you go to Sasaram, there's something called as Belgrami. Oh my god, Sasaram. Oh, I should have written Sasaram here. I wrote Belgrami. Oh my god. You know, some of my relatives, sometimes they used to get posted in Sasaram and they used to bring Belgrami. I love that so much. Guys, if any of you is in Sasaram, please send me Belgrami. Belgrami, a sweet dish it is. Although I'm very fitness conscious now. So Uttarpad, Grand Trunk Road, Sher Shah Suri, and he was very good in these, land measurement system, etc. So Aine Dashala, Zapti system, whatever you see of Akbar, he was inspired by Sher Shah. In fact, it is said that Todarmal, whom you see hear a lot during Akbar reign rather, he used to work with Sher Shah, and Akbar was like, he's an awesome guy, so let's bring him here. So Akbar was very, very inspired by Sher Shah and his activities. Although Sher Shah created a lot of problem and ruckus for his father Humayun, even then. And in fact, he was so inspired, or he was so impressed by Sher Shah, that I think he told one of his person who was working for him to write a biography or to write a book on Sher Shah. So yeah, all these things happened. Akbar was influenced by him. Cool, cool, cool. Chepandis. Now, question on Vijayanagar. Like Vijayanagar, especially Bahmani Kingdom is fine, but yes, Vijayanagar, guys, you cannot ignore Vijayanagar. Very, very, very important. Not impotent, important. Vijayanagar, 1336, when Muhammad bin Tughlaq was ruling around Tungabhadra River. Let's focus on this particular question. Let's try to solve it. Whenever you see these questions, pause me to try to solve this question and then unpause me. Wah. Just give me a second, guys. Second. Who among the following founded a new city on the south bank of tributary to River Krishna and undertook to rule his new kingdom as the agent of a deity to whom all Chepandis know? All the land south of River Krishna are supposed to belong. Harihar one. And this tributary of River Krishna is Tungabhadra. Krishna River. Today I was doing Hindu analysis. There's a Musi River, which is again a tributary of Krishna, flows to Hyderabad. So these rivers are important, guys, because they are in news. So keep them in mind. The answer is Harihar and Bukka. 1336 they established this particular kingdom on the south bank of tributary of river Krishna, that is Tungabhadra. Tungabhadra Dwab. We call it Dwab. Dwab is land between, fertile land between two rivers, that is Dwab. Krishna, Tungabhadra, Dwab. Harihar and Bukka. Memories of the people living in Krishna, Dwab, and Hampi. Hampi is the name of, named after Pampa Devi. Pampa Devi is the name of Parvati Mata. I have already told you all these facts. Vijayanagar Empire, very important. Please revise class 12, chapter 7, NCRT. Very important. So many questions have been taken out of that, or from that particular chapter. And also go through these dynasties: Sangam, Saluva, Tuluva, Aravidu. Very important. So 1336, Vijayanagar. 11 years after 1347, Bahmani kingdom. And by the time of Vijayanagar Empire, Krishna Dev Roy, Tuluva dynasty, Bahmani kingdom will disintegrate into Deccan Sultanate. You have, Golconda, Bijapur, Bidar, Birar and all. And then Alia Rama Roy, who was the son-in-law or brother-in-law, you just check it out, of Krishna Dev Roy. He used to ensure that these Deccan Sultanate rulers, Deccan kingdoms, Golconda, Bijapur, Bidar, Birar and all, they were fighting against each other. And then they united and then they fought against Alia Rama Roy. Battle of Talikota happened and Hampi was ransacked. Who among the following rulers of Vijayanagar Empire constructed a large dam across Tungabhadra river? And you can see how many questions UPSC ask on, Vijayanagar Empire, guys. So you cannot take it lightly. Please solve questions. These questions are actually very important. How important? Very important. Just give me a second. So the answer is, I have told you when we were discussing about Devaroy II, Portuguese and all, Devaroy I, he made a lot of tanks and canals, because you're talking about southern India, you're talking about peninsular rivers. They don't have water all through the year, like Himalayan rivers when we talk about. They are perennial. Why? Because they get rain, like money, they get river, oh my god, they get water from rainfall one, they get water from snow also, right? Glaciers also. But on the other hand, when you talk about peninsular rivers, they are getting rainfall, like water from rainfall only one source. So that's why we were talking about in southern India, Dravida style, you have tanks, and you need these tanks and canals to ensure you have water all year round. So Dev Roy I, he did it. Remember these facts and figures. Dev Roy I, and important. If UPSC has asked questions, who are the important rulers? Harihar Bukka will always be important. They are the founders. They are the first. Anything first is very important. Your first love, your first crush, your first this and that. So yeah, Chepande is not Chepande. Oh, so two, and then Dev Roy I we have just discussed. Dev Roy II. We have UPSC has asked PYQs. Krishna Dev Roy will always be important. He wrote a book called Amukta Malyada. Amukta Malyada. So many foreign tourists came to India. I will give you one mnemonic, which was there in NCRT, FDD. So like when you people will become big enough, 18 plus and all, you may open fixed deposits in bank. FD we call it. So FDD. FDD for, oh my god, what happened here? FDD. For now known as Domingo Paes Duarte Barbosa. All of them came from Portugal. So remember this particular mnemonic. They can ask you from where they were. So these guys, there have so many people. Abdul Razak, he came. It's not like Abdul Razak, Pakistani player. There is an Abdul Razak. He came. He said that after Rome, this Hampi city was the most beautiful city in the world. So all these things were happening, guys. Chepandi, Chepu, Telsuledu, Kadu. Where was I? Forgot. So for now known as Domingo Paes Duarte Barbosa, Portugal, Abdul Razak. So many other people they came. So yeah. Krishna Dev Roy is very important. Alia Rama Roy is very mischievous and cunning, but he was brave also. And you see this Saluva dynasty, Tuluva dynasty. Also remember, they can ask you that Dev Roy II was a ruler of Tuluva dynasty. That would be wrong. So they can even, you see, when you see Saluva and Tuluva, you see an overlap here during certain period when Saluva and Tuluva were ruling. Similarly, an overlap between Tuluva and Aravidu, you see. Because conflicting, in some regions maybe Saluva are ruling, some regions maybe Tuluva are ruling, or they are fighting among themselves. So these things happen. Tuluva Narsanaika is the father of Krishna Dev Roy. So remember these facts and figures and become a very good boy or very good girl. Regarding the taxation system of Krishna Dev. Krishna Dev means Krishna Dev Roy. I love you na upiriyadi poina. I love you na pranam poina. Iti kuntadi prem ki. Ah. So tax rate on land was fixed depending on the quality of land. So what will, like, these are basic general statement, guys. If you see, so what will I fix tax rate on the quality of Shubham Sagar's speech? My name is Shubham Sagar. No, obviously on quality of land. And these are very awesome kingdoms based on the accounts of Abdul Razak, Domingo Paez, for now known as Duarte Barbosa. Barbosa Duarte. Private owners of workshop, parent industry stack. Yes, both the statements are correct. They are general statement. If you get confusing these kind of general statements, more often than not, they will be correct. But don't kill me if you get these answers wrong. That, sir, you said something and that was wrong. I will kill you, sir, and I will eat you alive. Please don't do that. Don't kill me and eat me alive. If you have already killed me, I am not alive. So how are you eating me alive? You're eating me dead. Whoa, guys, please. Building Kalyana Mandapas was a notable feature in the temple construction in the kingdom of Chepandis. Who was that Chepandi? Cheepu, cheepu, jeebo, jeebo. Guys, why you people do like this? When you people will grow up? So Kalyana Mandapa, I have already told you. Garbhagriha, Mandapa, Mukhya Mandapa, Ardha Mandapa, Dwela, Jagmohana. So before you enter into Garbhagriha, main god, so there are Mandapas. Kalyana Mandapa was used for divine weddings. I am ensuring that Parvati and Shiva, their wedding again, their wedding is happening again. That is Kalyana Mandapa. Used to happen during the period of Vijayanagar. I will show you Vijayanagar kingdom. I will show you a source. And that's why I'm telling you again and again. Kalyana Mandapa meant to celebrate divine weddings in Vijayanagar Empire Chepandis. You see NCERT class 12 chapter 7. A Kalyana Mandapa meant to celebrate divine weddings. That's why I'm telling you, read NCERT. Most of the questions, directly or indirectly, they are there from NCERTs. You have to read NCERTs. You have to develop your basics. And the sooner you do it, the better it is for you. Chepandi, chepandi. Chepu, pepu, kepu, kopu. Guys, what? Grow up. Don't act like kids. According to Portuguese writer Nunes, I have already told you the mnemonic FDD. For now known as Domingo Paes Duarte Barbosa. All of them were from Portugal. Fixed deposit plus one more D. The women in Vijayanagar were expert in wrestling, astrology, accounting. Soothsaying means, when I was in I did my BTech from NIT Agartala. Agartala is in Tripura. Yes, some people don't know it, guys. Some people have, I don't know. Northeast, I love Northeast. Okay. So, soothsaying is, in our time, I have seen some in my college, some boys, sometimes, the teachers who will teach, there will not be too much age difference between student and a teacher in colleges, engineering college. Guys, let's focus. So there'll be some students who will be like, madam, I want to see your hand. I will tell you when you're getting married or when your heartbreak will happen or not happen. Even though he has no knowledge. Maybe that guy was me, maybe not. I'm just saying that is soothsaying. So you see these things. Even if one woman in Vijayanagar was doing wrestling, doing astrology, accounting, or soothsaying, this statement would be correct. So the probability of all the four being correct is very high. So in these kind of questions, that's why the more questions you solve, the more you realize what UPSC asks, how they ask things, and what we have to study, what we don't have to study, where we have to use smart study, smart knowledge of ours. That comes, smart knowledge does not come out all of a sudden or out from vacuum rather. The more you read, the more you develop these senses that yes, even if one woman is doing wrestling, astrology, counting, soothsaying, the statement would be correct. So yeah, hi. Hi re, hi re, hi rabba, jeeta jagata. So in our time there was a song that means oh my god, oh my god. So yeah, all the statements are correct, guys. Who now, this is a question. You see UPSC, like UPSC loves Mongols, UPSC love Vijayanagar Empire, and UPSC sings this song, I love you na upiriyadi poina, I love you na pranam poina. This is a question of 2024. Solve these questions just like Araghatta. UPSC asked Araghatta, and in 2016 and 25. So who gave permission to Portuguese to build a fort at Bhatkal? Krishna Dev Roy. Vijayanagar Empire. Their enemies were Bahmani Kingdom, and later on when Bahmani Kingdom disintegrated, Deccan Sultanate. So they felt like we can make Portuguese our friends to counter Deccan Sultanate kingdoms and rulers. Although there was one period or one time when Krishna Dev Roy was grooming these Deccan Sultanate rulers. And grooming means they used to come to Vijayanagar Empire and they used to get ready for becoming a king. And that's why Krishna Dev Roy is also known as establisher of Yavana kingdom. Remember these facts, written in NCERT, guys. Class 12, chapter 7. Revise it, you will understand. Yavana kingdom, establisher of Yavana kingdom. Yavana Basically, Yavan word has been UPSC has asked PYQ on it. Yavan is referred to Greek people. There was a PYQ which was asked by UPSC which was related to Yavan Priya. Yavan Priya means what? Priya is a girl who is Greek. No, Yavan Priya means something which is dear to Yaman, means Greek people, that is spices. Yavan Priya. But here Yavana means outsiders. So these Muslim people, they came after 7th century AD Islam, they came from outsiders. So Yavana is also used for outsiders. And who was the establisher of Yavana kingdom? Krishna Dev Roy. Because these princes of Deccan Sultanate, they used to come and they used to get groomed, but it's not always the same scenario, right? In some situations, they may feel like, no, 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 these are, we have to do some, we have to have develop some defense mechanism against these Deccan Sultanate rulers, and that's where Portuguese came into picture. So if you see Krishna Dev Roy 1509 to 1529, when did Portuguese came? Che Pandis, Vasco da Gama 1498. So always do this chronology. So he was using Portuguese against the Deccan Sultanate. It was not always the same scenario, guys. Portuguese were like bin pendi ka lota. That means, you know, a lota which is without any pendi. I don't know what to say that to that particular stuff, but Portuguese sometimes used to sell good quality horses to these Deccan Sultanate, and many people believe that these good quality horses, which were sold to these Deccan Sultanate, played a crucial role in the defeat of Vijayanagar Empire in the Battle of Talikota of 1565. So yes, these rulers, these guys, they don't belong to anybody. It's all about opportunities. Just like in international relation we read about, India is close to Russia when we need it. We are close to US when we need it. Same way, Vijayanagar were close to Portuguese when they needed. They were grooming Deccan Sultanate rulers when they needed. So it's all about the time. And where is this Bhatkal port? If you see again NCRT, Krishna Dev Roy saw the Portuguese as potential allies against his rivals, particularly the Deccan Sultanate. He offered them permission to build a fort at Bhatkal, Bhatkal, Bhatkal. Strategic port city in exchange for military support. Let me show you. Bhatkal. Bhatki jo Bhatki se seere seere Bhatkal. This is Bhatkal. Map on South India, NCRT. I love you. Which of the following phrases define the nature of Hundi? Hundi, Hundi. General referred to in the sources of post-Harsha period. Post-Harsha, Harsha, Harshvardhana, 606 to 647 AD. So, Hundi is bill of exchange. Bill of exchange means what? Just like you have check system right now. At that time, people used to have Hundi Pundi, Chundi Pundi. So, bill of exchange, what happens? Let's say there is a guy, A. He has 10,000 rupees. Oh my god, 10k. So rather than taking this 10k in the rough terrain of different regions where he can be robbed by guard and all, what he will do, he will go to a banker. He will take his 10,000 rupees. Banker will give him a hundi. Now he just have that piece of paper. This piece of paper is nothing to a robber. Robber cannot go to a city. So he has this hundi with him. He has this page with him. He will go to city. In city, he will meet, this is banker 1, he will meet banker 2, he will give banker 2 this hundi and he will get back his money. So that's how this hundi system used to work, bill of exchange. For a robber, he's like, this is a piece of page, hey, throw it away. He's like, no, no, please don't throw it away. Even if it is getting thrown away or it's getting, teared apart, he can just use Fevicol, stick them and show it to banker 2. Bill of exchange, guys. So yeah. That's also a miscellaneous question. In medieval India, the term fanam referred to. So in our time, when you people were not born, there was a movie, Fana for you, dish, dish, Fana. Amir Khan's movie. So Fana means I want to die for you. Here, fanam refers to coins. It was used in medieval India. In southern India, you will see this fanam, 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 fanam. This is fanam. Coins were called by popular names such as Anna, Anna, Sunil Sethi, Anna, Char Time Chaukanna. Guys, please be serious. Don't do like this. Cash, dinglo, doklo, do, and then fanam. Fanam was a small coin used in South India between 9th and 19th century. I love you now, Piriyadi Poina. Guys, why you people do like this? Now, Piriyadi Poina. Just give me a second, guys. So yes, B is the correct answer. With reference to history of ancient India, Bhavabhuti, Hasti Malla, and Chameshwar were famous what? What were they famous for? They were famous for being a good boy or a bad boy or something else or Chepandis. See, again, these are those kind of questions where if you're making mistakes, it's totally fine. These questions is not going to, kill your chances in exam. So yes, sir, I love you. Now, Piriya Poina. So who are these guys? So these are playwrights. They used to write different kind of plays. If again, I'm telling you, I'm reiterating these facts. There will be some of like bouncers like this, but you can either duck these bouncers or you can play these bouncers. You can hit a pull shot like Rohit Sharma. It's totally up to you. Even if you duck these bouncers, you don't play these bouncers, that means you don't attempt it, it's fine. But if you attempt it and if you get it wrong, that then also it's fine. These are playwriters. It's You cannot read about all these playwriters. Maybe in 2021 they were in news, that's why they've been asked. So that's why you can watch my Art and Culture 50 Most Important Current Affairs. Then you will know what are the things which are in news in the last 1 year, 1.5 years. So playwrights, they used to write different kind of plays. Bhavabhuti, major dramatist of later Sanskrit dramatic period. Hasti Malla, Kannada poet, Hoysala kingdom. Hoysalas, they were also awesome when it comes to Vishra style and all. So yes, sir. Here, when we come talk about Sanskrit grammar and all Sanskrit literature, remember Panini. Panini, I love you. Ashtadhyayi, Sanskrit grammar book. These are things which you cannot make mistake on because it has been asked a lot. Then Amar Simha. This is Sanskrit grammar book, early book. Amar Simha. He wrote Amar Kosh. So these are books which you cannot make mistake on. Otherwise, UPSC will kill you and eat you alive. What else? Devi Chandraguptam, Vishakha Datta, he wrote Devi Chandraguptam. So all these books, multiple questions have been asked by UPSC. So you shouldn't be making mistakes on those questions, guys. And yeah. So yes, again, a question which if you're making mistakes in, it's fine. It's not a big deal. You see this particular question, 2024. There are no parables in Upanishads. Upanishads were composed earlier than Puranas. In the ancient history part, like the ancient history PYQ marathon which we discussed, there I told you certain stuff. What stuff I told you? I told you I love you. Na ipuriyadi poina. So parable, like we discussed, like if we talk about Vedas, 4 parts. If I ask you, people are like 4 parts: Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sam Veda, Athar Veda. No, that is wrong. Every Veda has 4 parts: Samhita, Brahmana, Aranyaka, Upanishad. Since Upanishad is the last part, it is known as Vedanta. Veda plus Anta, Samhita, Brahmana, Aranyaka, Upanishad. So you have 4 Vedas which you keep on, saying like Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sham Veda, Thar Veda. So 4 Vedas, 16 parts. One other mistake which people make is if somebody asks you which is the oldest Veda, Rig Veda, that is not exactly correct. So you have early Vedic period, 1500 to 1000 BC, according to Upinder Singh Mams, Ancient and Early Medieval India book. And then you have later Vedic period, 1000 to 600 BC. So it is said that this, like each Veda will have 4 parts: Rig Vedic Samhita, Rig Vedic Brahmana, Rig Vedic Aranyaka, Rig Vedic Upanishad. So Rig Vedic Samhita was written in early Vedic period. Rig Vedic Samhita was written in early Vedic period. Rest 15 parts of 4 Vedas, they were written in later Vedic period. So if somebody asks you which is the oldest Veda, Rig Veda is not the correct answer. You can say it, nobody is going to discount you or discard you, rather discount you. It's not about history option per se, but to be more precise, you can say that Rig Vedic Samhita is the oldest part of all the 4 Vedas. That would be correct. So any Upanishad you see, it has to be part of some Veda. That's what I have told you earlier. Parables means what? So I told you, I told you some story, and then at the end I told you like, daughter or son, beta, beti, what did you learn from the story? That jhoot bolna paap hai, nadi kinare saap hai. That means speaking lie is a sin, and alongside a river bank there is a snake. So this is a parable. Via a particular story, I'm giving you some moral lessons. Another story I told you, and what do you learn? What did you learn? That you have to wake up every day at 4 a.m. and do Gayatri Mantra Ucharan. You know, Om Bhurvasva Tatsyaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimai Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. So these are parables via which, like stories via which I'm giving you some moral lessons. There are many parables in Upanishad. This is just an extreme statement, guys. No parables. Even if there is one parable in so many Upanishad, the statement will be wrong. It will be Chepandis and Cheputasuledu Kadu. So first is wrong. You're left with B and D only. Upanishads were composed earlier than Puranas. Yes, Puranas are basically, like Upanishads, they were not allowed to, for a very long period, were not allowed to be read to by Shudras and women. So they used to read Puranas, Vishnu Puran, this and that, which were basically explanation of these Vedas in extensive form, and they were, related to specific deities. So yes, Upanishads were composed earlier than Puranas. Let me show you. So this is again NCRT. If you see NCRT, so what they are saying, they're saying Chepandis, early Upanishads, 6th century BC, 600 BC onwards, they're composed. Oh, and if you see Puranas, 200 CE onwards. So yes, Upanishads are like were composed earlier. So the answer is B here. And it's not only about not reading Upanishad, the condition in later Vedic period of women and Shudras became so bad that later on you read such references that, Shudra is at the beck and call of others. Shudra can be made to rise at will, can be beaten at will. Then there are other statements in Manusmriti and all. It says that women should be punished periodically so that she doesn't harbor any evil thoughts. So these kind of statements you hear. Which is sad. And many people also believe that this Upanishad, which is the last part of Veda, which is known as Vedanta, this was also added to counter this whole Jainism and Buddhism argument on rituals and sacrifices. They used to say that Brahmins, they used to focus so much on rituals and sacrifices, Ashwamedha, Vajapeya, Rajasuya, all these, some sacrifices went on for months, if not years. Some sacrifices were only known to Brahmanas, certain Brahmanas, one or two Brahmanas, and this is wrong. So you have, when we talked about Vedas, Samhita, Brahmana, Aranyaka, I think I've told you this in ancient part also, ancient marathon part, PYQs. Samhita, Brahmana, Aranyaka, they are part of something called as Karma Kand, which is focusing more on rituals and sacrifices. Then some part of Aranyaka and some part of Upanishad, most of the Upanishad, like all of the Upanishad, it focuses on Gyan Kand, focus on knowledge. So basically, many people believe that Upanishad was added later on in Vedas to counter these thoughts of Jainism and Buddhism. That we focus only on rituals and sacrifices. We were there to counter that, no, we focus on knowledge as well. That's why the Gyan Kand Upanishad has been added, which do not, talk much about rituals and sacrifices. Rather, they focus more on Atman and Brahman. So again, interesting analogy, interesting thought, guys. Natya Shastra, Bharat Muni, again, this is important. Charak and Shushu Samhita. Manusmriti, again, you see this, they're important. First stupas, 3rd century BC, maximum stupas built during Mauryan period. Stupas UPSC has asked PYQs. Stupas associated with Buddhism, but it was there even in Vedic period. Mounds, you have this concept. So it's not exactly a Buddhist concept, so to say. Keep these facts in mind and become a very good boy or very good girl. UPSC Prelims 2025. This particular question, guys, if you know the answer, you can post it in the comment section. Who among the following led a successful military campaign against the kingdom of Srivijaya, the powerful maritime state which ruled the Malay Peninsula, Sumatra, Java, and the neighboring islands? Who was he? Was he Shubham Sagar? No. So, when you talk about Chola kingdoms, there are so you talk about Sangam age Cholas, right? But here, who are ancient, like who were there in ancient period, 300 BC to 300 AD. Then in early medieval India, you have Cholas, and they were so successful that it is said that Bay of Bengal became the pond of Cholas or something like that. And they were very successful in Southeast Asia. Rajendra one, Raja one, Brihetswar temple at Tanjore. So yes, the answer is Rajendra one Chola. Factual information, Chola kingdoms, it's a known thing. And not only this particular thing, there is an Uttaramerur inscription of these Cholas, medieval age Chola, Uttaramerur inscription, which is associated with Chola king Parantaka I, on which UPSC, especially optional, in option they have lots of questions which has been asked. They can directly ask you Uttaramerur inscription which associated with which kingdom. Because the point is, the questions which they ask in UPSC optional today, 5 years after, they will ask you in GS. Uttaramerur inscription, Parantaka I, Chola ruler. It talked about local democratic assemblies. So these Chola rulers of medieval period, they were so advanced. They captured Malay Peninsula, Sumatra, Java, and you see Hinduism influence in these southeastern countries or Southeast Asian countries. And that's why some of the regions are known as Indochina. If you see these regions of Southeast Asia, etc., they are known as Indochina. Why Indochina? Because there you will see the influence of both Indian culture as well as Chinese culture. And that's why when we talk about India-China relationship, we call it Sino-India, not Indochina, because Indochina is a region, Vietnam, etc. So Sino-India relationship. Uttaramerur inscription, Parantaka I, it talks about local democratic assemblies. We see these urban local bodies, rural local bodies right now, 73rd, 74th Amendment. The genesis or the early origin point, you can see it almost 1000 years back. more than 1000 years back in Uttarameru inscription of Parantakavan. So remember these facts, they are really important facts. How important? Chepandi is important, that means very important. I love you. So yes, that's it from me, guys. Like, share and subscribe, and you can share the word. Also, practice a lot of mocks. People keep on asking me that, sir, what we should do in the last period and how we can increase our chances of clearing UPSC prelims. You can see my mark sheets in this channel. You will have an idea. The point is, like around 2018, 2019, I used to get 114, 110 paper one, more than 113 paper two. Paper has become tougher. But what I'm saying is there are certain things which are still the same. There are certain patterns. Like there's one thing, 3210 method. If you want to clear prelims, especially paper one, paper two, you can use this 3210 method. You can search 3210 method. You will get my video, I think, in uh, you know YouTube. So try to follow 3210 method. It will help you in option elimination. Last 60 days from 20th March to 20th May, solve 60 marks, guys. 60 marks every morning. Try to solve 60 marks, as much FLTs as possible. FLTs means full length test. They will help you a lot. Cool. We'll talk about all the things. If you have any more queries, you can send me a message. Like, share, subscribe. You are your own competition. You're not competing with anybody else. Keep that in mind. That will help you. And again, if I'm adding to your knowledge base, you can donate at this number. If you want this particular PDF, you can donate, means you can message me at the same number. So all the best from my side. Take care, be blessed. I will see you soon with the Modern History PYQ Marathon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello everyone. So this is Modern History Marathon 2011 to 2025. So this particular marathon will be much bigger than the ancient and the medieval because we have to solve a lot of questions. And UPSC has asked a lot of questions. Compared to ancient and medieval, they have asked more questions from modern history marathon. So without wasting any time, let's start the discussion and let me check everything is fine. Yes, everything is awesome. So let's start the discussion, guys. 2011 to 2025. Wow. So my name is Shubham Sagar. You can connect with me on LinkedIn, and this is my Telegram channel, so you can join this Telegram channel. I share Hindu analysis PDF Monday to Saturday at 9 p.m. On this channel, I do the analysis at 9 a.m. 9 p.m. I share it, so you can have a look at it. Okay, cool. So let's start modern history, which will also include some portion of art and culture with reference to Ryotwadi settlement. If you see this, land revenue settlement, Ryotwadi permanent settlement, and Meherwadi. Permanent settlement, PS, is also known as Zamindari system, Lord Cornwallis, right? And then you have Meherwadi system, where these people, Britishers, they're dealing with villagers, which are known as a village, which is known as Mehel. Ryotwadi system, Ryot means peasants. They're directly dealing with peasants. Why? Because in southern India, where Ryotwadi system was mainly introduced, the concept of zamindari is comparatively absent. So that's why Thomas Munro and Alexander Reed, they came up with Ryotwadi settlement mostly in southern India. So rent was paid directly by peasant to government. Very good. Government gave pattas to the ryots. That is also correct. And the land was surveyed and assessed before being taxed. Obviously, how will you tax it without surveying and assessing? So the answer is C1, 2, and 3. Guys, let's be serious. No jokes. Annie Besant was. Who was Annie Besant? Was she a good girl or she a bad girl, guys? Annie Besant, ma'am, is the awesome, guys. Some, this is such a long video. Oh, God. Maybe I'm panicking a bit. So, Annie Besant, ma'am, many people, they get confused with the fact that she started Theosophical Society. No, Theosophical Society was started by Blavatsky and Alcott. Remember these facts, they are really important. How important? Really, Blavatsky and Alcott. She popularized this Theosophical Society. 1875 it was established in America, and then 1882 they established their center in India at Adyar near Madras. So remember these facts are also important. UPSC has asked PYQs on them. So second is wrong. If you eliminate, so now you have to check the third one. She was the president of Indian National Congress, first woman president of Indian National Congress, first Indian woman president, Sarojini Naidu. So remember these facts and become a really good boy. Important INC sessions. 1950, again you can see all these things. 1916 Lucknow Pact, where Congress, Muslim League, they came together. They gave each other jadoo ki jhappi le le tu abhi milungi fir na dobara. That means give me a jadoo ki jhappi. Ambika Charan Majumdar was the president. Remember it. Surat split happened in 1907. where the president was Raj Bihari Ghosh, not Raj Bihari Bosch. So these facts are really important. Lucknow Pact, signed between Congress and Muslim League in 1970. Next year, Any Besant ma'am, first woman president, Calcutta session. Remember these facts, they are really important. Questions on Indian struggle under Gandhiji, Kheda. So remember, like, Gandhiji was in Africa, South Africa, then he came to India, Pravasi Bharatiya Divas, 9th January, and then he participated in something which we know as Cake, Champaran, Ahmedabad, Kheda. Kheda Satyagraha, peasants. Some drought happened, and administration, they were not suspending land revenue because they were bad boys. There's no such proposal of permanent settlement and all. Permanent settlement was introduced by Lord Cornwallis. Remember these names, they are important. Like Alexander Reed Thomas Monroe, we associate with Ryotwadi. Permanent settlement, Lord Cornwallis, 1793. So second statement is wrong. And the answer is A1 only. Wow, guys, please be serious. I love you now. Rowlatt Act aimed at what? So Rowlatt Act, preventive detention law. Preventive detention law, like currently our Sonam Wangchuk sir was put under NSA, National Security Act, because he's a criminal, like biggest criminal in our country. Many people say that much, like, I don't know. There are some criminals who are in parliament and all, and Sonam Wangchuk sir is supposed to be a criminal. Oh my God, Amrit Kal, guys. So Rowlatt Act, preventive detention law, imprisonment without trial and summary procedures for trial. That is the basic thing, and they arrested Satyapal Saifuddin Kachulu under these Rowlatt Act, which led to people protesting in Jalandhar, Amritsar, and all. And then Jallianwala Bagh happened, and then Rabindranath Tagore, sir, he renounced his knighthood. So imprisonment without trial and summary procedures for trial. Remember these facts. They are really important, guys. With reference to Indian freedom struggle, Usha Mehta is well known for Quit India movement, 8th August 1942. This date also UPSC has asked. They proclaimed it 9th August. Most of the leaders were arrested. So then it became a leaderless movement, but leaders emerged out of nowhere. Usha Mehta, so many people. And there were parallel governments which were formed in Balia, Satara. So that happens. Like Sachin Tendulkar went. People were like, oh my God, who will India, like the God has gone. Then Kohli came. Then Rohit Sharma came. Now you have so many other players, right? So yeah, somebody always fills the vacuum. That's what also happened during the Quit India movement. Usha Mehta, Aruna Asif Ali, so many people. So they were running the secret Congress radio in the wake of Quit India movement. Guys. Next question, Chepandi's question. With reference to the period of Indian freedom struggle, which of the following were recommended by Nehru Report? What was recommended by Nehru Report? Nehru Report is a goody good report. Oh my God, that's so funny, man. So yeah, some people, there was a movie in our time. It's a good question, but your question actually hurt me, whatever. So with reference to period of Indian freedom struggle, which of the following, just give me a second, was very recommended by Nehru Report? Here, when we're talking about Nehru Report, it's not Jawaharlal Nehru, it's Motilal Nehru, the father of Jawaharlal Nehru, right? So, and Nehru Report was talking about dominion status, not complete independence. And after this whole Nehru Report was not accepted, then they changed their status, like, Congress leaders, and maybe the son Jawaharlal Nehru took offense to this fact that Britishers did not accept Nehru report in dominion status. So then Lahore session came, 1929. Lag di Lahore diya, jis hisab se chal diya. So Nehru sir sang that song, and then Lahore session was proclaimed. They unfurled Indian flag on Ravi River, on which Lahore is located, and yeah, 1929. So again, let's focus, guys. So complete independence, wrong. Dominion status. So first you will eliminate, and you'll be left with, even if you don't know anything about second and third, you'll be able to get the answer. B, joint electorates for reservation of seats for minorities, provision of fundamental right for the people of India in the constitution. This fundamental right provision will again come in Karachi session. Karachi. So yeah, Lahore session 1929, 26 January 1930, they unfurled national flag at Lahore, means Ravi River. So B is the answer, guys. Important. Do remember these facts and figures. The Congress ministry resigned in 7 provinces in 1939. Why they resigned? What was the reason behind their resignation? Was it Chepandis, Chepu, Telsu, Leidu, or Kadu? Again, these are jibber jabber, which I keep on saying, guys, because this is a long lecture. So we have to, okay. Why they resigned? Because in 1939, World War II broke out. Hitler invaded Poland, and then Britishers, they attacked. France, they attacked. Germany, and then they made India a part of World War II without asking for our permission. So it's not any of these regions. The reason is that, as Huma Qureshi would say later on, she would say the grievances of Congress leaders with this statement of hers, that you should have taken our permission. That's what Huma Qureshi ma'am is saying. And since Britishers did not take our permission, that's why Congress ministry resigned. Whoa! Really, guys, please be serious, okay? Why no permission before asking for our participation? September 1939, Viceroy unilaterally declared India was at war, and then in October we resigned. We did not like it. Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me, Sonia, without my permission. Don't make us a part of the war without our permission. Oh my God. Mahatma Gandhi undertook fast unto death in 1932 mainly because he was like, आज कुछ तूफानी करते हैं, let's pass some laws. No, mainly because Ramsay MacDonald announced a communal award, separate electorates for Harijans, untouchable people, and he was like, oh my God, he's trying to create division even within Hinduism. Separate electorates. What is the basic meaning here? Like, you have separate electorates, you have joint electorate. Joint electorate also like currently exists in our country. Joint electorate means what? Some seats are reserved for scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, but everybody can vote. Separate electorates, some seats are reserved for, let's say, Muslims or Sikh or scheduled caste. Only that community will vote. So we did not want that. Gandhiji did not want that, and then he went, undertook fast into death in 1932 in Yarwada jail. And Ambedkar sir was like, Gandhiji is blackmailing, this is so wrong. And then Pune Pact happened, where Ambedkar sir agreed on joint electorates for with reservations for Harijans. But he kept on saying that Pune Pact मेरी जिंदगी की सबसे बड़ी गलती. That means Pune Pact is my biggest mistake, is one of the biggest mistakes of my life. And Chepandi, so answer is C. I love these words, guys. So if you people know me, you know me. If you don't know me, I love, like, my favorite word is Chepandi, and my favorite phrase is Chippu Tilsu Ledu Kadu. There is no meaning of this, but I love to say these words. I learned these 5 words when I was in Hyderabad. Nainu Ninu Premustu Nanu. And then some Allu Arjun song. I love you na upiriyadi poina. I love you na pranam poina. Nuvunte nidamega satyam. Mr. Perfect, perfect. He is Mr. Perfect. In Desi Guttuku. Lahore session of Indian National Congress. I have already told you why is Lahore session famous? Because of Guru Randhava. Lagni Lahore diya. No. It's not because of Guru Randhava. So it is famous because Congress passed a resolution demanding complete independence. Wow! So now you're left with A and C. Do option elimination. Rift between extremists and moderates, it was resolved in 1916. Ambika Charan Majumdar, Lucknow Pact. Aha. So second is wrong. We don't even need to check second. Third, resolution was passed rejecting two-nation theory in that session. Two-nation theory came in March 1940. Pakistan resolution and all. So it is 1929. How can they go in future and they see that this will happen and then they will pass it 11 years earlier? This is not dark we are talking about. This is not a Netflix series, right? Going into past and the present and future. So third is wrong, and the answer is A. One only verb. Guys, please be serious. Like, the Quit India movement was launched in response to, was it in response to Chepandis or Chepu or Tilsu or Ledu or Kadu? It was launched in response to Cripps proposal. So Cripps proposal came in April 1942. Sir Stafford Cripps. See, one of the good boys he was. He later on again came in the cabinet mission, Sir Stafford Cripps. So he was like, we will give you dominion status, and he talked about weak federation. If provinces wanted to secede from the union, they can do that. They can have their own province and they can have their own union and all. We did not like it. We did not like dominion status. We were like, it's a post-dated check. F off. Again, we did not say that. So then, Sir Stafford Cripps was a good guy, but he was not allowed to work by Winston Churchill and all. They wanted this thing to fail, and then he later on came again in cabinet mission. What is the mnemonic to remember the members of cabinet mission? Pass. In our time when you people were not born, there was an actor. His name was Saif Ali Khan. Aha, aha. He sang a song. Pass wo aane lage zara zara. That means you are coming closer to me slowly, slowly. So pass. There is also a mouth freshener. Pass. So pass. Pethick Lawrence, A.V. Alexander, Sir Stafford Cripps. Remember these names. B is the answer, guys. Here. So Quit India movement, August 1942. Oh my God. I do these things, guys. Because things should be light-hearted. Anyway, you're preparing for one of the toughest exams in the world. So my thing is to make these things easier for you, fun for you. Study should be fun. UPSC loves 1929 session, just like UPSC loves Vijayanagar Empire, Mongols. UPSC loves Lagdi Lahore Diya. Guys, don't do Lagdi. लाहौर दिया जिस हिसाब से चल दिया. So again, you hope you know the answer of this particular question. I love you. So 1929 session, why it is important? Attainment of Purna Swaraj, complete independence. Whoa. Guys. Redcliffe Committee was appointed to do what? To delimit the boundary between India and Pakistan. Redcliffe. Then you have Durand Line between Pakistan and Afghanistan. These things are really important. Pakistan and Afghanistan, they are anyway fighting. So you have to keep these points in mind and become a really good boy or really good girl. Whoa, guys. Don't do like kid. You people are grown-ups now. Act like grown-ups. Who of the following organized a march on the Tanjore coast to break the salt law in April 1930? So C. Rajagopalachari, sir. So again, March 12, civil disobedience movement started with Dandi March. March 12 to April 6, Dandi March. So Dandi March is march towards Dandi, which started from Sabarmati. So Sabarmati to Dandi, pardon my doctor-like handwriting. And then they were breaking salt law because salt, see, Gandhiji wanted to think about an objective, a thing which does not hurt Hindus or Muslims, anyone's sentiments, and salt was one of that commodity. Breaking salt law. Salt is a necessity, right? We need to eat salt. You need to eat iodine, otherwise you will have goiter like this here. So yeah, why government was taxing salt? Nobody was understanding that. It's a basic necessity, and it was a sizable chunk of British revenue. So British Gandhiji was like, okay, let's hurt them where it hurts them the most. Oh my God! So the answer is B here. See Rajagopalachari. So on the coastal regions, or in the coastal regions, or around the coastal regions, people started breaking salt law. See Rajagopalachari sir in Tamil Nadu, K. Kelappan sir in Kerala, different leaders, and let's say states which are inland, like where there is no sea, they started doing campaign against Chowkidari tax, anti-Chowkidari and all. Really good. C. Rajagopalachari sir. K. Kelappan led a march to Malabar region. C. Rajagopalachari sir. Tamil Nadu. K. Kelappan. Kerala. This is K. Kelappan sir. See, his ear has so many hairs. My great grandfathers and all, they also have these kind of ears. I love them. And this is natural, guys. Like Anil Kapoor, he has a lot of hair on his. Guys, what are you people talking about? Let's focus. But this way, you will be able to remember these leaders in a much better manner. You people are mischievous boys and girls. Talk about stupid things. Civil disobedience movement, refusal to obey laws, blah, blah, blah. You can read all these things in your free time. Whoa. 2015 question. Whoa. Let's try to solve this. You can have a look at all these questions. You can see how many questions we are discussing and what you can do. You can also say at the end how many questions you got correct out of the total questions we'll be solving. So first woman president of India. Now, these questions are actually important. Be very attentive when you're solving these questions. First woman president, Sarojini Naidu. First Muslim president, but the first woman president was not Sarojini Naidu. First woman president was Annie Besant. We have talked about her. First Indian woman president was Sarojini Naidu. First Muslim president, Badun Tayabji. So Congress established in 1885, and the first 5 years, you read when you people will grow up and you will prepare for UPSC. So you will read in GS1 secularism. In secularism, like we treat all religion equally, at least on paper right now. So 1885, Ramesh Chandra Banerjee, he was your president, Congress president. 1886, Dadabhai Naroji, if I'm not wrong. Then 1887, Badruddin Tayabji. And 1888, George Yule. These first four important. Why? Because Umesh Chand Banerjee, Hindu, Dadabhai Naroji, Parsi, Badruddin Tayabji, Muslim, and George Yule, Christian. Four people, four different religions. Shows India's secularism. You can use it in your mains answer also. So the answer is B2 only. Really good. What next? Which of the, like with reference to cabinet mission, I have told you, cabinet mission, that somebody is coming closer to me slowly. So Patrick Lawrence, A.V. Alexander, Sir Stafford Cripps recommended the federal government enlarge the power of Indian courts, provided for more Indians in the ICS. See, when it came cabinet mission, they had bigger objectives. Congress, Muslim League fighting here, there, everywhere. So they were like, yes, we want a federal government. And it came around 1945-46, and 1940 Pakistan resolution was passed. And, things were looking bleak. So they rejected the demand for Pakistan. But they talked about grouping of provinces, Group A, Group B, Group C. So where in two groups, there were Muslim majority provinces in East and West. So tacitly, they rejected the demand of Pakistan, do remember. But they talked about grouping of provinces, they talked about a weak federal government, weak central government, residuary power given to states. So yes, first, these second and third, they were not stated by them. So A1 only, these three guys, you see, this is Sir Stafford Cripps Mission 1, and these three people. So A.V. Alexander, Patrick Lawrence, and Sir Stafford Cripps. This is Jinnah. Jinnah. Up until 1920, he was a part of Congress. In 1920, he resigned and left Congress. During 1916 Lucknow Pact, he was called as Ambassador of Hindu-Muslim Unity. So remember these facts. Clement Attlee announced CUC 1946, February 1946, March they came to India, and three members passed. Remember it. Very important. Jinnah, second from left, with members like Alexander, A.V. Alexander, he is Alexander, and Lord Pethick Lawrence, he is Lord, and he is Sir Stafford Cripps. So they were appeasing both Hindus and Muslims, like, Hindus and Muslims. I'm saying Congress and Muslim League. Section A, Section B, Section 3 grouping of provinces they talked about. And they talked about three different types of constitution, so to say. So these provinces, like whatever provinces you have, let's say Baluchistan, they can make their own constitution for their own province. Then in whatever group they lie, they can make their constitution for the group, and then they can all come together and make a constitution for the whole country. So three kind of constitution. It was a confusing mission. Like, see, this is what we are discussing here. Three-tier executive and legislature, common center which would control defense, communication, external affairs, most of the power given to states. So a weak center, and we did not like it. Muslim League felt that grouping is a tacit acceptance of Pakistan, but they rejected the whole concept of Pakistan. And then later on, everybody was confused what cabinet mission is exactly saying. And then direct action happened in 1946. Okay, let's focus. Which of the following movements has contributed to a split in Indian National Congress, resulting in emergence of moderates and extremists? So that happened because of Swadeshi movement, 1905. Extremists were lacking faith in moderates, political mendicancy. They were like, these moderate leaders, they are always begging for things, prayer, petition, and protest, triple P. We have to move beyond that. So all these things happened during Swadeshi movement. Surat split happened. And remember, who was the Congress president? Raj Bihari Ghosh. It's not Bose. There's another person whose name is Raj Bihari Ghosh, means Raj Bihari Bose. And this Raj Bihari Bose, he was associated with, I think, Jugantar, Anusilan Samiti. He was associated with Indian National Army, INA, before Subhash Chandra Bose took over. So Ghosh and Bose, they are two different personalities. Don't get confused with them. Oh my god. Chepandis. Cheputalsu Ledu. Kadu. Guys, why you people do like this? Are you Chepandis? Or Chepo? Or Telsu? Oh, or Ledu or Kadu? Okay. Swadeshi and boycott were adopted as method of struggle uh, for the first time during the agitation, during partition of Bengal. There they also established National Council of Education, Bengal University, which and some portion became Jadavpur University. So nationalization of education, so many things they talked about after the partition of Bengal. They were like, we will not buy foreign goods, foreign clothes. So all these things are happening against the partition of Bengal. Swadeshi and boycott. A is the answer. These are straightforward questions. If you're making a mistake here, then it is Chepandis. That means it's a wrong thing. Whoa. Let's focus, guys. Montag Chelmsford proposals were related to. See, there are three acts which are actually very important: 1909, 1919, 1935. You have to do a comparative analysis of it. This is Morley-Minto reforms, this is Montag Chelmsford reforms, and then Government of India 1935 Act. 50% of our constitution is borrowed from this. So separate electorates for Muslims, you see it in 1909 Act. This separate electorates was extended for other communities, Anglo-Indians, etc. in 1919 Act, and then it was extended for women, etc. in 1935 Act. And there are other things also. 1909 Act, 1919, they introduced this bicameralism, which you see, this Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, which you see, its genesis is in 1919. And this Legislative Assembly, Legislative Council, which you see, its genesis is in 1935 Act. So you have to remember these facts and figures. They're actually important. Cool. So Montag Chelmsford proposes diarchy in provinces. 1919 Act, it introduced diarchy in provinces, like, reserve subject and transferred subject, diarchy in provinces. the important subjects were with governor and his executive council, and the not so important subjects, not so money fetching subjects were with legislative council, who were responsible to people, reserved and transferred subjects. So, and then in 1935 this diarchy was abolished in provinces, diarchy was introduced as center. Remember these facts. Montag chains for proposals related to not social, not educational, not reforms, constitutional reforms. D. Always, whenever you are studying them, study these, three, 1919, 1909, 1919, 1935 at the same time. Cool, cool, cool. So you can see what was the main reason for the split of Indian National Congress at Surat. You can see Surat split, Swadeshi movement, boycott movement, partition of Bengal. These are very common themes. So many questions have been asked on them. So why split happened? Extremist lack of faith in the capacity of moderates to negotiate with the British government. So you can see all these things. The plan for such step, or again, Cripps mission is also important. They have asked a lot of questions on Cripps mission. So plan of Sir Stafford Cripps envisaged that after Second World War, India should be granted. No, they were saying India should be given dominion status, and we have given away dominion status after Nehru report of 1928. From Lahore session 1929 only, we were asking for complete independence, and that's why we were saying that this is a post-dated check. We have already given away 14 years before this whole dominion status thing. Why in 1942, March 1942, you are talking about dominion status? And that's why we were angry. So D is the answer. UPSC has asked a lot of questions on Cripps mission, guys. So revise it properly. Cripps mission, dominion status. Then they talked about, members will be elected from provinces nominated by princely states. We have issue with that also. Why you are nominating people from princely states? Then what else was the issue? Again, like why weak center, why provinces could secede. That was also a provision given by Cripps mission, that provinces who did not want to become a part of the union, they can secede. So you can see any province not willing to join the union could have a separate constitution and form a separate union. Defense, again, you can see all the points. So we had issues with these things. In the context of Indian history, the principle of diarchy, I've already told you what is diarchy. So yeah, what is the meaning of diarchy here? Chepandis, Chepandis, Chepandis. In the context of Indian history, the principle of diarchy means division of subjects delegated to provinces into two categories, reserved and transferred. Remember these words, they are important. Provincial subjects transferred and reserved, administered by governor, executive council, not responsible to legislative council. And here, the more important subjects were there, like police, revenue, land revenue, law and order. All these things were here. On the other hand, in a transferred subject, they will give local government without any power. So all these things were administered by governor, responsible to legislative council. So remember these things, they are really important. With reference to Indian freedom struggle, consider the following events: mutiny, Quit India movement, second round table conference, and just give me a second, guys. You have to arrange them in correct chronological sequence. Mutiny in Royal Indian Navy 1946, Quit India movement launched 1942, second round table conference 1931. So if you see these are so far apart, these years, you can easily solve this, question without having any issue. So 3, 2, 1. See, second round table conference, these RTCs, why they were having second, first, second, third. In all these three RTCs, Ambedkar sir was there in all three. And there was another lawyer who was there. If you know it, you can post it in the comment section. And he talked about this, separate electorates for Harijan untouchables in the first roundtable conference and all. So this is happening because 1919 you have Montag chains for reforms. And you have to evaluate it. 1927 Simon Commission came. People were not very happy with it because 7-member commission, none of them were Indians. So this whole roundtable conference is happening. What is the way forward? If people are not happy with 1919 Montag chains for reforms and all those stuff, so something has to be done, right? So what should be the way forward? And that these whole talks related to Simon Commission, White Paper, Second Roundtable Conference led to 1935 Act, Government of India Act 1935. So remember these facts. Mutiny in Royal Indian Navy happened because people were not happy. Indian soldiers were not happy with how they were treated there. So C321. Royal Indian Navy, HMIS Talwar. Objective of Butler Committee of 1927. Now, these committees are actually important, guys. Butler Committee. Then there was a Hunter Committee. There was two Hunter Commission actually. In our time, there was a movie. You people were not born at that time. The movie was what was the name of the movie? Yes, Hunter, like Gangs of Wasipur. I am a hunter. Sometimes I just know the first line, like Mr. Perfect, perfect. He is Mr. Perfect. Arya 2, there is a movie. Indesi Kutuku Durukudura, no defect. A ante Amlapuram, A ante Ahapuram, E ante Ichapuram, Ida Kuti Lagataru, Andhra Janam. So, Hunter Commission, there was one Hunter Commission for education, 1880s. There was another Hunter Commission for Jallianwala Bagh massacre. After that, it was established. Butler Committee improved relationship between Government of India and princely state. Indian states here means princely states. To improve relationship between states, provinces directly under British rule and the princely states, this Butler Committee was formed. They were like, princely states were a little bit wary that God knows what will happen to us, you know, slowly and gradually, these national movement they will spread in our region. So they were a little bit skeptical about the provinces, Indian provinces ruled by Britishers, the princely states. To allay their fears, this Butler Committee came into picture. Remember Butler Committee, Butler and Hunter, and then there's a homework for you. If you know Hartog Committee, what is Hartog Committee associated with? If you know it, you can post it in the comment section and become a really good boy or really good girl. Guys, please be serious, okay? So, report of Butler Committee, Indian states and British India. Viceroy should represent Crown in all dealings with the state. You can see committee sympathized with the fear of native princes that their state might pass without their consent under a new government in British India responsible to an Indian legislature. And they were like, no, even if you people leave, don't do such thing that we become a part of some other union, which actually happened later on. Guys, please be serious. Don't do jim. Who among the following is or was associated? I have told you when I think this was the first question which we have discussed about Riotwadi and Mehalwadi and all. There I have told you. So Riotwadi settlement, Cornwallis is associated with permanent settlement. Radhe 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 Barsane Wale Radhe. Alexander Reed, Thomas Munro associated with Riotwadi settlement, second and third. Vache Pandis, and they introduced it in southern India. Why? Because the concept of jamindari is comparatively absent here. British territories, you can see all these things. Capital like Alexander Reed, he first tried it in some area, and Thomas Munro extended it. Lord Cornwallis associated with zamindari or permanent settlement. The Trade Disputes Act. Now, these are very factual questions. If you have solved it, you will be able to solve an exam. Otherwise, it's become tough. Like Araghatta. I was doing medieval history marathon. So 2011 to 2025. Araghatta has been asked in 2026 and then in 2025. It's a irrigation instrument, means wheel and all. If you have done it, there are so many different kind of these things. Similarly, there are so many acts. How can you remember all of them? Are you Chepandis Chepudazu Ledu Kadu? That means so Trade Dispute Act provided a system of tribunals and ban on strikes. So there are so many things, railways, etc. If people in those sensitive area they go on strike, what will happen then? So this Trade Dispute Act came to put a ban on these kind of strikes. If you want to strike, give us a 1 month notice. Yeah, I'm knowing 1 month before. It's like in your jobs. No. If you want to leave, you have to give 20 prior thing, or you have to take permission 30 days. 30 days before I was knowing I need a leave, man. Leave. So yeah, system of tribunals and ban on strike, guys. Cheap and D's. But you can also understand why this act came. Socialism, socialistic waves, people protesting, this and that. That was the vogue in 1920s. Hindustan Republican Association became Hindustan Socialist Republican Association. All these things were happening. Britishers were little worried, and that's why they came up with this Trade Dispute Act. Made compulsory the appointment of court. You can see all these things. Made illegal the strikes in public utility services, post railways. Even right now, think if some people in railways they go on strike, what will happen then? How will railway run, right? So yeah, you can understand why 1 month notice was asked from them. This is actually funny. He wrote biographies of Mazzini, Garibaldi. When you people will become, grow up, become 18 plus, you will, and if you prepare for UPSC, you will read something called as world history. It's an awesome thing, guys. In world history, you will read about unification of Italy. Whoa. In unification of Italy, you will read about Mazzini and Garibaldi. So somebody Indian wrote biographies on Mazzini and Garibaldi, Shivaji Sri Krishna, stayed in America. Who was that? In our time, there was a song, Bolo Bolo Kaun Hai Wo, Meri Jaan Hai Wo. That means tell me, who is he or who is she? He is or she is my love. I love to translate these songs for you. So the answer here is Lala Lajpat Rai. Lal Bal Pal. Lala Lajpat Rai. Simon Commission came. He was protesting. Lathi charge happened. He died. Sad story. He was also part of. Later became a part of Swaraj Party. Swaraj Party. He is one of the trio of that Lal Bal Pal. Lala Lajpat Rai. Bal Gangadhar Tilak. Bipin Chandra Pal. Lala Lajpat Rai, Swaraj Party, became a member of Swaraj Party. Swaraj Party was formed by C.R. Das and Motilal Nehru. Chitranjan Das. Lala Lajpat. He later on became a little communal also. But who, like, look what I'm talking right now in the Amrit Kal era. Lala Lajpat Roy, sir. So, Unhappy India, Young India, remember these books, important. Mazzini Garibaldi, he wrote about it, and he wanted his countrymen to become a blah, blah, blah. You can read all these things in your free time, but remember this. This is actually a factual question. If you know it, you know it. If you don't, you don't. He joined Swaraj Party, became deputy leader in Central Legislative Assembly, later resigned, and soon died after that, protesting. Sad, sad, sad. Regarding Wood's dispatch, education. There was a Macaulay Minutes of 1830s, and then there was a Wood's dispatch of 1854. Macaulay Minute, like, when you people again will grow up, 18 plus, you will read about Orientalist versus Anglicist controversy. Just give me a second, guys. Ha 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 ha. Radhi 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 Barsani Wali Radhi, guys. So what we are discussing here in this song, I hear a lot here, guys. Radhi 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 Barsani Wali Radhi. So we are talking about Wood's Dispatch, Macaulay Minutes, 1835. They are the people, like, there are two groups, right? Orientalist and Anglicist. Anglicist group, they are like, English education is the way to go. We have to spread English education here, there, everywhere. Orientalist, Orient, Far East. They're like, na na na. Na 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 re. That means no 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 re no re no re. So Orientalist people, they're like, Orientalists were like, we have to understand the culture where we are, right? Where we are going and whatever we are capturing. So let's try to understand Indian culture, Sanskrit, Arabic, whatever language. So these were Orientalist. Even Warren Hastings was an Orientalist. You may feel like Raja Ram Mohan Roy is an Orientalist. No, he was an Anglicist. Macaulay was an Anglicist. So he came up with this Macaulay Minute of 1835, where he was like, English will be here, there, everywhere. Then came the Wood's Dispatch of 1854. They were like, dude, at the lower level, people, I'm a Tamilian, I'm a Telugu, I'm a Kannada speaker. So how can I learn stuff at the lower level in English? I need to, there has to be a bridge somewhere, right? So at the lower level, vernacular language, and at the higher level, English. So English as a medium instruction at all level was not recommended. It was discontinued by Wood's Dispatch. Vernacular languages at the lower level. So third is wrong. Eliminate third. You will get the answer A, 1 and 2 only. Grant system, establishment of universities was recommended. But if you just know that vernacular, and that's why it is known as Magna Carta of Indian education. You see similar kind of system even now. National Education Policy 2020, replacing NEP of 1986, K. Kasturirangan Committee. They also stress a lot on vernacular languages, but at the same time there are other people who are like, Hindi is the national language, Hindi is the national language. There's no national language, guys. Hindi is an official language. They can even ask you what was known as the Magna Carta of English education, Wood's Dispatch. Remember these facts? And earlier Macaulay Minute was downward filtration. So people who are English educated, they will educate other people, and that's how people will masse will get education and all. Cool, cool. Not exactly cool. Universities at Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras, different presidencies via this Wood's Dispatch. And you can read all these things in your free time and become a really good boy or really good girl. In the federation established by Government of India Act 9, residuary powers were given to the. So Government of India Act 1935, 50% of Indian constitution taken from there. Why we have copied it? No, not copied, inspired. Use proper words, guys. Why? Because using this 1935 act, provincial election, central election happened in 37, 38, 44, 45, 46. So we were well acquainted with the provision of 1935. And when independence happened, in 47, our illiteracy was very high. And that's why we continued with major provision of 1935. Residuary powers given to Governor General. What is residuary power? Residuary list. You have central list, you have state list, you have concurrent list. Central list governed by center, state list governed by state, concurrent list, both can make laws. Residuary power, which is not mentioned anywhere. So will they know about AI? Will the people in 1930s know about AI? These are the things which will evolve, right? So those things were kept in residuary power. It was given to governor. Currently it is with center. So that's why we have a strong center, and we are a federal state with strong unitary bias like Canada. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Guys, remember these facts and become a really good boy or really good girl. Whoa, whoa. Guys, please don't do like this. You people are grown-ups now. So for Government of India Act 1935, I have told you, whenever you are doing revision, 1909, 1919, 1935, parallel study, which we have just discussed. They are really important. No, there were some people who were like, sir, UPSC is wrong here in this question. Why? Because, not exactly the same tone, but like, they were like Queen's Proclamation of 1858. After that, there is no Governor General, sir. They're known as Viceroy. First Viceroy was Lord Canning. Lord Canning was also the Governor General when 1857 revolt happened. Remember these facts, PYQs, guys. So yes, I can understand, but they were used synonymously, this Viceroy and Governor General. Although you should use always the Viceroy thing because you people are good boys and girls. Wow. I love you. Economically, one of the results of British rule in India in 19th century was commercialization of Indian agriculture, not increase, decrease, not growth, rapid increase, not rapid decline. People started ruralization happened. People started going to urban like rural areas when there were not enough jobs in urban areas. Commercialization. See, understand one thing. When you people will again grow up and read history in detail, you will realize commercialization can be of different types. There can be a natural commercialization, which is currently happening in our country. There can be a forced commercialization, which was happening in British India of 19th century. Forced means we don't have enough food crops, but still we are transitioning to cash crops. That is forced commercialization. Currently, we have natural commercialization. We have enough food crops. We are transitioning to cash crops, accordingly. So there is a difference, but yes, that happened. Commercialization of Indian agriculture. People started growing tea, coffee, and there was also one thing which happened, which was a positive impact of British economic rule. Although most of them are negative impacts. One is the positive impact is regional specialization of crops, tea growing in a particular region and all. This is one positive impact. So this is a very common question asked by UPSC almost 79,688 billion times. Economic impact, tell me the economic impact of British rule. And most of the people are like negative impact, negative impact, negative. Yes, we all know the negative impact, right? But talk something which not like, you have to write both dimensions in exam. So what are the positive impact? Regional specialization of crops, integration of Indian economy with the rest of the world economy, then development of railway, etc. So you have to talk about the positive impact as well. Commercialization. You can read all these things and become a really good boy. Oh, good. Which one of the following is a very significant aspect of Champaran Satyagraha? Yes, they do ask a lot of questions from Champaran Satyagraha also because Gandhiji's first movement and first interaction and all participation. All India party is localized nature, guys. Joining of peasant unrest to India's national movement, Champaran Satyagraha, indigo cultivation. There is an indigo rebellion also on which Deen Bandhu Mitra has written Neel Darpan, so revise that also 1858 and all, 58, 59. This is Indigo Rebellion, which was based on, like, there was a concept also, Tin Kathiya system. What is Tin Kathiya system? 3 by 20th portion of the land, you have to grow indigo. People were frustrated because of it. And also the demand for indigo decreased during that period. Synthetic dyes were there. So that all these things led to decline of, indigo cultivation. So the answer is joining of peasant unrest to India's national movement. Rajkumar Shukla, he brought Gandhiji. He was like, Gandhiji, please come. Gandhiji, you are such a good boy. You did such good stuff in South Africa. Please replicate those good stuff in Champaran also. Gandhiji is like, okay. And then Gandhiji came to Champaran on the insistence of Rajkumar Shukla. He met Rajendra Prasad and other people here. So yeah, Mazrahul Haq and something like that. All those people were there. We could read all these things. And then cake. Remember the mnemonic cake. Champaran, Ahmedabad, Kheda. Kheda meal workers. Ahmedabad mill workers, Kheda peasants. Kheda PYQ we have already seen. So these are really important. Which one of the following system does not apply to the system of subsidiary alliance? 1798, introduced by Lord Wellesley. 1793, permanent settlement, introduced by Cornwallis. So these things which happen very close by, keep a tab on them. You can easily get confused. Whoa. Lord Wellesley, he's also one who established Fort William College in 1800 in Calcutta so that he can train civil servants. So all these things are really important. How important? Really important. So Lord Wellesley, what was the aim? What is subsidiary alliance? That they were like to Indians, princely states and all that, dude, maintaining army is such a tough task. Man management is such a tough task, and I vouch for that. So I worked at an organization. I cannot name that organization. I was a team lead. At that time, I was doing a lot of work in content, and I was making some current affairs videos. I was not a, not taking too many classes, but yes, I have to handle content department. I was not making content, I was the team lead. So I was handling content, how people were making and they were sending it to me. I was cross checking and then it was going to other departments. Oh my god, I realized I can do my own work, but making people do work is the toughest thing in the world, guys. So man management is a tough thing. Same thing was stated by Lord Wellesley to the Indian princely states, that man management is a tough task. People who have done MBA, who are HRs, etc., you know what I'm saying. There are many people who are working, they know what I'm saying. So Lord Wellesley also stated the same thing. Indian princely states were like, okay, we are convinced, so you maintain a large standing army, we will pay some money to you, and if you're not able to pay, you annex our territories. Wow. So strict. At the same time, at that time, Britishers, they were wary of Napoleon, who was creating 1789 French Revolution happened and all, Napoleon, and then Reign of Terror happened, and then Napoleon came to picture. So they were like Napoleon and Tipu Sultan in India, Mysore, they were very close to them. So they were like, we have to keep India safe from Napoleonic danger. So we need money, and not exactly money. We need standing army. We need friendly states to maintain a large standing army. Correct. To keep India safe from Napoleonic danger. Correct. To establish British paramountcy. Correct. It was not securing a fixed income. For securing fixed income, they came up with this permanent settlement 5 years earlier. So C is not. They're asking not. Sometimes they will highlight this not. Sometimes they won't highlight wah, wah, wah. So the answer is C, guys. Don't do wah, wah, wah. I will kill you all and eat you alive. I cannot do that. I'm not a cannibal. That statement is also factually wrong. If I've already killed you, I cannot eat you alive because you're already dead. Wah! I laugh at my own stupid jokes. In 1920, which of the following changed its name to Swaraj Sabha? All India Home Rule established by any peasant ma'am. Because now the aim is not home rule. The aim has changed to Swaraj after Gandhiji came into picture, right? So yeah, Gandhiji became active and he changed the name to Swaraj Sabha, like of All India Home Rule League. A factual question, keep it in mind. Which among the following events happened earliest? Now, if you know, like you will see a trend, certain things being asked again and again. So you have to keep that in mind. Chepandis, Chepo, తెలుసు లేదు కాదు. Why I do these things? I love to do these things. Swami Dayanand Saraswati established Arya Samaj 1875. Back to the Vedas, Shuddhi movement, Satyat Prakash. Remember these facts, very important. It's a revivalist movement. Arya Samaj is a reformist movement. Reformist means we will adopt best of both worlds, Eastern world, Western world. Revivalist is no, back to the Vedas. But both Arya Samaj and Brahmo Samaj, they opposed idolatry. You will see many organizations opposing idolatry. Why? Because idol worshipping. Swami Dayanand said that in Vedas there is no mention of idolatry. It came just like that. And when you have different idols, different set of rituals, the you know Brahmanical supremacy will rise, cost of these rituals and sacrifices will increase, it promotes superstition and all. So again, that's why most of these organizations you will see they will oppose idol worshipping. 1875, Dingbandhu Mitra wrote Neel Darpan. 1858-59, Neel Bidro. Bankim Chand Chattopadhyay wrote Anand Mat 1882, and Vande Mataram was written in 1875. It was a part of Anand Mat. Vande Mataram, Modi sir is so angry about Vande Mataram. We are not singing all 6 stanzas. So initially, we were like, there were only 2 stanzas which were kept in the national song, because the rest 4 stanzas they are referring to Hindu god and goddesses. That's why, because India is a secular country. Now, supposedly, on paper, reality, I don't know. So now, so this is in news. Anand Mat is in news. Vande Mataram is in news. So keep it in mind. Satyendrath Tagore, elder brother of Rabindranath Tagore, became the first Indian to succeed in ICS 1863. Chepandis. Guys, please don't do Chepandis. So B is the answer, guys. Why you people do like this? Grow up. With reference to Swadeshi movement, consider the following. You see Swadeshi here, there, everywhere. It contributed to the revival of indigenous artisan crafts and industry. Yes, Swadeshi means we will make here and we will consume it. No foreign goods. No. National Council of Education was established. Aurobindo Ghosh sir became the principal of whatever secretary of this. There was a Bengal National College which was established, and then there was a technical wing of that college which became later on Jadavpur University. I love Bengali people, man. I love Bengali food. My sister, we are from Bihar. My sister is married to a Bengali. I love it so much. I love that culture so much. I don't know. I love everything. I think I'm a very optimistic person by nature. You may have never seen me saying anything bad about anyone. Even Modi sir, whom I'm like, how can I say bad about Modi? Modi sir is the best. So again, guys, both the statements are correct. Don't say anything bad about Modi sir. Modi sir and Amit Shah sir. Group photo is in my heart. Dil, in our time there was a song, Dil cheer ke dekh tera hi naam hoga. That means if you tear my heart, there will be a name, or there will be two names, Modi sir and Amit Shah and Harin Pandya. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I don't think I will live for long if I keep saying this name again and again. So the answer is C, guys. You read all these things. I have told you things. Like, share, and subscribe, guys. Spread the word to Chepandis. And again, if I'm adding to your knowledge base, you can donate at this particular number. If you want this particular PDF, again, you can send me a message at this number only. Indigo cultivation in India declined. We have just seen Champaran Satyagraha. We have seen Neil Bidro's related book, Neil Darpan. Indigo cultivation, I have told you why it declined in that state. Like when we're talking about Champaran Satyagraha, there only I told you. So do Chepandis means tell me. What do you think is the answer? Chepandis, Chepandis, Chepandis. Why it declined? Because of unprofitability in the world market, because of new inventions, synthetic dyes came into picture. Germans, they were making it. So demand for indigo decreased. B. I love you, na upiriyadi poina. Wellesley, Lord Wellesley, Subsidiary Alliance, 1798, same, not different. No money, no honey. Fort William College, 1800. 2 years before he has started Subsidiary Alliance, he's the same guy. So he was asked by board of blah, blah, blah. So Fort William College, why? Because we have to train civil servants. That you stay here, you understand India's culture, people. So he wanted to train British civilians for administrative purpose. D is the answer, guys. Cheap on these guys. Wellesley established you can read all these things. Fostering of Indian languages and making the British officials to be familiar with the. I'm not reading the whole thing. Which of the following statement correctly explain the impact of industrial revolution in India during the first half of 19th century? Choose always. Here you will like, oh my god, all the statements are correct. No, you have to choose the best option because you are the best. You're the best. Yes, you are the best. Chipandis, chipandis, chipandis. So Indian handicrafts are ruined, machines, railway lines. What is the correctly most important impact? Indian handicrafts were ruined. These industrial revolution, machine-made goods flooded Indian market. We were not able to compete with them. They also took away raw materials from here, so they ruined our Indian handicrafts. You may feel like these things happened, but the most important thing is Indian handicrafts were ruined. These people, I don't like them. There is a British actress, I like her, Rachel Weisz, something like that, the name pronunciation. Other than that, I don't like other Britishers. Maybe whom else? Who's the British people whom I like more apart from Rachel Weisz? She's a British actress, very good actress, guys. She was in Mummy, Mummy Returns. Then there is I like Sherlock Holmes, that actor who was playing Sherlock Holmes. I forgot his name. He's also good. I like Raquel Welch's husband, that is who is James Bond. My name is Bond. Guys, please be serious. James Bond. So Indian handicrafts were ruined. You can read all these things in your free time because you people are really good. Gandhi Irwin Pact. So 1930, March 1930, civil disobedience movement started. 12th March 1930, Dandi March. This Dandi March ended on 6th April 1930. 24 days. In some state PSCs, they have even asked the number of days. So this whole thing were happening during this period. Roundtable conference was going on in British England, and Britishers were like, "We are not loving it. We need Gandhiji. We need Congress. Something is missing here. In your house there's a party. Everyone is here. Ambedkar sir, Tej Bahadur Sapru, and all. You're like, no, no, no. We need someone. We're not feeling it. So they wanted to feel it. Britishers wanted to feel it, and they were like, invite Gandhiji. So then Lord Irwin, 1926 to 31, he was a viceroy. So he signed a pact with Gandhiji, and there were conditions like, please come. Ghar suna lag raha hai. That means the house is not looking the same without you, Gandhiji. So please participate in second roundtable conference. Withdrawal of ordinances promulgated in connection with acceptance of Gandhiji. No. So Gandhiji suggested him two things. Many people say. First is that many people have beaten our people who were doing non-violence protest, and also you look into it. So Gandhiji, Arvind was like, no, okay, no, we'll not accept this. We'll not accept the commutation of Bhagat Singh's, hanging and all. Those things we are not accepting. This withdrawal of ordinances, release of only those prisoners who were not charged with violence, we will accept these things. So the answer is just eliminate third. B 1, 2, and 4. And because Bhagat Singh was hanged, etc., then Karachi session happened 1931. At that time, Congress, they faced a lot of issues. In 1931 only, Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev Rajguru, they were hanged, and Karachi session, Vallabhbhai Patel sir, he was the president, and fundamental rights was, they talked about fundamental rights in this particular session. Remember these facts, they're important. Third is wrong. 1, 2, and 4. Please come, Gandhiji, Gandhiji, Gandhiji. So you can see all these things. Gandhiji then went there, nothing happened, and the civil disobedience movement, they started the second phase. That was also a failure. So, Britishers were like, ha ha ha, we achieved our objective. Your civil disobedience movement stopped, which was working so awesome in such an awesome manner, and we humiliated you also in the second roundtable conference. Ha ha ha. That's what Britishers were saying. Questions on major revolts in Britain. Again, you see this. Which among the following provided a why I'm becoming a Shankar Mahadevan going so fast. Questions on major revolts in British India, Chepandi's India. Let's solve this question and don't joke around. I'll kill you all. Hi, 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 hi. Oh, ho, ho. I love you. Na upiriadi poina. I love you. Na pranam poina. I'm just taking a breather, guys. Which among the following provided a common factor for tribal insurrection in India? What is like, leave aside the fancy words. Tribal revolts, why they happened? You read about so many tribal revolts, Santhal rebellion, Munda rebellion, and this rebellion and that rebellion. What is the common cause here, there, everywhere? And choose the best option. The complete, you may see, like, yes, land revenue, these things happen, influence happened, money lenders, decos, outsiders, Ravanas, they came. But the best option, these kind of questions are confusing. Everything looks correct. So the best option is Shubham Sagar is a good boy. No, the complete disruption of the old agrarian order of the tribal communities. Yes, I'm a good boy, but here the answer is D. Demand of Tibhagga peasant movement was 1946 around. Tibhagga means two-third. See, I don't know, many of you may be, in Bihar, West Bengal, if you are from that, you may have seen this system, Zamindari system, which is still there. So you are working in your town, you have your land in your village area, somebody is working on that, that will be known as tenant. So basically the concept is 50% will go to tenant and 50% will go to you because you are the owner of the land, he's just working on it. That was not liked by the peasants of Bengal and all. So they went with Tibhagga, two-third. They were like, no, we will not take 50%. We want two-third. We want 66.66666, which is a recurring decimal, guys. When you will read recurring decimal in CSAT, and we will only give you 33.33%, one-third. We'll take two-third. That is Tibhagga movement. Reduction of share of land lots from one-half to one-third. Tibhagga. And just before independence, this movement was there. King Sabha 1946. So remember this PYQ in 14. After the Santhal uprising upsided, Santhal rebellion 1898-99. Munda. No, this is Santhal uprising, right? This is not Munda uprising. Santhal uprising 1855-56, which is also known as Hool uprising. Hool Divas. I just covered it in art and culture. Hool Divas. Art and culture, 50 most important current affairs I'm doing. Very important, guys, because then static and dynamic both mix. So you read about Hool Divas. Santhal uprising, Munda rebellion, Ulgulan, Santhal, Sidho Kanu. Then what happened? Why these people, they were protesting? Because these outsiders, they came, the land was getting transferred to non-tribal people. To appease this, Santhal Pargana Tenancy Act was passed. Santhal Pargana Tenancy Act, via which it became illegal for a Santhal to transfer land to non-Santhal. Even now you see this in tribal areas, hilly areas, especially tribal areas. It's difficult for a tribal land to be getting transferred to a non-tribal people because of all these tribal movements which happened earlier. So both the statements are correct. The answer is C, both 1 and 2. Chepandis. You can read all these things. With reference to history of India, Ulgula, Great Tumult is a description of Birsa Munda. Birsa Munda's birthday, 15th November. What zodiac sign is he? If you know it, you can post it in the comment section. I did not believe in these zodiac sign, guys. I'm born on 11th March. I'm Pieces. Amir Khan, Pieces. I think Shahid Kapoor is also Pieces. So, but when I went to Hyderabad, I met a person there. She was Virgo. Oh, means he or she, I don't know. I don't know the gender. Virgo. And then she told me, means, she made me interested in this whole compatibility thing, which zodiac sign is compatible with whom. Find out the zodiac sign of Birsa Munda, 15th November, and it is known as Janjatiya Divas, Janjatiya Gaurav Divas now. So this is important every year. from 2020s, 21, 22 onwards, means Modi sir had introduced this Janjati Gaurav Divas. Birsa Munda, Ulgulan. So D is the answer. Great tumult. Why I tell you all these stuff? I don't know. So yeah. With reference to Rowlatt Satyagraha, which of the following statement is or are correct? The Rowlatt Act was based on the recommendation of Sedition Committee. Very good. Chepandis. In Rowlatt Satyagraha, Gandhiji, what did Gandhiji do? Try to utilize. Yes. Demonstration against Simon Commission arrived in 1927. This Rowlatt Satyagraha happening in 1918, 1919. So how, like, there is no, just eliminate third. Now you're left with A and B. Check the second one. Yes, Rowlatt Satyagraha, Gandhiji did utilize Home Rule League. He became very influential, and later on he even changed the name of Home Rule League to Swaraj Sabha. So what we are learning from that lesson: don't allow some person to come into your house, and don't get influenced by him or her so much. See, came, utilized, and then even changed the name of Home Rule League to Swaraj Sabha. But again, Gandhiji is Gandhiji. So answer is B. I'm just joking, guys. I'm a Gandhi supporter. I'm not a Godse supporter. So B1 and 2. Oh my God. You can read all these things in your free time. Who among the following were economic critiques of colonialism in India? Chepandis. Please, guys, grow up, okay? Chepandis. Economic critique. Who were criticizing Britishers' economic policy, drain of wealth, home charges, drain of wealth? Dadabhai Naroji. Poverty and un-British rule in India, he wrote, where he talked about home charges, drain of wealth. What is home charges? Poverty and un-British rule in India, of India. G. Subramania Iyer, he is the one who started Hindu Swadesh Mitran, Hindu newspaper which you read right now. I love Hindu Swadesh Mitran. Do remember Swadesh Mitran also. R.C. Dutt, Economic History of India. So yes, all three of them are economic critics, or were economic critics. Dadabhai Naroji, grand old man, he's here, there, everywhere. Congress president 3 times, 1886, 1893, 1906. Poverty and British rule in India. He was also elected in British House of Commons. Oh my God, this guy was Indian Association, I think, East India Association he established. So he did a lot of stuff, Dadabhai Naroji sir. He was also associated with, you know, Parsi organizations and all, reform organizations. Oh my God, that guy. So again, G. Subramania here, asked you the economic history. So here in poverty and un-British rule of India, drain of wealth, everybody knows. He also talked about home charges. Home charges means Britishers are spending money in Britain, but they are taking out money from India, like, salaries, etc., which they're paying to Indian soldiers, war they're fighting outside. They're using our money. So these are home charges. They're spending it in their home, but they're using India's money. Such bad guys these people were. I don't like them. So the answer here is D, 1, 2, and 3, guys. I love you now, Piriyadipoina. R.C. Dutt, in his Economic History of India, he talked about a sponge theory, which is actually very interesting. Sponge theory means what? Like these Britishers, they extract, like, they put sponge in Ganges, and then they pour it in Thames. So all the good things from Ganges is poured into Thames River. This is basically an analogy how they are exploiting us to the hilt. Sponge theory, Chepandi's theory, Cheputilzu, guys. With reference to Congress Socialist Party, consider the following statement and do Chepandi's Cheputilzu ledu kadu. Chepandis. So we are talking about, just give me a second, guys. Congress Socialist Party, everything is fine. Guys, I have OCD. So if you see, with reference to Congress Socialist Party, hello, Chepandis, everything is fine. So yeah, Congress Socialist Party formed in 1934 by Jayaprakash Narayan, Acharya Naren Dev, Ram Manohar Lohia, and other people. So Congress Socialist Party 1934 worked within Congress. As the name suggests, there is the word Congress before Socialist Party. Do remember, Jayaprakash Narayan sir is associated, Ram Manohar Lohia, Acharya Naren Dev, and other people. So this dictatorship of proletariat is a communist philosophy, guys. Marxist philosophy and all, which is a little bit extreme. People get confused between socialism and communism a lot. And then communalism also. Communalism is a different thing altogether, which is, about religion, how my religion is different from yours, my interests are different from yours, and we cannot coexist. Communism, socialism, they both are about equitable distribution of resources. But communism is a little bit more extreme, so to say. They talk about a classless society. They don't discount violence, as you can see here, dictatorship of proletariat. Not a philosophy of socialist. Remove second option. Advocate separate electorates. No, they did not do that. That was not their aim. So the answer is the none. Advocated the boycott of British. No, no, no. It's all about equitable distribution of resources. Nations can coexist with a socialist society. Communism is like, no, there will be no nation, there will be no caste, there will be no class, nothing. And so a little bit more extreme. Maybe you can say socialism is the early stage, communism is the final stage. So none of the options, like this second point, is communism, communist, Marxist philosophy, and D is the answer. None, 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 none. Guys, please see this. You can read all these things in your free time. Government of India Act 1919. You see 1919, 1935, 1909. They're really important. How important? Really. So separation of power, not judiciary legislature, jurisdiction of central and provincial governments, division of power, diarchy, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, like the bicameralism at center, so to say. So yes, they divided the jurisdiction of central and provincial government. B is the answer, best possible option. Uh, in fact, even during this period, they divided subjects, central subject, provincial subjects. Like you have state list, union list, that happened. And in that provincial subjects, reserved subjects and transferred subjects came into picture, which we have just discussed. Chepandis, chepandis, chepo, chepo, chepo. Early British India. With reference to the period of colonial rule, we were just talking about, who talked economic critiques, Dadabhai Naroji, R.C. Dutt, Subramania Iyer. Home charges, I have told you what is the basic meaning. Which of the following constitute home charges? Fund used to support India office in London. Exactly. Our money supporting an office in London. So first is correct. Fund used to pay salaries and pension of British personnel engaged in India. They will go back, they will get pension from our money. Correct. Fund used for waging wars. Correct. So the answer is D, 1, 2, and 3. What is home charges? They're using their money in their homeland, but whose money it is? Our money, Indian revenue, for their own purpose. Stupid people, with due respect to them. Shashi Tharoor will say that. What was the purpose with which Sir William Wedderburn and W.S. Kane set up Indian Parliamentary Committee in 18? So these are early sympathizer of Indian National Congress. They want to raise Indian grievances in, House of Commons. That was the basic aim, so that constitutional reforms can happen. This is a period. 1893 is a period between 1885 to 1905, guys, which was the moderate phase. So here they're not talking about independence, this and that, as is written in some of the options. Basically, to agitate, like expansion of legislative council in India and all those reforms, more Indian representation in different spheres, to agitate for Indian political reforms in House of Commons. Chepandis. Oh, just give me that this I give you the answer. During the freedom struggle, Indian National Conference was formed. It was formed in 1887. Indian National Congress formed in 1885, 2 years after. Indian National Congress, they did not want to deal with sensitive issues, religion, widow remarriage, this and that. They're like, these are very sensitive issues. We will not deal with it. So they formed this organization, social conference and all. Mahadev Govind Ranade and all, Raghunath Rao. These were the people who were very active, very responsible for the formation of National Social Conference. They used to meet when INC session used to happen, but they had their own agenda. So why this happened, why this National Social Conference was formed? Because Congress did not want to include social reforms in its deliberation and decided to form a separate body, B. Want to include, I hate grammatical errors, guys. B is the answer. I'm PCN, right? 11th March. So we are generally perfectionist, Amir Khan. But that is wrong. That is not a good thing. Sometimes what happens in perfection, sometimes you have to just do the work. Don't go after perfectionism. That does not serve the purpose. Most effective contribution made by Dadabhai Naroji here. You see Dadabhai Naroji, how many questions UPSC asked? Grand old man. Use option elimination in this question. And you have to do it a lot in UPSC for many questions. So what we are discussing here is, when you will see these three statements, you will realize something. What you will realize? Option elimination works. Stress the need for eradicating all social evils before anything else. So first remove all social evils, widow remarriage and sati pratha and all, and then we'll think about anything else. Can you think this can be a statement given by him? Don't you think this is just too extreme? Eliminate third, you got the answer A. Interpreted ancient index. No, no, no. He exposed the economic exploitation. He is known for that. That is the most effective contribution. Whenever they are asking most, it has to be something for which he is known. Poverty and British rule, economic exploitation, exposition, drain of wealth, home charges. So the answer is A, one only. Ba ba ba. Dada Bhai Naroji sir, I love you. Ilbert Bill controversy related to. So there is, again, we talk about good Britishers. Sir Stafford Cripps was one. Lord Ripon was one. So he was the Governor General in early 1880s. He came up with this Ilbert Bill, where earlier British judges, they will try British people and Indian people. Indian judges will only try Indian people. So he was like, why this discrimination? The removal of disqualification imposed on Indian magistrates with regard to trial of Europeans. Indian magistrate also can try Europeans, and that led to hue and cry. And then this bill was suspended or whatever. So yeah, that was the controversy. But Lord Ripon was a good guy. Before him came Lord Lytton, was just too evil. And maybe to balance it out, Britishers sent Lord Ripon. C is the answer, guys. This Lord Lytton came up with Vernacular Press Act in 1878. He was an evil guy. During his time, Afghanistan war was going on, Anglo-Afghanistan, and they were facing reverses there. Bad, 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 bad guy. People of India agitated against the arrival of Simon Commission. Why? Because Shubham Sagar was not there. No, that is not the answer. What is the answer, guys? Chepundis Chepu Telsu Ledu. Kadu, 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 kadu. Because there was no Indian member in the Simon Commission. Wah, wah, wah. 7-member commission it was. And see, 1919 Act, Montag Chelmsford Acts. In that there is a provision that after 10 years we will review it. After 10 years. So after 10 years, and this Simon Commission came in 1927. So if you do CSAT, because you people have to do it, you will realize that 1919 plus 10 is 1929. How come they came 8 years after only? Because there was supposed to be an election in 27 and the government was supposed to change. So they were like, we don't want another government to send a commission, so they sent it early. Simon Commission, 7-member commission, guys. 7-member commission it was. No Indian, so that's why. Protest happened. Lala Lajpat Roy protested and he died due to lathi charge. Sad, sad. Oh, hey, 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 hey. What did I do here? So this question done, right? Partition of Bengal made by Lord Curzon, 1899 to 1905. Lasted until 1911. King George V abrogated Curzon's Act as Royal Darbar in Delhi, 1911. Gadar. What was Gadar? Gadar was Sunny Deol's movie. No, it was not Sunny Deol movie, guys. It was an organization formed in around 1913, 1914 in San Francisco. Where Kisco? San Francisco in USA. Lala Hardayal, Sohan Singh Bhakna. Many people from different religions, they were part of it. Gardar Party. So yeah, Revolutionary Association of Indians headquartered at San Francisco. Idhar Kisko. It's not, and maybe Sunny Deol's movie got inspired by Gadar. Gadar. And Gadar is also, I think, 1857 revolt is also known as Gadar, and that's why they named it as Gadar. Gadar. There's a saying also, Garda uda denge. So that Garda is not Gadar, guys. That's a different thing. You don't need to know about that. You don't need to say those stuffs. Again, see 1919. How many times have we seen this 1919 act, gas? Gas. Oh my God, what am I saying? Introduction of diarchy in the provinces. Yes, reserve transferred. First is correct. Eliminate. Separate communal electorate already done in 1909. Morley Monto. They just extended it for Anglo Indians and others. Second is wrong. Eliminate. Now check the third one. Devolution. Yes, central list, state list. They did that. So third is correct. The answer is C, 1 and 3. 1919, 1935, 1909. Revise it properly. Otherwise, I will kill you all and eat you alive. I can be very scary at times. Oh my God. Distribution of power between center and state in the Indian constitution is based, I have told you, 50% of Indian constitution based on Government of India Act 1935. Guys, don't act like that. Don't act like a kid. What were the objectives of Queen's Victoria Proclamation 1858? What were the objective? That Shubham Sagar is a good boy. Guju. Please don't do guju. I love you. I love you now. Upiriya dipoy na. My God, this. So the objective, Queen's 1857 revolt happened. Britishers felt that the main reason this thing happened was the annexation policy of Dalhousie, who is a good boy. Dalhousie was not a good boy according to princely states. Lord Dalhousie, 1848 to 1856. He brought this doctrine of lapse policy, this and that. And then when the doctrine of lapse did not work in Awadh, he annexed Awadh on the pretext of misgovernance. So he was a bad guy. Means not a bad guy. He did a lot of good things. PWD and Public Welfare Department. So many things he did. He is even known as the founder of modern India or something, like maker of modern India or something, Lord Dalhousie. doctrine of lapse. But he did a lot of things which Britishers realized that okay, it may have led to discontent and the revolt. So they said that we will not annex any more territories. First is correct. Plan Indian, yes. Up until then, East India Company was calling the administrative shots. After 1857 revolt, everything ended. They were, they were no longer an administrative body. So to place the Indian administration under British crown, we became a direct British colony. So second is correct. Then regulate, no, East India Company regulation was happening with Charter Act of 1833. For that, Queen's Victoria Proclamation was not there. So the answer is A, 1 and 2 only. So now again your homework is revised regulating Act of 1773, Pitt's Act of 1784, Charter Act of 1813, Charter Act of 1833, Charter Act of 1853, Charter Act of 1833, Governor General of India. Bengal became Governor General of India. William Bentinck means regulating Act of 1773, Governor of Bengal became Governor General of Bengal. Warren Hastings, whoa, revise all these things. Supreme Court established by regulating Act of 1773. Later on, Supreme Court also established by Government of India Act of 1935, Pitt's India Act, dual government, board of control, court of directors, Charter Act of 1813, 1 lakh rupees set aside for education in India, Christian missionaries allowed to come to India. Remember these facts. And then companies monopoly was removed except for tea and trade with China. And then 1833 those monopolies were also taken away. All these things are really important. Revise those acts, they're very important. I love you. Which of the following statement is correct regarding Brahmo Samaj? Brahmo Sabha 1828 later became Brahmo Samaj. Again, reformist movement opposed idolatry, correct. Denied the need for priestly class, correct. Popularized, no, Vedas are infallible, was popularized by Arya Samaj. Go back to the Vedas, right? So third is wrong. So the answer is B, 1 and 2 only. Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Atmiya Sabha. So many things he did. Satyasodak Samaj, 1873. Jyotiba Phule. Remember these years, guys. 1875, Arya Samaj. They have already asked a chronology question. They can give you this. 1873, Jyotiba Phule, Satyasodak Samaj, Arya Samaj, Ram Krishna Mission, 1897, Belur Mutt, West Bengal, 1897, Swami Dayananda Saraswati. So remember these facts. Swami Dayananda Saraswati, influenced by Vedanta. Service of Jiva is worship of Shiva, chronology. So it was a anti-caste movement in Maharashtra. Jyotiba Phule, Mali community he was from, and he wrote a lot of books. Sarvajanik Satyadharma, Gulamgiri. In Gulamgiri, he said that the condition of lower caste people is like the slaves of US, because at that time American Civil War etc. was going on. Sarvajanik Satyadharma and Gulamgiri compared lower caste condition with the slaves or the black people of America, which raised a lot of issues and a lot of hue and cry. Jyotiba Phule, Mali, Satyasoda Samaj, 1873, demanded representation of all class, blah, blah, blah. You can read all these things. It's not blah, blah, blah. It's very important, but you can read it in your free time. There was a movie also, Phule movie, which was supposed to be released, but then so many things happened. It was sad. It's, in Amrit Kal, so many sad things happen sometimes. What can I tell you? I love you. Just give me a second, guys. So by which one of the following acts Chepandis happened? Was Governor General of Bengal designated Governor General of India? Charter Act of 1833, 2023 question. And who was the first Governor General of India? Warren Hastings. Who was the first Viceroy? Lord Canning. Anything first, your first love, your first crush, your first kiss, everything is really important. I love you. Who among the following was associated as secretary with Hindu female school, which later came to be known as Bethune Female School, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar? So Vidyasagar, it was not like his name was always Vidyasagar. He talked about girls' education. He talked about widow remarriage. And this Bethune sir, who established his girls' school, he died in 1851. 1856, Widow Remarriage Act was passed. People were impressed by Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar sir, Britishers. So they were like, okay, you become the secretary of this particular school. So Bethune established Kolkata's first school for girls, 1849. He died away in, or he died away, died in 1851, and then in 1856, government took charge of the Hindu female school, later named as Bethune School. And Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, remember the chronology, remember the coincidence, 1856, Widow Remarriage Act passed. So he had an influence, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar sir, and then he became the secretary of this particular school. Widow remarriage bill was, introduced by Dalhousie, but then he went away. Act was passed during the tenure of Lord Canning. When you talk about Lord Canning, please remember these facts; they're important. He was viceroy from 1850, like he was initially governor general from 1857, 56 to 57, and then from 1858 to 62, he was a viceroy. Basically, his tenure was from 1856 to 1862. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So he was also the governor general during the time of 1857 revolt. People confuse him to, like, people think that Dalhousie was the governor general during 1857 revolt. That is wrong. Keep these points in mind. They're really important. How important? Really, really, really. Gadar party. You see how many questions they ask from Gadar party. Gadar much. Gudru, gudru, gudru. Guys, please be serious. Gadar party, Lala Hardaya, Sona Singh Bhakna, Barindra Kumar Ghosh, he is the brother of Aurobindo Ghosh, basically associated with Jugantar Anushilan Samiti. Nothing to do with Gadar party as such, so you eliminate one. These are tough questions. This is not an easy question. If you have solved these questions, you will be able to solve it in exam. Otherwise, you will face issues, guys. You will definitely face issues. Jogesh Chandra Chatterjee, again associated with Anushilan Samiti and all, and nothing to do with Gadar party. Raj Bihari Bose associated with Jugantar, Anushilan Samiti, Indian National Army, also Gadar. So Raj Bihari Bose. Remember, he is not Raj Bihari Ghosh. Ghosh is Raj Bihari Ghosh is the president of the INC session of Surat Split 1907. They are different people. So the answer is D3 only. Very tough, very conceptual, very factual, not conceptual, factual question. If you know it, you know it. If you don't, you don't. You can have a look at it. Montag Chelmsford reforms of 1919 recommended granting all women, seriously. Some voting rights were given based on property and all, not to all women. So first is wrong. Again, 1919 Act. Government of India gave women reserved seats in legislature. That is correct. B, 2 only. You can see via these questions how important these acts are. 1909, 1919, 1930, especially 1919 and 1935. So yes, sir. Reserved and transferred subjects. I have already told you what was happening. Diarchy in provinces introduced by 1919 Act. So reserved governor with his executive council not answerable. All the money related good. So if you have money, land revenue has to be there. Eliminate. If you have money also, if you have muscle power also, police also. So 3, 4. Eliminate this. So now what is more important? If you have law also in your pocket, then everything is awesome, right? So out of self-government and justice, you will take justice. So C1, 3 and 4. Even if you don't know things, you know reserved are more important than transferred. Via that logic, you can solve this question. C1, 3 and 4. Wow, I have already told you at the starting also this particular question's answer. With reference to the proposal of Cripps mission, again Cripps mission, Stafford Cripps. See how many times they ask Cripps mission, how many times they ask Swadeshi, and how many times they ask about Lahore session. So you will see a trend, a pattern. Constituent Assembly would have members nominated by provincial assemblies and princely state, any province which is not. So nominated, not elected by provincial assemblies and nominated by princely states. First is wrong, not both nominated. So you'll have to B and D. Any province not prepared, that we have discussed. People have issue with that. People will have issued with the dominion status thing. So the answer is B2 only. Revised Cripps mission, very important. Revised cabinet mission, revised Mountbatten plan, revised Webber plan. All these are very important. You see this is what we were discussing, why first statement was wrong. Because partly elected by provincial assembly, partly nominated by princely states. So not the same nomination process for both of them. Any province not willing to join could have a separate. This is not the first time we are seeing this. With reference to 8th August 1942, what happened on 8th August? Something happened, something, Chepandi, something, what, something. Quit India resolution was adopted. 8th August, I have told you at the starting. 9th August, 9th August morning, most of the leaders were arrested, leaderless movement, then Aruna Asaf Ali, Usha Mehta, all these people, they came into picture, parallel governments, Valia Satara and all, they were formed. So A is the answer, guys. Cripps proposed an Indian Union like this happened in March, April 1942, not like August. Congress ministry resigned, that happened in 1939. Viceroy Executive Council appointed, this happened in August of 1940. So there are different dates. I love you. Now, with reference to Madanapalli of Andhra Pradesh, which of the following statements correct? Madam Blavatsky Corner set up headquarters. I have told you at the starting when we were talking about any basement, they set up that Adyar Madras, not Madanapalli. So obviously, if you know this, you can eliminate the option. Any option which you can eliminate in UPSC, it helps a lot. So lot. Rabindranath, again, Pattavi Sitaramaya led the Quit India movement. Pingali Venkaiah designed the tricolor. Rabindranath Tagore translated national anthem from Bengali to English here. So Janaganamana was written in Bengali and then he translated to English. Morning Song of India, something it was like called like that. And then Margaret Cousin, she designed the tunes and all. Morning Song of India. They can ask you which of the following song is known as Morning Song of India. They will write Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram is in news right now. You can get confused. Don't get confused. Jana Gana Mana, and it was adopted 2 days before the Republic Day, January 24. Remember these dates also, guys. When was it adopted? It's important. They have asked it in different exams. When was it was first sung, 1911 session, and all those things. In the context of colonial India, Sar Nawaz Khan, Prem Kumar Sehgal, Gurbaksh Singh Dhillon are remembered as good boys. Yes, officers of Indian National Army, and part of that, you know, RAI. Like there was a, these were actually British, like officers working for Britishers. But then during Second World War, they became a part of Indian National Army. They started fighting against the Britishers, and that's why they were charged with treasure and all. And these INA prisoners, they were put to trial. And all three people like belonging to different religion: Hindu, Prem Kumar Sehgal; Muslim, Shahnawaz Khan; and Sikh, Gurbaksh Singh Dhillon. Miscellaneous question. Have a look at this 2023 question statement assertion. These days, UPSC has, like these kind of questions, they have started asking less. There was a time you people were not born. At that time, UPSC used to ask a lot of these questions. 7th August, yes, I think in 2015, 1 year after India entered into Amrit Kal, and many people say India got independence in 2014 because we had nothing before 2014, according to many people. So 7th August, like from 2015, it was celebrated as National Handloom Day because on the same day, Swadeshi movement was launched and it was all about promotion of indigenous goods and all. So yes, that's why it is celebrated as National Handloom Day. Both statements are correct and statement 2 is a correct explanation. Really good. Amrit Kal. PYQ 2024, with reference to revenue collection by Cornwallis, consider the following statements. Under Ryotwadi settlement, peasants were exempted from revenue payment. No, no, it was not the case. If it would have been the case, it would have been awesome. Under permanent settlement, if Zamindar failed to pay his revenues on or before the fixed date, that was known as sunset clause, he would be removed. Yes. Second is correct. First is wrong. Britishers were not that awesome. And here, the second statement you can see in NCRT. And NCRT, see this? Revenue was invariable regardless of harvest and had to be paid punctually. According to sunset law, if payment did not come in by the sunset of the specified date, zamindari was liable to be auctioned. That's what this question was saying. And Ryotwadi settlement, they had to pay irrespective of whatever happens. 2025 prelims question. Raja Ram Mohan Roy possessed great love and respect for traditional philosophical system of the East, desired his countrymen to accept rational and scientific approach, principle of human dignity and social equality. Yes, he wanted to adopt the best of both worlds, Eastern, Oriental world, and again East and West, best of both worlds. He was a reformist, not a revivalist. So yes, both the statements are correct. Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Che Pandi. Guys, please be serious. Types of reform movement. Reform from within can be effective if it emerged from within the society rather than you're bringing reform via law and that, this and that. So Raja Raman Roy believed that philosophy of Vedanta was based on the principle of reason. No need of blind reliance of India's own past. India should learn from West, not copy the West. So he was like, yeah, he even said that in Veda there is no idol mention of idol worshipping. He was a monotheist, wrote gift to monotheists. They can ask you this. Established Atmiya Sabha. It reminds me of Ibadat Khana, Sulh Kul, Akbar, to have talks and all. And then I think by 1824, this Atmi Sabha was closed. 1828, Brahmo Sabha, which later became Brahmo Samaj. So remember these things. He was a polyglot. He knew a lot of languages. Awesome man, guys. If you read about him, you will be so impressed. If you read in detail about him. So he used to say these things, that this is a sin. Sati Pratha is a sin. Due to his efforts, Sati was abolished in 1829. Raja Ram Mohan Roy combined the teachings of Upanishad, Bible, and Quran. You can see, best of all worlds, most remembered for helping Lord William Bentinck declare the practice of sati a punishable offense in 1829. Have a look at this again. 2025 question. Just give me a second, guys. Hello, everyone. Hello. Just give me a second, guys. So yeah, we are talking about 2025 question. Consider the following. This particular year, 2025, they asked a lot of questions from non-cooperation movement. Boycott of law, courts and foreign clothes, observance of strict non-violence. That did not happen in Chauri Chaura, and that's why they called up the movement. Retention, no, surrender of titles and honors. And that's why you will see many people surrendering their titles and honors. Even before that, Rabindranath Tagore, sir, he gave away his title, knighthood and all. Establishment of panchayats for settling disputes. So third is wrong, rest all are correct. So the answer is C. Only 3 were really good. If you see this, NCM, Non-Cooperation Movement 1922, 1920 to 22, and non-cooperation as a sequel to Rawl attack, Jallianwala Bagh. You can see main resolution moved by C.R. Das. Nagpur session of December 1920, very important, because I think from this, in this session also they talked about this whole thing, linguistic reorganization of states and all that will happen, but that did not happen immediately after 1947 because of the partition thing. And see, this is the point which we are focusing on. Non-payment, boycott of government affiliated law courts, resignation, surrender of titles. So in the question, if you go back again and if you see the term and see what they're saying, retention of titles, that is wrong. So third is wrong, rest everything is fine. So the answer is only three. And you see this, observe strict non-violence, and that was not done. In fact, it is said that Gandhiji was more strict when it comes to observing non-violence in the initial movements like NCM, civil disobedience, then Quit India movement. In Quit India movement, so much violence happened, parallel government formed. But Gandhiji always took our side. Maybe he realized some violence here, there will happen. Again, you don't have to write these things officially. Consider the following statement in respect to non-cooperation. They asked a lot of questions on non-cooperation, guys. Peaceful means implemented in stages first, and with civil disobedience and non-payment of taxes for the next stage if Swaraj did not come within a year. Gandhiji was like, if we do things diligently, it will come within a year. If it doesn't, we will go to the next stage, which will be civil disobedience and non-payment of taxes. That is correct. Both the statements are correct here. See this? Gandhiji declared if non-cooperation was implemented completely, Swaraj would be assured within a year, which did not happen. Jinnah and all these people, they left Congress, Annie Besant and all. And Surendranath Banerjee, 1920, he left Congress. He was a part of Congress. He played a crucial role in Congress and Muslim League coming together in the Lucknow Pact. And that's why Sarojini Naidu ma'am called Jinnah ambassador of Hindu-Muslim unity during the Lucknow session of 1960, presided over by Ambikacharan Majumdar. Surendranath Banerjee founded Indian National Liberal Federation. Remember this? UPSC has already asked a PYQ on it. Declining stages of NCM, Congress announced the Congress and Khilafat committees are illegal. Again, Congress session at Ahmedabad 21, they were like, okay, we will launch civil disobedience movement, which question was saying, because independence did not happen within a year, but before that can happen, Chauri Chaura incident happened. Police and common people clashed, and then police put police station on fire, and 22 policemen died. So all these things happened. Who, again, see 2025, same, who provided legal defense to the people arrested in the aftermath of Chauri Chaura incident 2025? Madan Mohan Malviya and Krishnakant. Madan Mohan Malviya, Mahamana, Bharat Ratna, and very important influential figure when it comes to, like Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh and RSS and all. But again, he was also the player I'm saying, oh my god, take my word back. So we talked about Pune Pact and all, and Gandhiji went on fast into that when Ramsay MacDonald announced communal award, and then a treaty happened, or Sula or armistice or whatever you want to call it, happened between Gandhiji and Ambedkar sir. But Gandhiji was in jail. Who represented Gandhiji? Madan Mohan Malviya. On behalf of Gandhiji, he went to and meet B.R. Ambedkar, and then Pune Pact was signed. So yes, Madan Mohan Malviya is a multifaceted personality. Sedition has become my religion was the famous statement given by Gandhiji at the time of publicly violating salt law at Dandi. In fact, we have discussed this civil disobedience movement March 12. Before doing this civil disobedience movement, he wrote a letter 10 days before to Lord Irwin that, Irwin, you are a good boy. See this letter, M.K. Gandhi, Satyagraha Ashram, March 2nd, 1930. March 12, 1930, they started this whole Dandi March. 10 days before he wrote all these things that, why do I regard British rule a curse and everything. It's a fascinating letter, guys. You can read it in your free time. Subsequent to which one of the following events, Gandhiji, who consistently opposed untouchability and appealed for its eradication from all spheres, decided to include the upliftment of Harijans in his political and social program? The answer is Pune Pact. Pune Pact. UPSC has asked a lot of questions on Pune Pact, guys. And Pune Pact. And Gandhi, again, Ambedkar sir kept on saying, Mahatma ke is kadam ka parinam desh bhar ke, again, he kept on saying that Mahatma's act will result in nothing but terrorism by his followers, not followers, against depressed classes. And he said that it was my biggest mistake in my life, this whole Pune Pact. Chipping away at untouchability, and equality may be a fiction, but nonetheless one must accept it as a governing principle. You will see somewhere he said, Pune Pact is my biggest mistake, the biggest mistake of my life, Ambedkar sir. And all earlier PYQs also have been asked. You see this Pune Pact, which was signed. Earlier, Ramsay MacDonald in Communal Award, he talked about Separate electorate via Pune Pact. Joint electorate was given to Harijans with some reservation. D is the answer, guys. Consider the following fruits: papaya, pineapple, guava. Which of the following were introduced in India by the Portuguese? Chepandis. All of them. Papaya also. I cannot imagine life without pineapple, guys. Oh my god. Thank you, Portuguese. Although they were doing forced religious conversion and all, but this I'm very thankful to them for pineapple. Papaya guava is fine. Guava has a lot of protein. One of the rare fruits which actually has protein. Failure Portuguese, forced Christianity. I don't know who you are, but I will find you and I will preach to you and I will convert you. Rise of Dutch and English maritime power. And then impact, definition of conversion. They were good in that. Spread of Christianity and all, Western education, printing press they brought, and then tobacco, fruits, vegetables, potato, ladyfinger, pineapple, papaya, guava, groundnuts, cashew, almond. Remember it. Important. Really important. Change from one religion, political belief, blah, blah, blah. Who among the following was the founder of self-respect movement? Periyar E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar, 1920s. Before that you have Justice Party, 1916. And all these self-respect and Justice Party, they are emerging. Why? We have discussed this multiple number of times. Earlier in South India, during Sangam age, 300 BC to 300 CE. You know, the society, like in North India you had this horizontal, like vertical division of society in North India: Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra in North India. But in South India around Sangam age, etc., society was divided into in horizontal ways, like Kurinji, Mulai, Marudam, Niyadal, Palai, based on which land you are living in. Marudam is agricultural land. You would, horizontal division of society. M is Marudam. But after Sangam, even then, like in the medieval period, modern India, you see even southern India getting divided into two parts, like Brahmanas and non-Brahmanas. Most of the jobs posts were going to Brahmanas, and non-Brahmanas were not liking it. In that regard, Justice Party was created around 1916, and many people were not happy with how Justice Party was doing work. So Periyar E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar sir, he came up with the self-respect movement, which later on emerged, or graduated into Dravidian politics. And you see the emergence of means parties like DMK and AIA, DMK, etc. So remember these facts, they are really important. How important? Very important. So A. First Gandhar Mahavidyalaya music training school was set up in 1901 by Vishnu Digambar Paluskar. He was a proponent of Indian classical music. Why? Because he wanted to tell Guru Randhawa that Lagdi Lahore diya Gandhar Mahavidyalaya, so Lahore. This is a factual question, guys. If you get these questions wrong, if you leave it, this is not going to decide your UPSC prelims and all. So yeah, it's fine if you get this question wrong. The answer is D. Lahore. Like and subscribe, guys. Spread the word. You are your own competition. You're not competing with anybody else. Just try to be better than what you were yesterday. And if I'm adding to your knowledge base, you can donate at this number. And if you need this particular PDF, you can send me a message at the same number. Take care, be blessed, all the best from my side. Kill it, make me proud. Bye bye.